Chapter 201 Scandal Intelligence. Skylark was shocked. I didn't say I wanted to kill him. And this was impossible. As the security director of the data department, Wu Yao had the chip protection within his authority. Even if Fong Tang had this strength, he would not be able to bypass the company's surveillance. Fong Tang said calmly, I don't make unnecessary promises. And besides, it's for you, sister. Young suddenly became nervous and subconsciously reached out to touch the chip on the back of his head. Fong Tang held her little hand. Don't worry. We are not under surveillance. Oh? Young's eyes widened. Fong Tang smiled mysteriously and got off the helicopter with the package. Bye. Master, you shouldn't tell so much to Young. Fong Tang smiled. I believe her. Not just because of friendship, but also because my interests and hers are bound. Young must rely on me. Bye. Although your chip is no longer under multiple magnetic field monitoring, there is still a data flow that scans your chip every once in a while. This incident is Bai's latest discovery after awakening. The chip on the back of Fong Tang's head no longer uploads data repeatedly, which means that he no longer seems to be monitored by the company after leaving the game. As for the mysterious data flow, Bai couldn't determine its origin. Fong Tang has been walking on the edge of a knife now, and he has to take risks. Bai, we may really need that director's head for the data department's dual game plan. The crow's head is a key link. In the deep pit, a small head emerged from under the blanket. Sister 20001, who had just taken a bath with fresh water, was eagerly waiting. Fong Tang threw down the package in his hand and said unhappily, Put on some clothes. Her body became smaller. Now she looks like a 4 or 5-year-old human girl at most, putting on the black dress engraved with stars. Sister 20001 walked up barefoot and took Fong Tang's big hand. Her hands have a human warmth. This intimate move made Fong Tang almost slap her away. Keep your distance from me. Fong Tang turned and left. Sister number 20001 frowned and followed behind. Along the way, the men in black from the company's logistics department felt as if they had seen a ghost when they saw her, and were so frightened that they kept running away. Two shadows, one large and one small, slowly overlapped on the green grass. The police station was in front of them. Keep the distance. 3 meters. Fong Tang rubbed his head. Brother! Sister 20001 shouted crisply. 3 meters is too far away. I can't protect you immediately. Fong Tang staggered at his feet. I need your protection? Sister 20001 held her fingers in her mouth, smiled. Brother, I protect you so that I can obtain basic survival. Because only you will spend 10,000 game coins to feed me every month. Change the title. I am not your brother. 20001 sister blinked. Brothers and sisters, husband and wife, father and daughter are all close connections in human society. Based on our relationship, I must have one of these close connections. Otherwise, in a moral sense, your feeding me cannot be guaranteed. So please choose one. Brother and sister, father and daughter, husband and wife. Fong Tang felt his head was getting big. Bye. Master, clone number 20001 has lost all authority and no instructions. So all her actions now are centered on ensuring her own survival. Unless we inject new instructions into her. Not yet. Fong Tang had already figured it out. He turned around and looked at the little girl in the black dress. Call me brother when there is no one around. But you can call me whatever you want when there are people around. The Riddle police station front had turned into a deep pit due to landmine explosions. Fong Qingqing and Kai Linlin showed their heads from behind the wall. The little girl in black skirt blinked and immediately bowed to Fong Tang. Thank you, boss. Fong Tang pointed to the edge of the pit speechlessly. Wait for me here. The little girl in black skirt blinked again. Last request. I need a name. Little idiot. That's too much. Okay. The surname is White, and the given name is too much. The little girl turned around leisurely. Thank you, boss, for giving me a name. Fong Tang jumped over the pit and couldn't help but enter the police station. Asked, Is she serious? Bye. Master, what I am curious about now is that her character seems to have been inherited from you. I am not so naughty and annoying. Based on logic reasoning. As an artificial intelligence, I have no personality. Your genes are the only thing that form the character of this child. Free eater. Fong Tang could not refute. In the house full of bullet holes, everyone was looking at him. That little devil outside. The blonde old Zhao rubbed his hands. Although I don't know what happened. Fong Tang. You can't keep her. Fong Tang smiled bitterly. Just think of her as a restarted robot. If I can keep her. By the way, she is now called Freeloader. Kaylin Lin stood at the back, lowering her head and sighing. Fong Qingqing was also listless beside her. Fong Tang cheered up. Don't be so depressed. Everyone. The matter has been completely resolved. Huawu Island will be completely cleaned up soon. Then he looked at Lin Yanque, who was in a daze. I will find a way to make you the mayor of Huawu Island. Are you willing? Lin Yanque's face was full of surprise. Of course I am. This is my home. And after so much, I still can't do it. There are many stubborn villagers. I have to find a way to save them. Fong Tang nodded and looked at Tong Feifei. Lao Zhao was anxious to say something, but was stopped by Fong Tang's eyes. Feifei now held Lin Yanque's hand. I want to follow Brother Ashui. The blonde old Zhao jumped up. No, I won't agree. A tall figure hugged her from behind. Alice, my son, come with me and get out of this lish place. Old Zhao was about to faint. Douglas, you bitch. Let me go. The scene was extremely chaotic. Fong Tang rubbed his nose. Mr. Douglas, I'm afraid there's a misunderstanding about this matter. Douglas looked at Alice sadly. I have to take this child away. She has been stimulated and gone crazy. She started talking about me. I can't understand the words anymore. No. This child must return to the country for psychological treatment. This failed mission leaves us the only two survivors. The old man's eyes were filled with pleading. What should I do to tell him the truth? Can this old man accept it? Or... A pair of cylindrical electromagnetic jammers appeared in Fong Tang's hands. Use this for Alice. Douglas' breathing became rapid. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. Strictly speaking, your mission has not completely failed. If you go back with this thing, you can explain it to your superiors. Douglas immediately let go of his hand. Deal, Fong Tang said to Kaylin Lin. He and Lao Zhao gently signaled to them to guard the police station, and then took Douglas to the detention room on the east side. Douglas stroked his beard. Dear friend, are you going to take away the information in the jammer? Fong Tang smiled. You are very smart. Of course, I will keep the information in it. Douglas smiled. To be honest, the information inside, we only know that it is the scandal of the World Serpent, but no one can decipher it. Fong Tang looked at the electromagnetic jammer. This thing is not something you can make. Douglas scratched his head. So I don't know, is there any way you can open it? Of course. Just hand this damn thing to me, and you can shut up the mouths of those lords in Congress. I am very satisfied with the result. How? Will you write a report when you go back? You lost a whole team of soldiers and 2 agents in this operation. Dear Mr. Fong Tang, I still have a few old friends in Congress. Fong Tang nodded. Wait a moment. He pinched to a small cylinder, glanced at the Bagua runes as thin as mosquitoes and ants, then rotated the magnetic poles of the cylinder according to a certain pattern, and finally touched it lightly. The energy of the yin and yang magnetic poles collides together, and the cylinder opens simultaneously. 2 thin rolls of paper rolled out. Douglas was shocked again and was speechless for a moment. The best engineers from the CIA, the Department of Homeland Security, and even 12 high-tech companies in the United States were gathered together. It took 10 days to even break the SHL of the electromagnetic jammer. As for Fong Tang, it only took less than 2 seconds. Maybe this is the wisdom of the Chinese people? Fong Tang put away the paper and threw the jammer to Douglas, who was in a daze. One last reminder, my friend. They may erase part of your memory when you go out. You better not resist. Douglas smiled. I thought Fong Tang was joking. After walking out of the police station, the old gentleman waved goodbye gracefully, and then was immediately stunned by 2 men in black. Fong Tang made a gesture in the direction of the helicopter. The instruction from Supervisor Skylark came. Perform B-level treatment on Douglas. B-level treatment is to erase part of the memory and ensure the rules of the game. Once it exceeds level B, it will be completely eliminated from the mind to the body. After watching Douglas being dragged away, Fong Tang sat down and gently opened the information in his hand. President of the World Serpent. That little girl's scandal is already in his hands. Chapter 202, The False Throne. 2 thin rolls of paper, when unfolded, are as big as a palm. This is a complete roll cut into 2 halves. Something that the little girl of the World Serpent is desperate to get back. What kind of scandal made her take it so seriously? Fong Tang carefully put the 2 halves of the paper together. Bai's consciousness has merged with his, and he was analyzing the scroll instantly. Master, it was carved from a sheepskin scroll. It is extremely thin and full of toughness. This is a method of preserving secret volumes passed down from the European Middle Ages. It was soaked in a chemical agent called alchemy at the time, and then extracted. Fiber. Reweave the ink in fiber. Fong Tang looked at it, Latin. Yes. In the Middle Ages, due to the cultural dominance of the Holy Roman Empire, Latin became the most authoritative text. The first thing he saw on the paper scroll is a rough mark. Jerusalem Monastery? Master, this mark is two-layered. In addition to the mark of the monastery, there is also a layer of red cross. Red cross on a white background. What pattern is that? Knights of the Temple of Solomon, wearing white robe, embroidered with a red cross. Fong Tang was stunned. Why does a boss of an arms organization in modern society get involved with these theological things? Then, let me translate this document for the master. Fong Tang's consciousness overlapped with Bai's, and he instantly understood all the words above. The document in my hand from a monastery in Jerusalem turned out to be a birth certificate. Name: Coco Atlantis. This surname and this name are not inherited by blood. Mother: born on the other side of Oceanus and the land of night. Lady Medusa. Seeing this, Tongdu, I couldn't help laughing. This birth certificate about Coco Atlantis must be a spoof. How could her mother be the mythical Medusa? A snake? Father! Atlantis the king, a man named Adam, holds the halberd of the Atlantic and inherits the throne to Queen Coco. Fong Tang rubbed his head. Well, Dad is the king of Atlantis. At this time, by his consciousness a file was passed to him, and Fong Tang's eyes immediately widened. What? Coco Atlantis is the president of the Serpent of the World. Super VIP 89? There is no doubt that this comes from the server of Infinite Company Real Files in. Fong Tang took a breath and looked at the scroll seriously. Under the scroll, more and more shocking information appeared. Real biological father. Bloodline heir. Unknown person. What does this mean? Queen Medusa put on a big hat for the king of Atlantis. On Coco's birth certificate, the biological father's column has no name. Only a red cross mark. Could it be that Coco Atlantis' biological father was a Templar? Master, I understand the importance of this file. It is indeed worthy of Super VIP 89 fighting for it. 3 files in a row appeared in front of Fong Tang. The Atlantis organization is the predecessor of the World Serpent Guild, a group of arms dealers on the ocean. They call themselves the descendants of Atlantis in the legend of the Atlantic. Everyone is born on a ship in the sea, without any nationality. In the early days of the Infinite Challenge game, Atlantis invested heavily, and quickly became one of the largest guilds in the game. Not long after that, because the first president Adam A. After the fall of Atlantis, the successor Coco was just a little girl, and the strength of the world snake dropped rapidly. In the end, the ranking reached 89. Fong Tang sighed, unlike Ji Bingwang who made everything from scratch. The world snake, the snake has had an aura of nobility from the beginning. And the president, Coco, gained the strength of Super VIP number 89 almost through inheritance. Atlantis, the serpent of the world, attaches great importance to the inheritance of blood. The wife of the founder Adam is called the Sea Serpent Queen, a woman with pure blood. Well, that's why Coco, as an only daughter, can get inheritance rights. Yes, Master, there are still 3 heirs with the blood of the king within the world snake. Their inheritance rights are ranked 2, 3, and 4. They are also super players in the game. So this birth certificate is so crucial. Yes, once Coco's bloodline is questioned and proven, then the other 3 successors can overthrow her. According to the intelligence I got from the server, it seems that those 3 you have long been dissatisfied with Coco. Fong Tang put down the scroll. The throne of Coco Atlantis is not secure. This birth certificate is of indescribable value. It is equivalent to a sharp sword that can destroy the false throne of the world serpent. But the sword is also dangerous. If it's not used properly, the queen of the world snake might use all her strength to start a war. Fong Tang blinked, took a photo of the top of the paper roll, then opened the system and sent a private barrage to Super VIP number 89. The photo in the corner of the document was passed around. Almost instantly, Super VIP 89's private chat barrage appeared. Do you want to trade? How much game currency? Fong Tang. I have read all the papers. Coco. Humph. You are hinting what? Fong Tang. Even if you complete the transaction with game currency, you won't let me go. Coco. I don't understand what you are talking about. Fong Tang. Let's talk about the transaction later. Now I hope you will stop sending killers to harass me. Coco. Wait for the throne of the serpent of the world. I can give you half of it. Fong Tang closed the barrage and touched his chin. It seems that this Coco her IQ is not high. Her EQ is even lower. And she is a bit naive. Bye, Master. What she has are the resources and authority that comes with the throne. Don't underestimate the enemy. Fong Tang put away the scroll and walked towards the black skirt standing in front little girl. The little girl who was the clone of sister number 20001 and was now named by Qi Blink. Brother, what are your instructions? The scroll was handed to her. Protect this thing. Bai Qi opened his mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Fong Tang was shocked. Don't worry, brother. The nanostructure in my body can ensure the safety of the paper roll. Xiao Bai licked his finger, and a precise structure appeared in front of Fong Tang's eyes. In the internal structure composed of machinery and nanoparticles, the stomach looks like a bag. At this time, the little girl's stomach had entered a vacuum. The paper roll is kept inside and is extremely safe. Fong Tang was very satisfied. This little guy was finally of some use. He turned around and walked towards the police station. It's time to say goodbye to them. At this time, in the magic city of China, he was on a low-key building on the bank of the Pujiang River. Ji Bingwang was wearing comfortable pajamas and sitting lazily on the sofa. On the World of Infinite Challenge game server, there are now all the same threads. At sunrise, player Fong Tang killed his sister in the East China Sea. He closed the post. Turning around to look, the beautiful Eva was slowly walking in. Ji Bingwang stood up and flicked his fingers. Behind the large bedroom, the wall with the picture of the Icefield Snow Wolf slowly opened. Eva followed Ji Bingwang into the wall. The narrow elevator fell rapidly, falling at an extremely high speed for 15 minutes. When the door opened again, they had already arrived deep underground. This is a top-secret space the size of a football field. The Ice Royal family's largest biological laboratory. Chapter 203 Genetic Factors. Ji Bingwang's handsome face showed no expression at all. After entering the soundproof room of the laboratory, he motioned for Eva to sit down. I have read your report. Although it is very detailed, I still want to hear you say it again. It is very important. It is very, very important to you, me, and the entire guild. Eva nodded lightly. Okay, master. Then I started. After meeting Fong Tang at Chang'an Hotel, I didn't make any plans. He took the initiative to find me. Ji Bingwang hummed. So he is very proactive. Eva describing the encounter in the hotel in detail. He directly said that he could use game currency to trade, but it must be done immediately. It felt like a sudden interest. Continue. Be detailed. Eva baby has put away her shyness and told every detail. Even the private things that took place on the big bed in the hotel room. The details have been exaggerated to the point where even Fong Tang's movements and performance are described as alright, and the duration is accurate to the second. Ji Bingwang listened very carefully. Eva knew that the master was not a pervert. And the reason why he listened so much was to determine Fong Tang's state at that time. After she finished speaking, she had to take a sip of water to moisten her throat. Ji Bingwang thought for a long time, and then asked, Since that time, Fong Tang has never looked for you again. Eva nodded, very uneasy. I don't dare to seduce him. Ji Bingwang waved his hand. Give the sample to the people outside. You can leave, or go back to the hotel and wait. Eva walked out of the room and took out a small, cold metal box. The box opened and inside was a test tube. The test tube read, Photon Genetic Factor Sample. Living State. Collected at Chang'an Hotel. On-site collection. High purity. The test tube was handed over to a researcher in a white coat. Among the hundreds of instruments, a black 3-layer coffin appeared. This Dragon King coffin treatment device is the latest generation. The Fong Tang genetic factors in the test tube were carefully fed into the machine. All the researchers held their breath, waiting for something. In the soundproof room, Ji Bingwang walked towards a piece of glass. Facing the glass, he bowed respectfully. Teacher, did you hear everything? A lazy voice came from behind the glass. Yes, I heard everything. It's very interesting. Teacher, what do you think? Ice Emperor, let's not talk about this for now. I don't think you should waste time on samples. It's impossible to copy Fong Tang's. If you could, the 20,001 sister in the Huawu Island level would have successfully copied it long ago. Ji Bing the Emperor smiled bitterly. Sure enough, a report came from outside. Sample number 001 cannot be copied. Only the melanoidin virus and an unknown blue substance were found in the body. Analysis is ongoing. There is no genetic material of Fong Tang in the sample, except for proteins. They are viruses. Ji Bing Wang is well aware of the wisdom of the teacher, and now he can only humbly ask for advice. Can Fong Tang control his own genetic material? The teacher said. It seems like this. And he is still. Before discovering the company's cloning ability, I started to protect my genetic factors. Well, teacher, you seem to have forgotten a woman. Who? Qin Yashin. The teacher laughed solemnly. Qin Yashin is pregnant with her. There is no absolute evidence as to whether he is Fong Tang's child. Ji Bing Wang was shocked. But according to various intelligence, Fong Tang is the only man who has perfect Qin Yashin. The teacher said. Then let me ask you. What was Qin Yashin's identity before she seduced Fong Tang in the hospital? Ji Bing Wang immediately thought of something and slapped his thigh hard. At that time, Qin's consortium was about to close down, and Qin Yashin became a commodity. The teacher snorted. Desire Mall the women's products, there are nothing more than those types. Some are real people, and some are replicas. Of course Ji Bing Wang knows this. He has personally purchased several high-end products, including a replica of a Hollywood star, and another. A princess from a European royal family was also copied through DNA. As for the real person, the price is higher and more rare, but too dirty. Instead, it is a clone that can be reset infinitely to maintain its purest state. The teacher continued. But no matter what kind of women's products, they all have one thing in common. Do you remember? Ji Bing Wang touched his chin. Before they were put on the shelves, they were all sterilized by the company. Yes, that is the characteristic of the mall service. To ensure that customers have no worries, it is impossible to get pregnant. Ji Bing Wang was a little scared now. So, it is impossible for Qin Yashin to be pregnant with Fong Tang's child. The teacher smiled. Unless there is a possibility. What possibility? That is, Fong Tang can break through the limitations of the system, or he can manipulate his genetic factors at will. This is like an experiment. Very cruel, but very effective. Ji Bing Wang nodded. But what I don't understand is, why did Fong Tang do this? The teacher continued. Let's analyze it from the beginning. Fong Tang has excellent self-control. It can be seen from the novice level that as a normal man, he must have needs for women, but he will never abuse them. Love. Ji Bing Wang couldn't help coughing. The teacher smiled. Don't doubt it. Personality simulation and data can prove this. So after the high pass, it is really strange that Qin Yashin succeeded in seducing Fong Tang so easily in the hospital. Ji Bing Wang continued to listen. The teacher pondered. And since that time, Fong Tang seemed to be unable to control himself. This is really too contradictory. Ji Bing Wang couldn't help but interjected. Actually, Fong Tang only has 2 women so far. It's not a contradiction. The teacher snorted. But the second time he was more casual, almost accepting everyone who came. With his wisdom, he would not fail to see that there is something wrong with Eva. Teacher, when you say this, I am confused again. The teacher was silent for a long time, and then said calmly, my inference is that Fong Tang has a split personality, and has a second personality in his body. Under that personality, he is a playboy. So the child Qin Yashin is pregnant with is not Fong Tang's, but the offspring of his second personality? It seems that there is no difference, but in the eyes of players in the Infinite Company background, this difference is huge. Ji Bing Wang knew deeply that some super players could control second or even more personalities, and then use the super technology of Infinite Company to create real clones for themselves. In addition, some players will create new personalities to pass on the family lineage to create helpers of their own bloodline. He even heard that a great Zen Master level player created an army of his own children, all of whom were genetically split personalities, and had abilities and personalities specifically designed for the game. These stories that sound like fantasy are actually the reality among super players. In order to complete the game and gain higher privileges, things more terrifying than this have happened. Ethics and morals are just common rules that mortals have to make because they are weak. When your strength surpasses that of ordinary people, the only restriction is the authority of the company. Fong Tang now controls his genetic factors and chooses suitable women to spread. So he must have far-reaching plans. Ji Bing Wang sighed, and a communication request suddenly came from his ears. The Snake of the World, Queen of Atlantis. Coco, Atlantis is requesting to speak with you. Chapter 204 Logistics Daily Life. Fragments of landmine explosions in front of the dilapidated police station on Huawu Island, they were all sucked out by a vacuum cleaner-like machine. And bullet casings and other explosion remnants were also erased bit by bit. The damaged walls began to be restored, and even the exterior paint was painted with distressed imitations. Everyone in the police station watched silently. Fong Qingqing watched intently. Why do these men in black splash things on the newly painted walls? Well, it smells so pungent. Fong Tang hugged Bei Xing and smiled slightly. It is a kind of acid material that imitates the corrosiveness of seawater. This police station has been built for several years. Under the erosion of seawater and sea wind, slight walls have long appeared. Corrosion. Now they are going to completely restore it to its original state. The interior materials used to repair the walls and the house are old, including the wires, as if they were actually taken out of the walls. The blue and white paint that had just been painted on the walls was the same brand used when the police station was built. Due to the erosion of the acid, the walls were stained and the paint looked like it had fallen off a long time ago. Kalen Lin was amazed. It's really exaggerated. There is no trace of old age. A staff member of the logistics department was holding a notebook and opened a super high-resolution picture. The picture was of the Huijirai Island police officer a month ago. Signed details. He began to look at the wall bit by bit and pointed. On the left side of the east wall, the horizontal axis coordinate is 7, and the vertical axis coordinate is 9. That point needs to be eroded. Another man in black appeared, holding a material with acid. Wearing white gloves, he carefully and accurately tapped the metal needle on the east wall at coordinates 7 and 9. A pale yellow spot immediately appeared on the originally smooth wall. Several logistics staff went over and looked at the photos on the laptop. This should be the guano left by a seabird, causing traces of erosion. But the color of the traces in the photo is wrong. Someone explained. The laptop, the screen has color accuracy. Although we are using a top-notch computer, it is not the kind of store product used by company bosses. So there will be color distortion. This trace of bird droppings has been around for about half a year. Now it is necessary to determine the original color of this trace. The logistics worker holding the notebook frowned. The guano of seabirds is rich in phosphorus, which is why there is corrosion on the walls. So what is the color of the spots that appear after the superphosphate reacts with the wall paint material? Someone immediately opened the phone and pulled out a complicated chemical reference book. I checked it on the electronic file. It should be dark red. So the spot on the wall was redesigned and turned into dark red. Several logistics personnel surrounded this dark red spot, all full of a sense of accomplishment. When they were about to leave, an old logistician wearing glasses suddenly stopped. No! What's wrong? The old logistician pushed up his glasses. We overlooked a detail. Everyone should know that sea guano contains phosphorus is accumulated after they eat a large number of fish in the sea and digest it. The logistics staff were all nodding. The old logistics man thought nervously. Normally, the superphosphate content in ordinary seabird droppings is the highest. But? His eyes flashed. But the seabirds in the East China Sea are a little different. What they prey on most is a kind of East China Sea amphioxus. That fish contains calcium, magnesium, and phosphorus. All the logistics staff were shocked. Yes, we ignored the detail of fish in the sea. They all began to wipe their sweat. The veteran logistics rechecked the reference book. The corrosion reaction between calcium, magnesium, and phosphorus, and the wall paint should be number 8 brown. The spots on the wall were modified again and turned slightly brown. This is perfect. Fong Tang in the police station was restrained. In the past, he did not have a high opinion of the logistics department of Infinite Company. But now he knows their strength. At this time, the incomparably beautiful Skylark came over and frowned at the gathered logistics staff. You are already behind schedule. The 3 teams responsible for the cliff have already completed the task. The 4 teams in the office building have such heavy tasks. 60% completed. Her tone was very calm. But the logistics staff in charge of the police station all turned pale and began to wipe away sweat. The old logistics manager immediately reported the problem of spots on the wall. Small problems caused by screen color distortion turned out to be an arduous project for the logistics department. After listening to the brief report of the old logistics officer, Skylark snorted. A bunch of trash. Change this spot to purple number 2 immediately. The logistics staff hurriedly changed it. So on the vicissitudes of the yellow wall, a purple light spot was particularly conspicuous. Kalen Lin, who had been looking at the wall, exclaimed, Yes, it's this spot. When I first came to the island, I saw this spot at first sight because it was so conspicuous and it even phosphorescent at night. This is the importance of details. The logistics department of Unlimited Company strives so hard for perfection. Not just because it is idle, but because of a single mistake in detail. All previous efforts may be wasted. Kalen Lin proves the true color of spots. But why is it so? The support staff were all nerds, and they looked eagerly at their supervisor, hoping to learn something. Skylark said coldly, You idiots! Half of your benefits will be deducted this month. Check the ocean log of Walu Island. Show me the pollution records in a year and see where you went wrong. Logistics. We wiped our sweat and began to check the ocean pollution log. They were all stunned. A year ago, there was an accident in this sea area. Chemicals containing a large amount of potassium flowed into the ocean from containers. It took more than half a year to be completely absorbed. The old logistics officer looked at the beautiful supervisor with admiration. Potassium polluted the microorganisms on the seabed. After the amphioxus ate the microorganisms, it was eaten by seabirds. A large amount of indigestible potassium appeared in the guano. The purple spots on this wall are indeed the reaction between potassium and phosphorus and the wall paint. Caused by this, Qingqing and the others looked at Yunk differently. Fong Tang came up with Bei Xing in his arms and was greatly surprised. Sister Yunk, you are so awesome. Yunk sighed. Why are you awesome? This is the daily life of our logistics department. It is cumbersome, boring, low pay, and you have to work the hardest. The most tiring job. She pointed at the old logistician. Let's just talk about this old comrade. If his name is revealed, the big guys at the International Chemical Association will respectfully call him teacher. The old logistician said cautiously. Bend down. Supervisor, you are so complimentary. Fong Tang frowned. Why did such a powerful chemical giant work as the company's logistics? It looks very aggrieved. Skylark smiled charmingly. For revenge. In the 1970s, the Nobel Prize in Chemistry of a certain year should have been his. But it was snatched away by one of his shameless students. The villain not only took away his achievements, but also killed his only daughter. The old logistics man bowed his head. I can't take revenge because that student is the president of the largest chemical group in Europe. But Unlimited Company can help me. He took off his glasses and showed a creepy smile. I signed a lifetime contract with the company in exchange for that the family group was destroyed, and the enemy was thrown directly into the sulfuric acid pool. Ha ha. But I didn't let him die. The old logistics man gently raised his cell phone. On the screen of the mobile phone, a well-equipped sterile room appeared. On a white bed above, there lay a monster covered in yellow pus. The old logistician watched obsessively. Every day, I will take a closer look at this guy, watching him lying there, suffering the pain he deserves. Before I die, he will not be able to get relief. Fong Tang was speechless, feeling chills in back. Hibari waved them off. Looking at the back of the old logistician, Fong Tang asked, What's going on with his lifetime contract? Yunk leaned into his ear and whispered, Actually, it's not a lifetime contract, but an unlimited contract. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. His memory has been extracted? Not only the memory, but also his experience and personality are all saved in the database. When the old comrade dies, a new copy can be put into use immediately. Hit. Skylark gently kissed the man's earlobe. My memory and personality have also been copied. There was a swish sound, and Skylark's whole body was suddenly dragged by a strong force and was thrown aside. Almost staggering fall. She was shocked. Who was it? Chapter 205. Remember You. A little girl wearing a star-patterned black dress appeared out of nowhere and warned coldly. Stay away from my boss. Skylark backed away slightly and stared at the little girl for a long time. But she didn't dare to make any rash move. Fong Tang shouted softly. Eat for free. Go aside. The little girl left with a smile. But secretly, she made a gesture of wiping the neck of Yunk. Hibari smiled bitterly. Fong Tang stretched out. Sister Yunk, when are we leaving? Yunk came back to his senses. Wait a minute. I have to do B-level treatment for Fong Qingqing, Lin Yanxue, and Tong Feifei. She was a little bit worried about Fong Tang's objection. He hurriedly explained. This is actually for their own good, and it only erases part of the memory about the game. It will not affect their continued life. Fong Tang was silent for a moment, but nodded. I will go and say goodbye to them. Give me a few minutes. In the repaired police station, Fong Tang said something softly, and then Qingqing kept crying. Lin Yanxue and Tong Feifei held hands, both looking confused. Fong Tang had made up his mind, took one last look at Qingqing, and turned around to face the wall cruelly. He said softly, So what if you can't remember me? At least, I will remember you. Fong Qingqing knew she couldn't resist. Even the grumpy blonde old Zhao watched obediently as the men in black took Feifei away. She looked at Fong Tang's back and gradually stopped crying. Fong Tang still didn't turn around. Qingqing had become calm, took out her mobile phone, connected the charger, leaned over and placed it at Fong Tang's feet. She said viciously, A man's promises are bullshit. But you must keep my phone? She pushed the man in black behind her away. And Fong Qingqing waited stubbornly. Fong Tang smiled bitterly, turned around, picked up the phone, and said solemnly, I promise. I will only use the phone you gave me from now on. Fong Qingqing rubbed her eyes, and finally bit her lip and left. Yunk walked in from the door and stretched out his hand. Let me deal with the phone. Fong Tang looked through it. Even if she deliberately left a chip or something in the phone, she wouldn't remember it. If we meet again in the future, she might even think of me as someone who stole the phone. Yunk sighed. It's better to clean it up. I promise. It will only reset the system and not change any appearance details. There was Qingqing's mugshot on the back of the phone. This is the last Apple phone without a notch screen. It bears the classic imprint of the Steve Jobs era and is the only item left by Qingqing. Fong Tang shook his head. No. Yunk was silent for a while, then suddenly smiled. Forget it. I promise you. Hey, even if I am blamed by the superiors, even if the logistics department is collectively punished, at most, a few old guys will die. She turned around and leave. Fong Tang grabbed her angrily. Here you go. The phone system was instantly reset, and all the data inside was cleaned. Fong Tang touched the charger in his pocket, felt the small chip hidden in the charger, and secretly smiled at Qingqing, a kid who had worked so hard. He turned on his phone again. Qingqing has developed an app for travel guides. I want to invest in this app. Yunk smiled outside and said, This is up to you, but it's best not to have anything to do with the company. I'm waiting for you on the helicopter. We have to leave here quickly. Fong Tang opened the game mall and directly exchanged 500 game coins. According to the current exchange rate, 1 game coin can be exchanged for 1 million Huaxia coins. Now he has it in his hand 500 million more funds. Closing his eyes, he connected to Bai's consciousness, opened a secret account, transferred all the funds, and then sent an email. Mouse, with the new capital injection, you should spend 300 million for angel investment and invest in an app called Pandora Roaming. You need to be clean and professional. Kailanlin still needs to stay on the island to handle police station affairs. And the blonde old Zhao also wanted to stay temporarily. He was worried about Feifei and Ling Yinshui. Fong Tang looked at his game currency balance, and there was still a pitiful 450. The extra 50 of them are the rewards I just received. Although now he only needs to say that he is short of money. Whether it is the Ice Royal Family or the World Snake, they will satisfy him without limit. But Fong Tang and Bai both believe that the result of this kind of loan would definitely bring a lot of trouble. After all, he wanted to establish his own guild. Fong Tang directly sent 200 game coins to his 2 subordinates in the form of rewards. Shaolin is past the novice level this time. You must be extra careful in future games. I will always pay attention. Fong Tang said and looked at Lao Zhao again. As for your novice level, maybe it will start soon. I told Sister Yunk that she will be your instructor in the future. You should listen to Yunk's opinion more about these game coins and make game survival the first goal. After thinking about it, I still have 20 random lottery tickets. I don't know how to get them. Cannot be given away. The player's subordinates can give away mall prizes. Bai's consciousness replied. But the 2 of them are too low level and can only receive 2 lottery tickets at most. Fong Tang immediately sent 2 lottery tickets to Kailanlin and Lao Zhao vouchers. The 3 of them said goodbye in tears. When Fong Tang took Bei Xing onto the helicopter, he suddenly discovered that the little girl Bai Ji was already sitting in the back. She was wearing large soundproof headphones and was shouting crisply. The weather is good. I have helped you navigate the flight route to prevent seabird collisions. I will monitor the entire channel. So after saying so much, I am not allowed to fly a helicopter. Huh? Yunk rubbed his head. Fong Tang, you little bodyguard is a bit too much. That's right. My surname is Bai, and my given name is too much. You can call me Bai Guogueo. Yunk frowned. I can't possibly let you. You're just kidding about flying a helicopter. Your hands are so small. Can you control the flight stick? 30 seconds later, the pilot stood on the island blankly, watching the helicopter fly away. What happened? He covered his head, and there was a big bulge behind him, which hurt like HL. The helicopter is flying smoothly. Bai Chi controlled it easily, and her huge flying sunglasses took up almost half of her face. Fong Tang hugged Bei Xing and closed his eyes to rest, while Yunk was dealing with the harassment in the address book. This damn crow still won't give up. Fong Tang grunted, and a stream of data suddenly began to flash in his eyes. He was talking to Ji Bingwang. In front of me is a virtual conference room. The conference room is spacious and clean, truly simulating the bright sunshine and refreshing sea breeze. Ji Bingwang was wearing comfortable pajamas and sat across from the conference table. Fong Tang nodded and smiled. I just received a private call request from the little girl of the World Snake. Fong Tang was stunned. Since it is a private call, brother, please call me. Why did I come in? Ji Bingwang was very serious. I hid your channel. You can watch the call between me and that little girl. Don't get me wrong. This is not to show my innocence, but to invite you, brother, to work together. Look what conspiracy this little girl is playing. On the left side of the conference table, there was a slight flash of light, and the virtual character projection was about to appear. Fong Tang frowned. I have no experience at all in this kind of guild-level battle. Ji Bingwang smiled. You can learn. You will soon establish your own guild. You can follow me to familiarize yourself with the process of becoming a guild leader. He said it naturally and generously, as if he didn't mind it at all. Fong Tang could only smile in return. The flash on the left brightened, and a beautiful figure appeared. In the virtual projection, you can vaguely see the blue sky, white clouds, and a beautiful white sailboat. Chapter 206 Queen of Innocence. The virtual meeting projection was finally fixed on the deck of the sailboat. The beautiful girl standing on the deck immediately shouted, Ji Bingwang, why did it take so long to answer my communication? The president of the World Snake, Coco. Atlanta sounded like a little girl who hadn't grown up yet. No wonder Ji Bingwang always calls her little girl. Fong Tang knew the Super VIP ranked 89th better than anyone else. Coco's birth certificate, the biggest secret, is now in Xiao Bai's belly. Fong Tang can now watch the call in secret. Coco. Atlantis looked to be only 15 or 16 years old, and his delicate little face showed no flaws even in the sea breeze and sunshine. She has a pair of blue eyes, but her long red hair defies the laws of physics and actually floats, as if floating in the sea. It's stunning, not to mention her sexy body that transcends her years, and her icy skin that's rare in the Mediterranean. Ji Bingwang also noticed her hair at the first time. Little girl, have you purchased the latest beauty service in the mall? Coco became proud. Yes, I just bought this. It has special effects of floating long hair in the water, worth 1,200 game coins. Ji Bingwang was speechless. 1,200 game coins is enough to promote a junior player in the guild. She is indeed a prodigal daughter. Ha. It's not like your Ice Royal family, who are so poor that they can't even buy clothes. Come on. I have a lot of game coins. Fong Tang couldn't help but shake his head. Why is this president of the World Snake so naive? Ji Bingwang, however, has long been used to it. What do you want from me? Are our two guilds going to start a war? Coco's virtual light and shadow began to flicker, and then recovered after a few seconds. She looked at Ji Bingwang. What did you say? Say it again? Let's start a war. Ji Bingwang's virtual figure picked up the wine glass and shook the ice cubes. Other than this, I can't think of a reason for you to contact me. Why start a war? Your family can beat us, huh? Coco dismissed it and said, I have more important things to do with you. Ji Bingwang was a little impatient. Then tell me quickly. He took a sip of wine, and Fong Tang secretly shook his head. Very unhappy. He shook his head, full of contempt for Coco. Fong Tang finally understood. Anyone would be dissatisfied with such a big-breasted, naive little girl being ranked at the top. Over there. Coco shouted loudly. Be serious. I want to cooperate with you. Cooperation for what? Ji Bingwang asked vaguely, biting an ice cube. I want to conquer Fong Tang. Coco stamped her feet angrily. Can you be more serious about such an important matter? Ji Bingwang sprayed out all the ice cubes. Ahem. Cough. You want to conquer Fong Tang? He coughed, smiled, and then waved his hand. Wait, is this what I understand? You can't be don't you understand Chinese? But you seem to have bought the Sinology package in the mall. And you should be familiar with my Chinese characters. The word strategy is used here. And it means... Ji Bingwang smiled strangely. It means... in love. The process of reaching the ending of perfect love with your target is called strategy. The little girl from World Snake Lungran said. Of course I know. I have played many love games. But you don't understand. I just want to strategy Fong Tang. What's wrong? Are you cooperating or not? Ji Bingwang was very doubtful. Even if you, a little girl, have always been rude and naive, it is shameful to say such things. You are the president of the World Snake. Can you show some dignity? Fong Tang is just a small player. But the beautiful girl opposite had a serious look on her face. Ji Bingwang was really shocked. Are you serious? Why do you do this? Atlantis said mechanically. Love. Because I've fallen in love with Fong Tang. Ji Bingwang put down his wine glass. Can you please be professional and show some expression when you lie? He frowned in thought. And suddenly clapped his hands. I know. According to my rough reasoning. There is only one possibility. You are not the real Atlantis at all. Coco snorted. Don't make such boring reasoning. How is it possible? When all other possibilities are eliminated, and there is only one left. No matter how impossible it is the truth. This is Conan's famous saying. Ji Bingwang laughed. Coco laughed. Idiot. This famous quote that is often plagiarized in mystery novels came from Sherlock Holmes. Not from the Japanese kid in the cartoon. Ji Bingwang sneered. Who wrote Sherlock Holmes? Huh? It was written by Arthur Conan Doyle. Who wrote this sentence? The little girl was speechless and closed the instant messaging angrily. In the virtual conference room, Ji Bingwang's smile gradually disappeared. He looked at Fong Tang, who was hiding. What do you think? Fong Tang didn't even think about it. That's nonsense. Ji Bingwang muttered. It's for the scandal. You've seen that little girl's scandal. And she also knows it. She must have proposed a deal with you. But you refused. So that's why you made such a bad move. Fong Tang admired him in his heart. But said with a smile, it has nothing to do with that. Ji Bingwang was silent for a moment. Then smiled faintly. Brother, you don't want to tell me. And the eldest brother also understands. But this girl is no joke. I know her very well. And she is going to be serious this time. So you must seize the opportunity to capture her. What? Fong Tang screamed. I don't want to fall in love with this naive little girl. Ji Bingwang said seriously. You have me as a big brother. And if you add a little lover of the world snake, you will have the absolute strength to form your own the guild. This is for long-term benefits. Not temporary nonsense. Fong Tang was dumbfounded. Today, he is no longer the ignorant boy he used to be. And he will no longer be excited by a little girl's confession. The world serpent claims to be a descendant of Atlantis. And purity of blood is the first priority. Coco Atlantis would never dare to dedicate her flawless body to a Chinese boy at this time. She was just trying to use an old-fashioned honey trap. The innocent queen is so childish and terrifying. Crossing the Strait of Gibraltar to the north lies the beautiful Mediterranean Sea. The sea is as pure as a perfect sapphire. The sailing ship, Plato, is as pure white as a swan's feathers. On the sailboat, the red-haired girl walked quickly across the deck. Ahead, with the warm sea breeze blowing, a silver-haired woman stood leisurely on the bow of the boat. The woman with flying silver hair is at least 1.9 meters tall. However, despite her height, she has an almost perfect body proportion. In front of her was a simple pear wood table unique to Eastern culture, with a rolled-up rice paper placed on the table. The red-haired girl stopped softly. The call just now was done exactly as you asked. I'm sorry. She bowed in shame. The last time I poisoned Fong Tang in Chang'an Hotel. It was my mistake. There is nothing I'm sorry for. Dot. The silver-haired woman smiled. Since I have given you this power, whatever you do can be regarded as the decision of the world snake. She turned around. But in the future, I will handle matters regarding Fong Tang personally. The red-haired girl became more and more uneasy. Your Highness, I am just your slave. Why do I have to do this? Mara, my little fool, there are many benefits to this. For example, my true strength should be ranked among the top 50. It is now ranked 89th. This is very rare. Many players try to hide their strength, but they are not very good at it and are easily discovered. The silver-haired woman said and stretched out her hand gently. I know you are working hard, but please keep working hard. The red-haired slave knelt down and kissed her fingertips. Since the day you left Jerusalem, you have been playing my identity. Except for my dead father. No one knows this secret, including my 3 stupid brothers. When the silver-haired woman said this, her eyebrows wrinkled inadvertently. Now there is one more person. He may discover this secret and threaten my throne. The red-haired Mara raised her face and smiled stupidly. Then let's go to China immediately. I have already booked a room at the Chang'an Hotel in the magical city. Her smile is still so innocent. And her big flawless eyes and amazingly plump chest prove how childish and beautiful she is. The silver-haired woman smiled. Very good. Keep it like this. Innocent and childish. Powerless but possessing the power of the serpent of the world. The more beautiful you are, the safer I will be as your bodyguard. She turned around and picked up the bag. The rice paper scroll on the chopping board is gently unfolded. On the scroll, Fong Tang's figure suddenly appeared. It is not a lifelike Gongbi painting, but a real ink painting full of imagery. In the painting, there is a bright moon, pear blossoms, and mist. But Fong Tang stands in the rain, and only one side can be seen. All artistic conceptions are condensed in this side portrait. For a foreigner, this technique is absolutely breathtaking. Even in China today, there are few painters who can reach such a level. And under the painting, there is an elegant poem. The rain hits the pear blossoms behind closed doors. Who cares about pleasure and pleasure? I am in ecstasy under the flowers, and in ecstasy under the moon. Sorrow gathers on the brows and makes the sun frown. I look at the sky at dawn and the clouds at dusk. I miss you when I walk, and I miss you when I sit. The silver-haired woman handed over the scroll. Send this love letter to Fong Tang first. Mara, there is only one thing you have to do, and that is to dedicate yourself to that man with the patience to serve me. Mara put away the painting. Couldn't help but look at the wooden chopping board. A weird pen with a certain pattern, the top of which looks like a mouse's beard, is a calligraphy and painting tool called a brush in eastern China. A square black stone looks like some sort of Duan ink stone. As for the ink with the set of pine wood, the data implanted in the brain showed that it was the most famous Hui ink in China. Even in a painting, His Highness did it so well. The silver-haired woman smiled. I drew it myself. This paper was cut from a scroll of the Ming Dynasty in China. The technique I used was originally created by a painter named Tang Yin. If Mr. Fong Tang can understand this painting, you will definitely feel true love from it. Mara sighed. Why do you do this? The silver-haired woman smiled. On the one hand, it expresses sincerity, and on the other hand, it is to create a contrast. He treats you as a vase, but I took out this painting, and you will definitely be impressed and deeply impressed. This is just a small trick to defeat the opponent. He patted Mara's head gently and said, Don't worry. I will always be there. I gave you some guidance secretly. Mara stood up relaxedly and immediately began to prepare the things needed for this trip. The silver-haired woman faced the sea breeze and the sun again. I, Coco Atlantis, the successor of the will of the King of Atlantis, will be fearless and omnipotent. Chapter 207 Chapter World Forum. Fearless. Omnipotent. The oath of joining the World Serpent is engraved in the hearts of every guild member. In the guild section of the Infinite Challenge World Players Forum, this sentence also appeared at the top of World Snake's exclusive section. Fong Tang just entered the forum as a senior player and completed the novice registration. I didn't expect the company's largest player forum to be so primitive. Fong Tang couldn't help but shake his head. It is indeed a very original BBS forum. It's simple and rough with white text on a black background. But it's quite comprehensive. And all functions such as image attachment links can be used. What you see at the top is the double helix logo that is too simple to look at directly. The content is quite rich, with countless sections. This is a web forum that was eliminated 10 years ago. Yunk had just completed the verification of the invitation code for him and pursed his lips. Although it is simple, all the players from around the world are gathered here. As long as they are advanced or above, they can register here. Of course, you have to get the invitation code first. Fong Tang frowning. The company can build a virtual game discussion conference hall, and all players can communicate through virtual projection. That is the real black technology. Skylark chuckled. First of all, the builders of this forum are players. The maintainers are also players. The company does not intervene in the management of the forum and only provides a super server. Secondly, the administrators of the World Game Forum have demonstrated many times and finally feel that this primitive electronic bulletin board is the most efficient way of communication. Not only is it highly efficient, but the forum can be directly translated into the local language based on the region where the ID is located. Is it simple? Fong Tang asked hesitantly. Who is the builder? I don't have enough authority and can't see anything. Yunk didn't know much either. The builder of the forum is a mystery. Not the maintenance and management personnel. All from the two major hacker organizations of Shadow Island and Zon. Huh? Fong Tang's heart moved. So, maybe that guy Mouse is also the forum manager? Can we get more news about Shauna here? He was immediately interested in the forum. The rough and primitive page in front of me began to enlarge. This forum is also called the Infinite Challenge World Game Server because a massive amount of data in the entire forum is concentrated on one server. Fong Tang finished browsing the main page in an instant. The most popular topic today turned out to be the discussion of the Huawu Island level. At sunrise, Player Fong Tang killed his sister in the East China Sea. Seeing this highlighted topic post, Fong Tang was a little speechless. What a clickbait. He didn't like being discussed like this. Don't worry. This topic will sink in by night. There are too many things happening in the game every day, and the hot spots are always changing. Skylark smiled. Currently, your permission is only to browse the novice lobby section. You can read more in post. A lot of game information is on it. In the novice level section, the most posts are about the upcoming expert trial. One post that was marked as the best received the highest reward, which was as much as 1,200 game coins. Fong Tang clicked in and saw a long title about the increase in difficulty of expert trials caused by the improvement of novice players' strength. A very awkward title. The content is very detailed, and the core idea is that as the strength of this new group of players increases, the company also increases the difficulty when designing new challenges. The level of Wajirai Island is designed for an intermediate player, and it actually reaches as plus difficulty. Do you still remember what difficulty it was when you participated in the intermediate game? Intermediate players of the Millennium are all challenged with a difficulty. What reward did the Fong Tang player get in the Huawu Island level? It is conservatively estimated to be at least 50,000 game coins. Everyone, how much could we get in an intermediate player level back then? 5,000? 2,000? I remember the famous game Heroes. The Golden Boy took part in the intermediate player trial 10 years ago, but she became a sensation on the forum just because she got 10,000 game coins. Fong Tang couldn't help but sneer when he saw this. This time at the Huawu Island level, I received a direct reward of 110,000 game coins, not counting the 20 random lottery tickets from the mall. Are these old players jealous? The end of the post was full of indignation. The strength of players represented by Fong Tang is too abnormal, so the difficulty of this expert trial is very likely to be increased by a full 2 levels to the difficulty of SS+. Everyone, please wish yourselves good luck. Shaking his head, Fong Tang continued reading. The following replies are full of scolding. The players made no secret of their hatred for each other. The few replies that spoke for Fong Tang were all suppressed. The player whose ID was Crazy Blade Entertainment was the one who was stepped down the most. Kwangdo replied angrily. Fong Tang was rewarded for his own ability. You old players don't want to make progress. You haven't been able to advance for many years. If you don't think about your own problems first, you blame others for being too strong. It's really funny. Under Kwang Dao's reply, there was also an anonymous ID marked as a super VIP who liked it. All the levels of Fong Tang Brothers are specially set by the company. Players who really understand will naturally understand. Look at Fong Tang, which level is not intentionally made more difficult. The secret underwater level, the Silent Town level that many advanced players may not be able to complete, let alone the S+ difficulty feat of completing Wajirai Island in 3 days. So geniuses will always be jealous. Fong Tang looked at it and sighed. Crazy Blade had been favored by him, so he helped to speak. This super VIP guest was Ji Bing Wang at first glance, and he could be regarded as a benefit sharer. And almost 99% of players now hate themselves to the core. This is not a good sign. He opened the reply under this post. The certified ID, Fong Tang, can directly show his identity, and the VIP 100 logo is even more dazzling. Fong Tang replied, I know that next time you meet me in the game, you will definitely unite as one and form a team to target me. So I declare in advance that if this happens, I will kill you first and then alone. Complete the game. Skylark closed his eyes, saw his reply, and couldn't help frowning. This will make them even more unhappy. I'm just trying to intimidate them to prevent them from directly joining forces to attack when they meet in the game. Although this kind of intimidation, the effect is average, but some players may be wary of it. Taking precautions will be good for my future games. Yunk was stunned, but she didn't expect Fong Tang to think so far. At this time, the World Game Forum was shaken instantly. Under Fong Tang's reply, crazy numbers danced. 2,800 dislikes. 3 likes. Haha, Fong Tang was speechless again. But soon, reminders for rewards kept ringing. The Ice Royal Family Forum collectively rewards 2,000 game coins. The reward from the World Snake Guild will restore 8,000 game coins. Sorry, the forum reward limit has been reached, and Fong Tang players can no longer get any game coins from the forum. Fong Tang whistled. It looks like I can make a lot of money just by posting. Xiao Bai, who was driving a helicopter, turned around and said, Boss, how many game coins are there? Is it enough to feed me milk powder? Fong Tang, who was still proud, immediately fell into the abyss. 10,000 game coins are only enough for this dragster to eat for a month. He continued browsing the posts. An acquisition post appeared below. 3,000 game coins. Please give me a random lottery ticket from the mall. Please. Poster ID. 3rd Section Chief of the Sales Department of the Country of Thousand Cranes. There were specially marked Japanese symbols in the post. Fong Tang opened it and took a look. All the replies inside were ridiculing. The 90th ranked guild of the Land of Thousand Cranes is so stingy. He wants to buy a random lottery ticket for 3,000. Go to H.L. The current random lottery ticket. The lowest market price is 10,000. And some guilds are offering 20,000. 3,000? Ha. It's really funny. Unexpectedly, a player with the authentication ID, Hibari Ryoko, appeared in the reply. And I'm giving likes to the post. Fong Tang put away the forum and looked at Yunk. Yunk Liangzi? Yunk turned his head. Don't ask. I won't tell. Fong Tang smiled lightly. Master, there is a 1,000 handling fee for sending lottery tickets to non-subordinate players. You are very short of game currency right now. Are you sure you want to give it to Skylark? Fong Tang did not hesitate and directly transferred a random lottery ticket to Skylark. The Skylark beside him was shocked, and his beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. Tang! This is too expensive. You don't know. It can't be measured by how many game coins. No matter how many game coins, almost no one is willing to sell lottery tickets. Her emotions were a little out of control. It's too expensive. I don't know how to thank you. It's a random lottery ticket. It's possible to get a super product like Amnesty. The helicopter has slowly landed at Chang'an Hotel. On the top apron, Fong Tang opened the door and turned around with a smile. If you want to thank me, treat me to a nice meal tonight. He got off the helicopter and said, By the way, I want to eat food stalls. Not food from the mall or service from the hotel. Xiao Bai jumped down and said, Boss, I want to eat too. Eat your sister. Fong Tang hit her little head hard. Opposite, the manager of Chang'an Hotel and his waiter were walking quickly, greeting Fong Tang, who had returned victoriously with a smile on his face. Behind the manager, the security guard Qin Long in Mao suit was holding an exquisite long gift box in his hand. Chapter 208, A Love Letter Worth 1 billion. The manager of Chang'an Hotel concealed his ecstasy, but the waiters beside him were all smiling from ear to ear. The gift box in Qin Long's hand was also held high, but the security guard's eyes were full of fear, because he saw the little girl following player Fong Tang. The star-patterned black skirt was swirling around her small body, and Xiao Bai glanced at Qin Long intentionally or unintentionally. Qin Long trembled and almost fell to his knees. The manager frowned. Damn it! Qin Long! What's wrong with you? It's my sister! Qin Long's throat was dry, and his voice was trembling uncontrollably. You have forgotten how I survived back then. The manager suddenly thought of the past, and also his body froze, and he could only comfort him. It seems that this little girl is a copy of the Huawo Island level. Just a toy. Qin Long swallowed, barely stood up, and respectfully delivered the gift box to Fong Tang. Forward. Fong Tang frowned. Is this for me? Is it interesting for you to do this? The manager hurriedly explained. This is a gift I just received. An exclusive gift for you. From the World Snake Guild. Expedited express delivery. Delivered immediately from the Mediterranean. Mediterranean? Fong Tang was stunned. World Snake. Mediterranean Sea? Less than an hour ago, the little girl from World Snake had just spoken to Ji Bing Wang. When was this gift given? If it was sent out not long ago, why did it arrive in the Magic City so quickly? The straight line distance from any country in the Mediterranean to the Magic City is more than 10,000 kilometers. And the fastest plane takes 13 hours to arrive. He held the gift box, followed by Skylark, Beixing, and the bouncing Xiaobai, and returned together. Sweet. As soon as he sat down, Skylark let out an exclamation. Fong Tang frowned. What's wrong with you? Yunk's eyes widened and pointed to a sticker on the gift box. Look above. Fong Tang also saw it. The delivery time was clearly written on the outer sticker of the gift box. It was mailed 41 minutes ago. He couldn't help but laugh. This little girl, Snake of the World, is really good at joking. It was mailed from the Mediterranean 41 minutes ago. Only a ghost can believe it. Skylark swallowed. There are indeed super in the mall. Express service? But I have only heard of it. Never seen it. Fong Tang shook his head. This is impossible. Bai's consciousness instantly conveyed a message. Master, Heat-resistant composite materials such as ceramic resin base were detected in the outer packaging of the gift. Material residues. The residual components of the ceramic resin matrix composite material appeared evenly on the outside of the long gift box. This can only mean one thing. The container that transports the gift box is made of composite materials and moves smoothly and at high speed, so the material residue will be evenly scattered. Master. This heat-resistant composite material is the most advanced and is often used. Fong Tang's consciousness flashed. It is often used in the manufacture of intercontinental missiles. He reached out and flicked the long gift box. In other words, this thing is made of intercontinental missiles were brought here. Master. We also found a self-melting catalyst in the composite material, and a coating material used in stealth fighters. A horrifying scene appeared in front of Fong Tang. A missile covered with stealth coating, a layer of intercontinental missiles carrying a gift box, arrived at the East China Sea from 10,000 kilometers away at a speed of 7 kilometers per second in only 24 minutes. Then, they immediately started a self-melting operation. The gift box fell and was already prepared. The good unmanned courier machine started the relay, and it took another 17 minutes to arrive at the Chang'an Hotel in the magical city for delivery. Master. The current speed parameter of mainstream intercontinental missiles is around Mach 22, which is approximately equivalent to 7 kilometers per second, which is in line with our guess data. But no matter what, using intercontinental missiles to transport a courier is incredible. Master. This is not a fantasy. The use of missiles to transport mail has been tested a long time ago. In 1959, U.S. Postal Director Arthur received the support of the Navy and conducted an experiment using the Tianshi Star I to cruise. Missiles launched 3,000 pieces of mail from the sea to the mainland. Holy crap. What was the result? It took 22 minutes to reach the destination, and the delivery cost $3 million US. Please note that those were US dollars in the 1960s. Accounting for inflation, the rate is equivalent to $60 million US today. Fong Tang exhaled. Then how much will my package cost? Preliminary estimate, $160 million US, equivalent to 1 billion Chinese yuan. Worth 1 billion gift. The little girl from World Snake is so generous. Skylark looked nervous now. The World Serpent poisoned us. I think we should ask the hotel security guards to check. Be careful of bombs. Skylark suffered deeply from it and almost died of the plague virus. So he was full of confidence in the World Serpent. Be wary. Fong Tang directly opened the outer packaging. That little girl doesn't dare to do anything to me. I'm absolutely sure. Besides, they put so much effort into giving gifts. But if I don't dare to open them, what kind of man are they? Yump pressed. She held his hand and shook her head again. Xiao Baichi came over curiously. Boss, let me do it. Anyway, if I die, you can save some money on milk powder. Adults speak. Children, go away. Fong Tang frowned and waved. Xiao Bai pouted and walked aside, where Fong Tang had already removed the outer packaging, revealing a bamboo tube-shaped packaging box. Xiangfei bamboo, also known as acacia bamboo? Yunk wondered. So sentimental? A woman's sixth sense made her feel that this gift was a bit extraordinary. It is redesigned pure Xiangfei bamboo with a light and elegant fragrance, and is decorated with pale pink hyacinths unique to the Mediterranean. Pink flowers bloom on the bamboo with acacia tear spots, and there are still a few dewdrops in the flower buds that have not dissipated. A line of small regular calligraphy was written just above the flowers and bamboos. But it said, "You are as elegant as the bamboos. I have admired you for a long time. I take this flower. Letter to send you my love." Bad Fong Tang had goosebumps all over his body. Yunk had been stunned for a long time. He looked at Fong Tang with his big eyes and turned to the pink gift. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Xiangfei bamboo can be easily opened from the petal embellishment. There is a scroll inside. Yeah. Fong Tang couldn't help but said, "It's hard for that little foreign girl. It's a gift from Xia Guofeng." He hesitated for a moment and then slowly unfolded the scroll. With a puff, Skylark couldn't help but laugh. Why does it feel like a love letter written by a monkey in the zoo to humans? It's really a trick and humiliation. She also uses our Chinese landscape paintings to convey her love? But then she couldn't laugh anymore. In the painting, the bright moon shines, the pear blossoms bloom, and the mist adds a very emotional touch. It makes the silhouette of the man in the painting look like a jade tree facing the wind, full of mystery. Yump felt sour. She still had some taste in ancient Chinese paintings. No matter how you quibble, the technique and artistic conception of this painting are perfect. But in the end, I couldn't help but criticize. There is a bright moon above. And it is raining. It is completely wrong. How can there be a moon when it rains? You are stupid. This is the beauty of this painting. Xiao Baiqi suddenly spoke. Skylark frowned. It's just an ordinary painting. What's so wonderful about it? Xiaobei tilted his head. I've been listening to you guys for a long time. This painting seems to be from the hand of an enemy? Fong Tang pondered. Be considered the enemy. Coco Atlantis of the world snake. I may be her biggest threat now. Xiao Bai nodded. So this painting is actually a letter challenge. Chapter 209 The Square. The pigeons and the sound of gunshots. A letter of challenge. Skylark covered his mouth and giggled. Return to the challenge? Hey, we are not in a challenge game now. Not everything has clues and hints. Xiaobei looked at her indifferently. It's just a challenge. Even if it's a challenge, a love letter is also an invitation to a duel with the love scene as the battlefield. If the boss can't see the deeper meaning in the painting, then he will lose and be looked down upon. Fong Tang looked at the little girl in surprise. Continue talking. Human love duels are so interesting. Xiaobei's eyes lit up. In order to be fed, she needs to demonstrate her abilities. The little girl said crisply. Look at the scenery in this painting first. If there is rain, there must be clouds. This is the hint of clouds and rain. Hey, woman over there. Do you know what clouds and rain mean? Right. Skylark's face turned red, stomping his feet. Of course I know. Xiaobei had already walked quickly and looked at the painting carefully. There are several willow trees hidden among the pear blossoms. And the moon is painted on it, which means the top of the willow tree on the moon. People meet after dusk, it means. Skylark was stunned. Okay, little love saint. Let me ask you again. What does this pear blossom represent? Xiao Baiqi picked up the painting directly, and the whole painting was almost as tall as her, as if standing there holding up a towel. It looked funny. But what the little girl said is not funny. Pear blossoms represented innocence and purity in ancient times. This is a comparison of pear blossoms to myself. Look at the following poem. Well, I am in ecstasy under the flowers, in ecstasy under the moon, and I miss you when I walk sitting there. I miss you. A typical boudoir. Fong Tang rubbed his head and said, Continue. Xiaobei put down the scroll and put his little hands on his back. The meaning expressed in the whole painting is very direct, very euphemistic, and very innocent. It's also very tempting. Seeing her pretentious look, Skylark couldn't help it. Let's get to the point. Ha ha. The president of the snake of the world compares himself to a pear blossom, which means that I am innocent and pure. I am a virgin, but I love you very much. I love you so much that I can't sit still and miss you all the time. So I hinted that you and the willow moon will meet each other, just to spend time together and be ecstasy under the moon. Fong Tang touched his face seriously. Cough on chin. However, Yunk was extremely disappointed. Damn! The hookup was so elegant. It was so boring. Xiaobai ignored her and only looked at his boss. She raised one little hand and stuck out her little tongue, like a puppy waiting for a reward from its owner. The purpose of deliberately posing like a pet was to make Fong Tang feel his cute side to the greatest extent, so as to change the bad impression left by Huijirai Island. This is the instinct that sister number 20001 has in order to survive. Fong Tang glanced at her and sneered. No matter how much you imitate Bei Xing, it won't make me like you much. The little girl pouted. A boss who is too smart is too difficult to serve. Fong Tang slowly put away the painting. But Xiaobei, you are right about one thing. This is a love letter with a challenging meaning. If I can't see the meaning of the painting, I will really lose this game. He snorted. Sister Yunk, book a table for me. Ah? Yunk was surprised. Where can I book a table? The best restaurant near the international cruise port in our magical city. You can find it by searching. It's called Chang'an Inca Building. Help me book the best couples table. The time is 8 p.m. on the 17th. You have to be on time and prepare a gift. After saying this, he smiled coldly. The so-called willow and pear blossoms welcome room. I still dream of the south of the city. Coco Atlantis. You want to show off with poems and paintings? You are really doing your best. At this point, he began to ponder again. But the gift from that little girl is so valuable. And we are guests from afar, so we can't be left behind. He closed his eyes, took out the 5 random lottery tickets awarded by the game, packed them in the Desire Mall, and made them into an openable directly collect the barrage attachments, and then generate links to the mall attachments. He found a piece of paper, wrote down the link to the mall, folded it casually, and handed it to the stunned Skylark. Put this in a small box and put it on the table in the guest building. Skylark was at a loss, and his head shook like a rattle. Wait, I don't understand. Sister Yunk, you are my assistant now. These are what you are supposed to do. Of course I know this. But why do you want to book a table? The location and time are so precise. How could the snake of the world know this? Is Chong 17 coming to Shanghai? Fong Tang smiled. Yes. The real meaning of this painting is to tell me which restaurant she likes and when she will get here. Of course. Xiaobizi also means the same thing. A few points. Yunk rubbed his forehead. Explain it. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. Fong Tang flicked her head. There is a true meaning in it. But it can only be understood, not expressed in words. He whistled and left quickly with Bei Xing. You? Yunk stamped his feet again. Where are you going again? Are you not going to eat tonight? I'm going to the square to feed the pigeons. And we'll talk about it in the evening. Fong Tang's voice came leisurely. The central square of the Magic City Garden is not a good place to feed pigeons. First of all, this square is very small and is surrounded by commercial buildings. Secondly, there are not many pigeons here, and they are all free-range and like to compete for food. Really good places to feed pigeons are places like Jinhui Park and People's Square. Fong Tang walked leisurely into the garden square with Bei Xing and looked at the time. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The agreement with the cell tissue is here and now. It's just that the contact person is a woman who feeds pigeons in the square, which makes it a bit difficult. If the square is full of women feeding pigeons, how do you determine the target? Fong Tang thought strangely. But then he laughed. No need to be sure. No need to wait. Beside the fountain in the garden square, surrounded by a group of gray and white pigeons, the beautiful woman spreading pigeon food was really surprising. Qin Yashin wore a white embroidered silk dress that is popular in autumn. Her long hair was tied up, and her unparalleled face could not be concealed. Even though she was an expectant mother, she still had a noble temperament. The pigeons gathered at her feet, and she giggled, as if she felt Fong Tang's gentle gaze. She raised her head, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared in her eyes. Fong Tang waved his hand gently. Qin Yashin smiled brightly, then waved her hand, but signaled to wait. Fong Tang stood still, feeling happy and peaceful in his heart. But he saw Yashin walking towards the fountain, leading a pair of middle-aged men to stand up, and then turned to Fong Tang together. The moment he saw the middle-aged pair, Fong Tang was shocked, as if his head had been hit hard. There was a buzzing sound, and the world was spinning. Those are my parents. Mom and Dad. He rubbed his eyes desperately, and made sure again. The elegant middle-aged man and the beautiful middle-aged woman were all smiling, right next to Qin Yashin. This is really a reunion that can only be found in a dream. The deceased parents came back to life, and their pregnant wife held their hands. The complete family is slowly approaching. Fong Tang stepped forward tremblingly. A bright light suddenly flashed out of the corner of his eye. A black gun barrel stuck out from the balcony on the 10th floor of the Central Garden building. The sniper rifle had a cold reflection. Fong Tang stood still, breathing rapidly, and his mouth was dry. At this moment, he suddenly felt strangely stiff all over. He raised his head and turned his eyes. His pupils dilated, and he finally saw the sniper clearly. Under the long hair, there is also a familiar face. Shauna lay there. Her black eyes could be seen through the sniper's scope. Cold and ruthless. Etc. No! Shauna. Boom! Gunfire rang out. The pigeons fluttered and flew up. After falling feathers all over the sky, the elegant man and the beautiful woman fell into a pool of blood. Qin Yashin, whose long skirt was splattered with blood, held her stomach in pain. And all around were people running and screaming. Chapter 210, Memory of Crystal Pass. After the gunfire sounded, Fong Tang finally regained control of himself. Bye. Am I hallucinating? Master, this is not a hallucination. Are there any virtual projections around? The results of the environment detection and light analysis here are that there is no possibility of any virtual projection. So what happened in front of us, everything is really happening. Once again, he witnessed the tragic death of his parents at Shauna's hands. Wait, why again? Fong Tang's head buzzed again, and his eyes suddenly turned blood red. A certain memory that had been erased suddenly reappeared clearly. Now, he was surrounded by the icy wind, and there was blood under his feet. An elegant man and a beautiful woman were lying next to a cold stone pillar, and a little boy was crying loudly. Opposite, the little girl in white, holding a slender whaling knife, was Shauna when she was a child. Shauna was smiling at him, expressionless. Soon, you will be with your parents, and I will make you die happily. Humph! Who told you not to play with me? Knife. Bracelet. Crystal level under the sea. Fong Tang finally recovered the key forgotten memory in High Eye Pass. He seemed to be back at that time, in front of the last crystal door on the bottom of the sea. Everything seems to be reenacting the scene, and it's like traveling back to that time. Now he's back inside the crystal gate. Shauna was entering the password quickly. Yes, this is the password. Mom will read these codes every night before I go to bed. The crystal door made a creaking sound. Shauna turned around. You? What's wrong with you? At this moment, the past memories and the current reality seemed to merge into one, and Fong Tang shouted with difficulty. You killed my parents in Greenland. Why did you kill them again today? Xia Na stood there with a pale face. With a bang, the thick crystal door broke open, and the waves poured in. Fong Tang hugged Xia Na, then strangled her neck fiercely, and the two of them rolled in the seawater. With a bang, they hit a piece of crystal. Shauna already opened her mouth in the seawater. After a few strings of bubbles appeared, she became motionless. Fong Tang woke up, and after letting go of his hand, he could no longer breathe, and the seawater was still rushing into his nose. He will soon choke to death from the seawater. At this time, a powerful force came from below. The little girl in the floral skirt was dragging them upward. Quickly, the sister in the resurrection pass is holding Bei Xing with one hand and supporting the two of them with the other. The fresh air blows in my face. Beneath him is a plastic board washed up from the level, floating on the sea. Fong Tang lay on the plastic board. After gasping for air, he turned his head and saw Shauna beside him. He trembled, got up, opened Shauna's mouth, and started artificial respiration. You can't die. I won't allow you to die. Tell me clearly. Tell me clearly. Why did you kill my parents? Just because I didn't play with you? You devil. The plastic board undulated in the sea water, and the ponytail the braided little girl stuck out her head and threw Bei Xing up. Congratulations. You have completed this mission. The reward is the right of amnesty. But only one of you can get the reward. Get out! Fong Tang said fiercely. He took a sip and continued to perform first aid. With a sound of wow, Shauna finally spat out a mouthful of seawater. She panted, and after a long time, she looked at the dazed Fong Tang, with sadness in her eyes. You are right. I am the devil. I have killed many people. She sat up slowly, her body rising and falling with the waves. But I can't remember. I only know that many people died because of me. The girl trembled slightly in the sunset. I only remember the bloody Arctic route. And it was a war in Greenland. A terrible war. It lasted for many years. And it was like a cat and mouse game, full of hunting and massacre. She hugged her knees and buried her head in them. We saw what happened to your parents when we were young. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The little girl with a ponytail appeared on the plastic board. You too. According to the game process, only one of you can get the reward. Fong Tang sat down feebly. He suddenly felt that everything was boring, disgusting, and disgusting. Not interesting. Give her a reward. Give it to her. Fong Tang slowly lay down and murmured, give it all to her. Shauna stood at the edge of the plastic board and smiled sadly. Tang, it turns out that when I was very young, I fell in love with you. We met in the new level. It was deliberately arranged by the game. Also, my memory must have been cleaned repeatedly, and it may be the same for you. She spread her arms. But the result is so cruel. So crazy. Fong Tang lay there without saying a word. Shauna's eyes showed a sparkle. I can see countless auroras. They are so beautiful. You are running in the ice and snow, and I am chasing after you. I can't catch up. She turned backwards and fell directly towards the sea. The huge waves rolled up, carrying her figure up and down, and then disappeared. Is it so easy to choose to escape? Fong Tang gritted his teeth and stood up, wanting to jump down together, but was held back by the ponytailed sister. Congratulations to player Fong Tang. Player Shauna has given you the right to amnesty. Fong Tang struggled while Bei Xing barked, but the little girl's fingers reached towards his neck. The memory clearing instructions have begun. Shh. Don't be nervous or worry. You will forget these pains and continue to participate in the game happily. Buzz! The memory began to recede like a tide. Fong Tang gasped for air, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked up. This is the Magic City Garden Square, and now opposite him are fountains and flying pigeons. The dead parents on the ground were covered with plastic sheets at some point. while Qin Yashin was squatting there in panic, holding her stomach. People were screaming and running around like headless flies. At this point, people in black uniforms began to appear, as well as firefighters, security guards, and an armed vehicle. A loudspeaker was set up on the armed vehicle. A loudspeaker sounded immediately in the square. Dear Garden Center owners, this anti-terrorism drill is in progress. Please follow the on-site instructions, and do not wander around. The drill will end in half an hour. Fong Tang, wiping the sweat dripping from his forehead again, he realized that the people who were fleeing in panic were smiling and laughing, as if they were playing a game. The square surrounded by 4 tall buildings is actually very orderly now. On the high-rise building, people kept coming out. People in black uniforms held flags and blew brass whistles. The whistle sounded sharply. People divided into 4 teams and skillfully left through the safe passage of the underground parking lot. Fong Tang gritted his teeth and rushed to the fountain. The plastic sheet on the body was peeled off with a loud bang. He was shocked to see that under the plastic sheet were 2 plastic mannequins, wearing clothes and covered with red ketchup. Ya Xian? What on earth is going on? Fong Tang stared at the panicked woman. Qin Yashin raised her head tremblingly. They are about to clear the place. This is originally a gift for you. It was given to you by the organization. I don't know why the killer appeared. Tang. She stretched out her hand. Quickly. We have to leave here. Your parents' bodies have been taken away by the organization. You seem to have fainted just now. Didn't you see that the organization has blocked the elevator and corridor? The killer can't escape. Don't worry. The organization has taken it away. Corpse had arranged this exercise? Yes. The anti-terrorism drill was just to cover up the assassination in the square. Cellular, like infinity, does not want to be exposed to the public eye. Fong Tang stretched out his hand. But before he could grab Yashin, a bullet bounced between the two of them, on the balcony on the 10th floor of the garden building. The muzzle of the gun was extended again. Chapter 211 falling. Bang. Another warhead flew up. The specially made warhead is actually pure black. Looking carefully, it turns out that there is a thin layer of black liquid attached to the surface of the metal slug. There seem to be countless metal bugs squirming in the flowing liquid. What kind of bullet is this? Fong Tang did not dare to act rashly. On the balcony of the 10th floor, the muzzle of the gun was motionless. Shauna, what on earth are you doing? Bye. After the instant exchange of thoughts, Bai's consciousness immediately took control of his body, while Fong Tang's self-awareness floated up. Like a bystander, able to observe the entire situation clearly and calmly, Beijing sensed the command sent by his master and rushed over like lightning to protect Qin Yashin. The body of the pet dog completely blocked the squatting Yashin. At this time, in the Chang'an Hotel 6 kilometers away, Xia Baizi suddenly stood up straight. His big eyes flashed, and with an afterimage, he forced himself through the wall of the suite. A small human-shaped wall hole appeared behind her, but she crossed the 3-meter distance and jumped straight out of the corridor window. The black star skirt on the little girl's body bulged in the air, wrapping around her like a round balloon. The fine material molecules began to change, and the star-patterned skirt turned into an elastic rubber body. Under the buffering of the internal gas, the little boy was wrapped in the ball of the black skirt and landed with a bang, bouncing continuously and flying towards the street behind. Brother! Boss! We are heading east from Chang'an Avenue to Huayuan Community, a distance of 6 kilometers. We are expected to arrive at the scene in 15 minutes. You have to hold on. In the Garden Center community, Fong Tang, controlled by Bai's consciousness, had already moved along the route, climbing a drainage pipe to the 9th floor of the garden building. His hands and feet alternated quickly and rhythmically, and his sweat flowed down the smooth drain pipe. Shauna's sniper position was on the balcony above her head. Master, the elevator in the building has been closed. The cell organization seems to be preparing to intercept Xia Na in the corridor, but it seems that Xia Na is still 90% sure to leave. Fong Tang's consciousness was in a state similar to meditation at this time, and seemed to have separated from the body, shackles, and command from a higher perspective. This is another powerful ability that Bai gained after upgrading. 2 consciousnesses can work simultaneously. One is responsible for directing, and the other is responsible for controlling body movements. Bai! She won't escape from the stairs. She also wants to kill Qin Yashin. If I hadn't blocked her trajectory just now, she would have shot without hesitation. At this point in the conscious communication, Fong Tang changed his strategy. Bai! You take command. His body consciousness began to control his body. Fong Tang took a deep breath. hooked his feet on the drainage pipe, grabbed the edge of the balcony on the 10th floor with one hand, and leaned back. Xia na! Damn it! Give it to me! Come out! On the balcony of the 10th floor, pieces of black debris began to fall. The special sniper rifle in Shauna's hand was decomposing itself. After the nanoparticle insects devoured the gun, it formed black bullets again. Shauna put away her bullets, climbed over the balcony railing, and leaned against the edge of the railing, leaning down to look at Fong Tang below. She looked radiant now in a black trench coat. She was more beautiful and more mature than when they were separated last time. Have you had a beauty treatment? There were thousands of things he wanted to say, and many questions he wanted to ask. But at this moment, Fong Tang could only hold back this sentence after holding it in for a long time. His body maintained balance, but he did not dare to make any other movements. Not only has her appearance become more beautiful, but Shauna's temperament has also changed. Now she looks like a condescending cheetah. She reached out and touched her face with a bright smile. Did you notice? You have been thinking about me. The acne on my face is gone. And my skin has improved. By the way, I have also been upgraded to an advanced player. Fong Tang slowly moved upward. With only the support of his feet, he could still hold on for a while with his current endurance. I have already remembered the crystal door at the bottom of the sea. After silence, Fong Tang said bitterly, We didn't explain this clearly last time. Shauna frowned, wearing a black windbreaker like a skirt, high in the sky dancing in the wind. What are you talking about? After the crystal gate opened, you won the right to amnesty. If I fall into the sea, you heartless guy, you don't care about my life or death. Fong Tang's eyes were filled with sadness and anger. Don't pretend that you can't remember anything. It was you who killed my parents. Shauna snorted and looked down. Having passed the Wajirai Island checkpoint, you don't know the problem here. Right. Those two guy. It's a copy made by the cell tissue using your parents' DNA. And it also imported the memory set by the Resistance Organization. I'm helping you now. You idiot! Fong Tang gasped. I'm not talking about the following. The clone. But Greenland. A long time ago. What happened when we were children? He suddenly felt that he was stupid and stupid. Why did he waste his time explaining it to this female devil? Find a way to kill her. Fong Tang's feet were in the middle of the balcony on the 10th floor. If he could find a way to destroy this balcony, Shauna would fall with him. If you fall from a height of more than 30 meters, you will definitely die. Shauna's eyes on the balcony shrank, showing a confused and sad look. You actually want to kill me? She actually keenly captured Fong Tang's murderous intention. Just for the 2 copies? Shauna gritted her teeth and shouted. Or, is it for your little lover? Qin Yashin has been brainwashed by the cell tissue. Do you understand? Shauna almost screamed. What are we? Love. Life and death have come together. And you actually want to kill me? Fong Tang was silent. Shauna's little face instantly turned pale. Before the tears fell from the corners of her eyes, there was already a black bullet in her little hand. The warhead rotated, and the nanoparticle bug fell on the balcony like a puddle of black water. Weird noises were coming from the balcony, and nanites were devouring cement and tiles. If you want to die with me so much, then do it. Shauna stood upright in the wind and sighed softly. With a bang, the balcony tilted. The black water had turned into a terrifying straight line. The straight line is right behind the balcony, like a sharp wire, cutting through 1/3 of the balcony. The nanoparticle bugs continued to devour. There was another bang, and the balcony on the 10th floor was only connected to the last trace of steel bars. Cement fragments and ceramic tiles rolled downwards, falling from high altitudes. Fong Tang grabbed the edge of the railing and looked at the motionless Shauna. Is this your choice? Why don't you just kill me? Shauna held his hand, squatted down, and the two looked at each other. If I can do it, why do I have to do these boring things? Shauna said softly. Boom. Snap. The entire balcony fell. The sunlight reflected from the glass of the garden building shone on the fallen 2 people. It was as if everything had stopped. The moment of falling, an upward force was generated, but the weak buoyancy of the air quickly disappeared, followed by a weightless dizziness. The amazing thing is that as a person falling from a high altitude, it actually feels like flying. Shauna had closed her eyes, but her eyelashes were clearly trembling. Master, her memory may have been erased. Bye. What's the point of talking about this? Master, what is the possibility that the death of your parents is also a modified memory? Fong Tang suddenly opened his eyes. Below, the hard ground was close at hand. and the impact of the fall had reached its limit. When the thinking in the brain seemed to be unable to keep up with the speed of falling, a figure appeared. Petite figure. Ponytail. Floral skirt. The younger sister appeared out of nowhere and hugged the two of them. With her thin body, she was able to hug the two of them accurately and under extreme circumstances. Click. The ponytailed sister's silver dancing shoes sunk deep into the ground. A cloud of dust rose up under her feet, and with her feet as the center, the hard marble floor was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. The impact of Fong Tang and Shauna's fall was completely absorbed by the ponytailed sister. The next moment, she threw Fong Tang down, dragged Xian Na, and rushed out of the square and towards the street. The ponytail sister's speed was really too fast. But when she was about to rush into the street, she suddenly stopped again. Shauna was dragged behind her. And in front of her, at the intersection of the square and the street, another little girl appeared. The black star skirt hung down, and Xiao Baiqi came barefoot. Chapter 212 Missed. Two little girls, who looked exactly the same, looked at each other across the railings of the square. The white floral skirt and the black star-cut skirt form a sharp contrast. The little girl in the white dress shook her ponytail. Humph! A knockoff! Xiao Bai tilted her head. Hey! It's an antique model 109! With such a simple conversation, flowing data appeared in the eyes of the two girls at the same time. However, Xiao Bai's data was scattered. But in Ponytail's eyes, he saw a much larger data flow. They no longer need to talk. The data flows between the two, and they collide countless times in an instant. The corner of the Ponytail's mouth curled up. If you lose all permissions and cannot share the database, you are just a walking zombie. Xiao Bai smiled. The old antique number 109. Even the body structure still retains junk metal parts. Even if he has permissions and databases are just a machine. Then he added provocatively. A machine that will be scrapped soon. Bang. Between the two little girls, the compressed gas began to collide, as if there was a thunder on the ground. There was a faint electromagnetic flash in the air. Ponytail raised his arms and pointed his little finger towards the sky. There were only a few white clouds in the bright sun. But above the clouds, an eye high in the sky was slowly opening. The Sky Expedition 1 satellite is in orbit and can release lethal energy at any time. The data in Xiao Baiqi's eyes disappeared, and she blinked her big eyes. Hey! Number 109. This is in the downtown area, not in the game. At this location, the energy released by the Sky Exorcist satellite will destroy the entire square, she said, taking a step forward. Even if all the logistics personnel of the whole company come here, they will not be able to handle an incident of this level. There will be more than 1 million witnesses. Taking a step forward, Xiao Bai shook his little black skirt unscrupulously. The first rule of the game also applies to company employees. You won't forget it. Right. The satellite eye in the sky disappeared. Ponytail closed her eyes and opened them again. I can kill you, a copycat, without using my authority, she said, turning her head to look at Fong Tang intentionally or unintentionally, with a swish sound. Just as the Ponytail turned around, a thin thread in Xiao Baiqi's hand wrapped around Shauna in the middle, and threw her backwards, landing on the road. Now, there is a pair of little girls between Fong Tang and Xian Na, as if they are separated by the ends of the earth. But the most subtle thing is that Xian Na is behind Xiao Baiqi, while Fong Tang is behind the Ponytail. Xiao Bai tilted his head. You want to use Fong Tang to threaten me, but I also have a hostage in my hands now. The data stream in the Ponytail's eyes flashed again. Xiao Bai also closed his eyes again. Then, the two girls suddenly opened their eyes at the same time and shouted together. Don't move! Fong Tang, who had just raised his feet, and Xian Na, who was trying to escape across the way, froze in embarrassment. Obviously, the protagonists in the scene are no longer the two of them. Now they are just hostages in the hands of two sisters. A delicate balance is created in the field. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. I request a hostage exchange. Ponytail and Xiao Bai immediately took a step forward at the same time, taking such a staggered step, but leaving enough space behind each other. They both acquiesced. Fong Tang winked at Shauna desperately. Shauna didn't even look at him, and suddenly turned around and left desperately. She was extremely fast and disappeared at the corner of the street in an instant. Don't hurt her! Fong Tang shouted and rushed past Ponytail, running after Shauna. Ponytail and Xiao Bai remained motionless. And then, the two little girls collided with each other with an afterimage. After the instant collision, the two people staggered. The ponytailed left arm hung down, and a horrific wound appeared on the upper right side of his forehead. Blue blood coagulated at the wound, and the nanoparticle bugs were desperately trying to repair it. Xiao Baiqi's right arm was bent, and there was a tearing wound on the upper left side of his forehead. The wounds were like mirror images, if they were completely overlapped. You could see that even the tear marks on the wounds were exactly the same. At this time, the two little girls simultaneously raised their other intact hands and waved them contemptuously, which was extremely weird. The ponytail showed a rare expression of anger and clenched his fists. Don't imitate me! The Xiao Baizi on the opposite side also clenched his fists and said the same thing. Don't imitate me! Based on the same combat procedures, without the authority to bless next. The two sisters couldn't tell the winner. They knew the result without calculation. Suddenly, Ponytail's eyes turned, and she quickly reattached the broken arm. Next time if we meet in a game, you're dead. Xiao Bai's injured arm couldn't recover immediately, so she stuck out her tongue. Remember? It's not just me who will fight you then. Ponytail turned and left. Xiao Baizi smiled again behind her. Also, I have real human DNA in my body now. Ponytail paused for a moment, then maintained an even speed and disappeared. In the secret room in the far north, the long-haired man poured a glass of wine again unhappily. Interesting. According to the original plot setting, Shauna should be chasing Fong Tang, and Fong Tang chooses to let go. Black Queen. Yes, the plot is completely opposite now. Shauna is heartbroken, but Fong Tang is chasing, he won't let her go. The opposite plot seemed to have the same result, but the mysterious man was shaking his head. This completely deviates from my script. It's too abominable. Black Queen. Master, do we want to continue to intervene? Reset the emotional script? No. Set it again, and there will be more flaws. And with the wisdom of the two of them, especially Fong Tang, they will definitely discover it. We will develop according to the existing plot, but put more obstacles on the two of them. At this point, the mysterious man blinked. In front of the secret room, a group of light and shadow appeared. In the light and shadow, there was the white sailing ship Plato. Super VIP number 88. Where are you now? Master, Coco Atlantis will arrive in Shanghai on the evening of the 17th, Asia time, and her ship will dock at the international cruise port. Haha. Just from let's start with this smart girl. There was a lot of traffic on the bustling street. The girl in the black trench coat in front walked faster and faster. Fong Tang caught up with her and held her hand. Xiana! The girl struggled and screamed, turned her head, and stared wide-eyed. You're crazy! She had a flawless internet celebrity face, and the makeup on her face was about to fly. Not Shauna at all. Fong Tang let go and looked at the windbreaker on her body. The girl subconsciously stepped back and took out her cell phone from her small bag. What are you going to do in broad daylight? I'm calling the police. With a swish, Fong Tang pulled off her windbreaker. The internet celebrity screamed and crossed her arms. You call the police? Fong Tang said coldly. The girl suddenly felt embarrassed and nervous. Where did you steal the trench coat? No, it wasn't stolen. I picked it up on the railing over there. Burberry's new autumn trench coat. Authentic products shown at Victoria Fashion Week. As a fashion anchor, this girl really can't resist this temptation. She couldn't afford it but wanted it. Fong Tang had already turned around and rushed towards the railing of the street walkway. There are more people here. The food street in a square is filled with fireworks and crowds. Fong Tang sighed. The black windbreaker seemed to still have Shauna's aura on it, but it is also a polluted atmosphere. He shook his windbreaker violently, but a piece of paper fell down. Fong Tang leaned over and picked it up. There was a sentence written in lipstick on the piece of paper. I never want to see you again. Seeing this sentence, Fong Tang breathed a sigh of relief. Master, what is conveyed from this sentence is a contradictory tone. On the surface, it is saying that we will never see each other again. But in the tone, it seems that we still want to see you again. I couldn't understand the subtlety of this feeling. Understood. Fong Tang was silent for a long time, and said in his mind, although I missed it this time, it also made me understand one thing. What happened? Huh? Someone is secretly controlling Xian Na and me. Every time we meet and separate. They are all deliberately created. What you just said is right. Regarding my parents, are they real memories or have they been tampered with? Fong Tang walked towards the square with his windbreaker in his arms. As long as you enter the Asian database, you will know everything. The truth is out. Chapter 213 Hometown. Fong Tang put on a black windbreaker. The unisex windbreaker looked much smaller on him. Like a short coat. The 5 elements pin is still attached to his arm, and the pin is covered with his sweat. Just now on the building. He almost used his Earth attribute power to shatter the balcony and die together with Shauna. But until the end, he still did not use his strongest weapon. This seems to be a choice made internally. Idiot! I can't do anything to you. In infinite melancholy, the phone in his pocket vibrated. He took out his cell phone and saw a call from Yunk. Fong Tang suddenly felt very funny. He was wearing Shauna's clothes and holding Ching Ching's mobile phone. Connected. Why don't you contact me through the system? Brother, private chatting in the game system costs game currency. I have already bound your original address book to your new phone. Let's chat like normal people. What? You have to learn to get out of the game. Yunk said seriously. Fong Tang sighed. What's the matter? I've booked a couple's table in the guest building for you. By the window. In a private room. At 8 p.m. on the 17th. Also, you adopted her on Huawu Island. That little girl is missing. I know. Fong Tang hung up the phone. The anti-terrorism drill in the garden center building has ended. People are coming back in 2s and 3s. And the shops in the square have also reopened. Even the pigeons are back, looking for food scattered around the fountain. Qin Yashin sat by the fountain, holding her stomach and looking around, with Beixing's loyal guard beside her. Fong Tang quickened his pace and walked towards the little girl beside the building. Xiao Baiqi's right arm was bent strangely, and the wound on his forehead had barely healed. But there was still a deep blue scar. Fong Tang gently patted her little head. How much nanoparticle glue is needed to recover? At least 0.7 units. I know, brother. You don't have many game coins. Xia Baizi is now a bit pathetically well-behaved. Fong Tang immediately exchanged the nanoparticle glue inside as he looked at the remaining 2050 game coins. Xiaobai recovered quickly. His scars disappeared and his face was as smooth as jade. She moved her arms and suddenly took the man's big hand, looking at the small shop not far away with salivation. Brother, I want to eat that. It was a dessert shop called Candy, specializing in autumn refreshments. Mango milk ice cream. Fong Tang shook his head and smiled, then took Xiaobai into the store. While he was connected to Beixing's perception system and observing the environment around Qin Yashin, he helped Xiaobai buy a tub of ice cream. No abnormality was found around Qin Yashin. The people from the cell organization seemed to have evacuated and left her there. Or the cell tissue is already fully capable of controlling Yashin. Xia Na also said just now that Yashin has been completely brainwashed by cell tissue. Fong Tang snorted in his heart, and the novices beside him cheered, and started eating the ice cream. The ice cream was served in a retro old enamel jar. The ice cream ball was open to reveal fresh mango pulp. The corners of the little girl's mouth were covered with juice. The clerk looked at her with a smile. Sir, your daughter is so cute. But the weather is cold. She will catch a cold if she doesn't wear shoes. Fong Tang, the daughter, froze, led Xiaobai to eat, and looked at the children's clothes next to her. The store helped her choose a pair of white sneakers. He leaned over and helped the little girl put on her shoes. Can you really taste the ice cream? Xiaobai licked his lips. I couldn't taste it before. I had the impression that I lived on a nutrient solution mixed with nanoparticle glue every day. But it's different now. I already have your DNA in my body, so I can completely enjoy it. To experience the true sense of taste and smell of human beings. Looking at her greedy appearance, Fong Tang shook his head and bought her another ice cream. There was a strange look in Xiao Baiqi's eyes. A momentary stream of data flashed by, and her brain had already recorded Fong Tang's reaction, without complicated scheming or deliberate design. Can you just imitate the normal appearance of a human little girl and be treated gently by him? So that's how it is. Fong Tang's attention was still on the fountain. Master, something has arisen. During the instant communication of consciousness, a man appeared in Beixing's perception system. A man in his 40s was holding a folder and wearing old-fashioned black-rimmed glasses. His hair was as messy as weeds, covered in white powder, and there were patches of ink on his fingers. The man walked to Qin Yashin and coughed. Yashin stood up slowly. Her eyes widened. Teacher? The man turned around and slowly walked out of the square. Qin Yashin followed obediently. Beixing swung his tail and followed closely. Fong Tang grabbed Xiaobai and said, Let's go! The mysterious man took Qin Yashin onto a bus. Fong Tang stopped, and the route of the 313 bus immediately appeared in front of him. His eyes flashed. This bus? Bus line 313 can be said to be the bus he is most familiar with. I know where they are going. Fong Tang gritted his teeth and waved to call a taxi. Master, go to the old alley. The old alleys of the Magic City are the place where the market is. There are cheap rental houses here, all of which are specially designed for working people. Designed by tenants who went to school. The small houses on one floor are separated by simple cement boards. And most of them are two-story buildings. Fong Tang reached out and touched the mottled but familiar door of the old alley number 2 to 6. Xiaobizi. Wait outside. The little girl's figure immediately hid in the crack of the second floor of the old alley and winked at Fong Tang. When you open the door and walk in, everything is still so friendly. On the yellowed walls, the game posters are still the same as when they left. Even the scratches on them are there. A bed, a table, a large maroon cabinet with a copper lock. The dilapidated computer was turned on, and the wallpaper was still the monotonous Win 7 Classic. With a bang, the door closed. Fong Tang looked at the neat rental house and reached out to touch the keyboard. Something has been changed. The keyboard, which was originally covered in dust, has been carefully cleaned. On the small bed, the sheets and bedding were also washed, smelling of soap and sunshine. Fong Tang sat down, opened the computer's browser, found the history column, and immediately jumped out to a dozen web pages. All the news is about the Qin Consortium incident. Lowering his head, there were clear tear marks on the large mouse pad covering the table. Fong Tang's heart was filled with strange emotions. Warmth? Disturbed? Still shocked? There was a squeaking sound from the closed door. The copper lock turned. Qin Yashin walked in with the key, and suddenly exclaimed. Beixing shouted happily. But the man with glasses who appeared next smiled slightly. I told you! Fong Tang must have arrived earlier than us. Outside the door, another young man walked in. It was Hay Cell number 13. He was holding a bag of fresh ingredients in his hand. Fong Tang only looked at Yashin. How long have you lived in my rental house? Qin Yashin lowered her head. I have lived here since I left Silent Town. Don't you like it? Fong Tang smiled. Why don't you like it? You are my wife, and it is natural for you to live in your husband's house. The man with the documents under his arm interrupted. Strictly speaking, this is no longer your rental house. Your girlfriend, Skylark from Unlimited Company, helped you a long time ago. After she quit the rent, she packed up all the things in the house and took them away. Fong Tang frowned and looked around. What about these in the house? We copied them all, exactly according to the condition of the house at that time. A perfect copy, even including the scratches on these posters. The man took off his glasses and wiped them with his yellowed shirt. After Yashin moved in, this place became the safe house of our organization. Put on the glasses. Again, the mysterious man glanced at Black Cell number 13 again. Agent number 13 walked over quickly, his sleeves flicking, pulverizing. A small gray pigeon suddenly appeared in his palm. Chapter 214 Teacher. The little gray pigeon took off, flew steadily in the rental house, then landed on the table in front of Fong Tang, and flew up again. Agent number 13 turned his sleeves and put away the pigeon. Mr. Fong Tang, let me explain. This pigeon is used to use it to detect whether there is magnetic field monitoring in the house. Fong Tang interrupted him. Because pigeons are positioned through the Earth's magnetic field. If the magnetic field is disrupted, the pigeons will lose their positioning ability and fly around. This is a very low-cost and extremely effective detection method. It is very smart. 13 Black Cell's eyes widened, and he was speechless for a moment. The mysterious man with glasses clapped and praised. Awesome. Mr. Fong Tang, you always bring us surprises. Looking around the room, the man with glasses added, this place has been transformed by the organization. It is absolutely safe and will not be monitored by any Unlimited Company. But I don't know how long this kind of security can last. Fong Tang sat beside the bed. Even though it was a copy, it still felt exactly the same. Friendly and comfortable. The Garden Center building is also your safe house? He asked calmly. The mysterious man sighed. No. That is our largest base in the Magic City. We have been operating it for many years and have perfectly avoided the surveillance of Infinite Company. Now that everything has been exposed, we can only abandon that base. Black Cell number 13 here sure showed a sad look. Not only that, in order to arrange this meeting, our organization lost 3 more members. Now the teacher and I are the only ones left in the entire Magic City. The teacher. Fong Tang looked at the mysterious man. Which school does this teacher teach at? The man with glasses scratched his messy hair. Motomato Middle School. I teach Chinese to the 2nd graders. Fong Tang was stunned. Could he really be a teacher? The teacher was sitting at the computer desk at this time. The folder was opened, and it was full of test papers. He shook the chalk foam from his hair and took out an ink pen. Today's high school education has begun to implement electronics. But for Chinese courses, traditional teaching methods are better. I have always insisted on using chalk on the blackboard and correcting homework manually. Fong Tang frowned. The teacher looked up at him and said seriously, "It's already time to eat. I have to finish these assignments while cooking on the 13th. I have another class this afternoon. Can we talk later?" There was already a sizzling sound in the small room. The small iron pan on the induction cooker was filled with the aroma of peanut oil. Agent number 13, who had put on an apron at some point, was busy. Qin Yashin was pushing in a large maroon cabinet and covering it with a tablecloth. It feels like a warm home, but also extremely weird. When the dish was served, the rice made by the rice cooker was evenly distributed. White, plump and sweet. Fong Tang took a bite and curled up the corner of his mouth. "My cooking skills are good." Agent number 13 smiled. "I'm not bragging. I have a trick for steaming rice. Add half a spoonful more water, and then drop a few drops of oil." The teacher also smiled. His head was shaking. "I never get tired of number 13's cooking skills." He put his chopsticks into the dishes and commented lightly, "This vegetarian stir-fried 3 delicacies is the best among vegetarian dishes, and it is also very nutritious. Although it is a local dish, it is included in all major Chinese cuisines. You can try number 13's craftsmanship, which is also secretly passed down." Fong Tang's eyes flashed, and he put down his chopsticks. Then he grabbed the tablecloth and threw it away violently. Boom! Snapped. The dishes were shattered on the floor, and vegetable soup and rice were all over the floor. "You?" Black Cell number 13 held the bowl and stared. The teacher's chopsticks were still dripping with vegetable soup, and he stood there in embarrassment for a moment. Tang, Qin Yashin was frightened. Fong Tang stood up and looked down at the vegetables on the floor. "To be honest, I'm very disappointed with your cell organization. Humph. It's just the Second Infinite Company. Let's not talk about copying my parents' DNA. It's still there today. There is poison in the food, and such a dirty trick can be used. There is no poison in the food at all." Monster number 13 shouted. "I made it myself, and we ate it together," Fong Tang said coldly. "There is no problem with the rice. The food is fine. Of course I know that. Then why?" Fong Tang interrupted his defense with cold eyes. "The real poison is on this teacher's hair and fingers." He seemed to be looking at the air, but he stretched out his hand and flicked it gently. Some heavy metal particles disguised as chalk powder, imitating some kind of catalyst for pen and ink, combined together. "It is a kind of poison." He looked at the teacher, who was still in a daze, mockingly. "You are shaking your head while eating. Heavy metal powders fly everywhere, and the ink on your fingertips is mixed into the chopsticks through saliva. And then you pick up the food. The design is very clever." The teacher sighed deeply, threw down the chopsticks and bowl. "I sincerely wish you apologized. But you are really wrong about one thing. The combination of catalyst and metal particles is not highly toxic, but a small thing that can release electric charges in the human body. This is to facilitate us to track you." Fong Tang kicked after kicking the bowl on the floor. The door opened silently, and Xia Baizi appeared like a ghost. The teacher still wanted to explain something, but Fong Tang had already calmly ordered, "Kill them all." Xia Baizi let out a happy laugh. The afterimage shook. Agent number 13 yelled, bent his knees, and jumped in front of the teacher. With a bang, his whole body was caught in the air by Xia Baizi, and he was smashed directly to the ground. Black Cell number 13 groaned, and 2 deep fist marks instantly appeared on his face. During the short period of time when he exhaled in pain, his neck, temples, chest, abdomen, and even limbs continuously made terrifying explosions. Xia Baizi put away his fists, grabbed Hay Cell number 13's hair, and dragged him leisurely towards the wall. Boom! The induction cooker flew up and hit number 13 on the head, shattering the porcelain cooker. Boom! The rice cooker brought the remaining rice with it, smearing number 13's face. Plastic bags containing ingredients from the supermarket flew up and covered number 13's mouth and nose. The rice completely blocked number 13's breathing, and with the plastic bag, number 13 kicked his legs on the ground. He only struggled painfully for a few seconds, then trembled and became motionless. A stream of white smoke floated out from under the plastic bag, and Xiaobai let out a sigh. His brain melted by itself. What a powerful trick! Fong Tang held Qin Yashin's cold little hand, sat on the edge of the bed, and looked at it gently. She glanced. Yashin remained motionless, but her fingers were touching a clay doll. Fong Tang sighed softly. Qin Yashin stiffened, then slowly relaxed. Do you want to kill me too? You know I will never hurt you. Fong Tang said lightly. I just want to know how deep you are in. My parents and my whole family have been purged by Infinite Company. Do you think the Cell organization still needs to brainwash me? I joined voluntarily. Qin Yashin gritted her teeth and said. Fong Tang hummed and looked coldly at the teacher opposite. Zyabeki clapped his hands and walked over, standing behind the teacher, still with an innocent and pure smile on his face. The teacher's eyes trembled, and he forced himself to remain seated. With a stabbing sound, the ink pen in his pocket fell into Xiao Baiqi's hands. The teacher's head was immediately forcibly lifted back. His glasses flew off, and he began to struggle. Xiao Bai flicked his finger again, and the folder on the table flew up. She skillfully clamped the teacher's left eyelid so that he could not close his eyes at all. The ink pen is just above, lowering towards the eyeball little by little. When the distance between the pen tip and the eyeball was only millimeters, the teacher finally shouted, Wait! Fong Tang raised his hand gently. The pen tip is fixed on the eyeball, and the ink on the pen tip seems to be about to drip. The teacher had shed tears uncontrollably, and the corners of his mouth were trembling. Fong Tang, don't you want to know how we copied your parents? Where did the DNA come from? Fong Tang's hand fell. The tip of the pen in the little girl's hand penetrated smoothly into. Chapter 215 Formal Meeting. The painful shouts in the rental house gradually subsided. Qin Yashin carefully cleaned up the garbage on the ground bit by bit. The teacher sat on the chair, breathing heavily. Half of his face was swollen, and there was an ink pen stuck in his left eye. The ink pen trembled slightly. Zyabeki sat on the body of number 13, eating rice with big mouthfuls, and kept laughing with satisfaction. It's delicious. Qin Yashin had finished cleaning the ground and looked at Fong Tang blankly. Take Beixing out for a walk. Fong Tang smiled softly. When Yashin left with her pet dog, Zyobek jumped up and pushed the chair to the bedside. Fong Tang sat by the bed and looked at the teacher who was covered in cold sweat. If you pull out this pen, you will be hopeless. I hope you retain your DNA and memory and can be resurrected. The machine used by our organization is the latest model of Infinite Company. Unlike the first generation of treatment equipment, it will not cause abnormal infections. Therefore, the teacher exhaled heavily. So your parents? That is really what we have done. Sincerity. We know that you care about this. Just because I care. This kind of thing is the biggest insult to my parents. Fong Tang grabbed the ink pen and pulled out a centimeter. The teacher twitched and screamed, kicking the ground with both feet. Fong Tang let go. How did you get my parents' DNA? Wait a minute. I need a drink of water. The teacher shouted with difficulty. With a pop, Fong Tang pointed his finger on the ink pen and pressed it down another centimeter. No. Don't. The teacher screamed. I say everything. Fong Tang slowly let go and looked at this guy mockingly. Then just say it. The teacher gasped, trembling, and held it in for a long time. But not a single word could be uttered. Fong Tang stretched out his finger again and touched the ink pen. The teacher struggled uncontrollably and fell from his chair. He moved desperately and started to cry. I don't know. I really don't know. I'm just the red blood cell of the organization. I'm responsible for the chores. Whatever you ask. It's all the most confidential information. Fong Tang sighed in disappointment and stood up. With your level, how can you be the opponent of Infinite Company? It was my mistake to choose to cooperate with you. He stepped on it, and the ink pen penetrated completely. The teacher struggled. For a moment, he stopped moving with a strange smile. He smiled like this after suffering extreme pain, because the ink pen penetrated his brain and affected his nerve center. Then, white smoke came out of the corpse's nostrils, similarly self-destructing the brain. From this point of view, it is like the Cell Rebellion organization, leaving no brain behind. Fong Tang watched silently, discussing with Bai in his mind. This garbage can't be the person in charge of the Cell. An organization that has been able to resist the company for many years is not of this level. At this time, there was a creak, and the door opened. Qin Yashin stood there uneasily with Bei Xing. From behind her, a lazy handsome man stepped in. Suits and shoes. Shiny leather shoes. Clean, sunny and handsome. The handsome guy looked at the large amount of urine left on the chair and frowned. After carefully wiping it clean, he opened the test paper on the computer table and placed it on the chair before he reluctantly sat down. Fong Tang only watched his performance coldly. The handsome guy sighed lazily. Sorry. I just finished dealing with the matter at the Central Garden building. Glancing at the corpse in the room, he shrugged. I've got to tell you the joke. The members of our organization have different divisions of labor. They have red blood cells and black blood cells. Cells, white blood cells, etc. Just like the functions of cells in human blood. Red blood cells are the most hardworking and are responsible for the logistics of the organization. Black blood cells are responsible for spying on intelligence. While white blood cells, the guardians in the blood, with immune and sterilizing capabilities, are in our tissues, belongs to the management, is the backbone, and is also the most loyal warrior, he said lazily, stretched out his hand and said with a smile. My white blood cell number 3, the top person in charge here, finally officially met. Fong Tang remained motionless. WBC number 3 was not embarrassed at all. He retracted his hand and took out his mobile phone. I have to switch to self-study for my Chinese class this afternoon. Wait a moment. He sent a message to the WeChat class group and then turned off his mobile phone. I believe you have already seen that I am the real teacher. Fong Tang smiled faintly. Modu International Motto Middle School is a private high school with one of the top 3 teachers. You can teach Chinese there, and you are still so young. It's very famous. The information in front of him flashed by. Zhong Yingji, Chinese Language Teaching and Research Fellow at the Middle School of the Magic City Teaching and Research Office. Professor-level senior teacher. Nominee for China's top 10 Outstanding Education Medals. Leukocyte number 3 smiled lazily. They are all false reputation. Fong Tang glanced at the sloppy man with glasses on the ground. I feel very insulted. How much do you look down on me? To meet me with such a loser? Zhong Yingji apologized again. I'm sorry. This was not my intention. In fact, the organization has insufficiently assessed your true strength. I have warned them a long time ago, but they still cannot stop this operation, he said and glanced at the bespectacled man on the ground again. It is a pity that this is the result. Red blood cell has worked very hard. Ha ha. I'm afraid it's not hard enough. Fong Tang shook his head. Article 3 of the Teacher Code of Maxim High School requires that students must be neatly dressed and maintain hygiene during teaching hours. I think the student's role model will be broken just by this. There are so many mistakes. This guy is too sloppy. Standing up, the information that appeared in front of him was so detailed. Maxim High School is also the pilot unit of the city's Internet of Things Intelligent Teaching. The school has the best electronic intelligent teaching equipment in the city and even the country. This person still writes on the blackboard with chalk and corrects the test paper with ink? Finally, he looked at the test paper under Zhong Yingji. I am even more speechless about this paper. It is a mock paper for the 2004 National High School examination in February. It was downloaded from the question bank online. And then I hurriedly did you print it out for credit? Zhong Yingji lowered his head and looked at it. Yes. This is a mock paper from Huanggang High School, or a copy of the paper after answering the questions. It should be downloaded from the free question bank. Huh? He also asked this question. The correction was wrong. Picking up the test paper, Zhong Yingji pulled out the ink pen on the body, corrected it again and put it down. It is really unprofessional. I deducted 4 points for a correct answer. It is misleading. Fong Tang frowned. Is this fun? Zhong Yingji stretched and said. Sorry. I'm used to it. Zaya Beiki had been looking at the teacher curiously, and now quietly came behind him. Sister, you'd better not move around. Zhong Yingji smiled faintly. Your program uses version 20001. After losing the authority of Infinite Company, the only combat methods that can be used in this version are there are 10 kinds of them. And for each of them, I have a countermeasure. Maybe I will die in your hands in the end, but you will also suffer fatal injuries that cannot be recovered. As the strongest white blood cell in the resistance organization, he'd be strong enough to say these words. Xiao Baiqi frowned. Boss, he seems to understand very well. Fong Tang waved her to the door to be on guard, staring at Zhong Yingji. You have to explain. Zhong Yingji crossed his arms. Of course. First of all, regarding your parents' DNA, I'm afraid I have to start with the Arctic Root Massacre. Arctic Root Massacre? Zhong Yingji looked serious and stood up slowly. He took a deep breath and then slowly said, It was a war that started in the late 1960s, broke out in the 1990s, and finally ended in the millennium, because it was a one-sided power gap. So it was a massacre. This is an unequal war. The loser side of the war invested almost all the resources, but the winner side actually only dispatched one person. Fong Tang frowned. Your cell organization is a failure. The winner's side? Then who was sent by the winner's side Unlimited Company? There is only one person. That is Shauna. Shauna. Fong Tang was shocked and almost jumped up. That's nonsense. She wasn't born in the 1960s. And she was just a baby in the 1990s. At this point, Fong Tang was shocked. Copy? Cloning? Immortality? Body? Zhong Yingji shook his head. No. It's completely different from what you think. But you will understand after I say it. Now, let us go back in time to 1969 Chapter 216 North Pole Quest. Zhong Yingji's voice is full of magnetism. His tone is low and full of emotion. And he can instantly put people into a strange atmosphere. Now, it's like he's giving a lecture in school. But there was only Fong Tang in the audience. Even Beixing was kicked out. Qin Yaxin and the little idiot looked at each other outside the door and subconsciously put their ears to the door. I heard a thud. The sound was long and continuous, like morning bells and evening drums, making both girls straighten up. My mind was dizzy. My ears were numb. And the door of the rental house was buzzing and vibrating. Zhong Yingji in the room dropped a glass ball in his hand and rolled it happily to the corner. He smiled. It's wrong to eavesdrop. My class is very expensive. Sorry. Where did I just say it? Fong Tang frowned. In 1969. The massacre in the Arctic Passage. Well, in 1969. An environmental organization composed of scientists from 5 Nordic countries and codenamed Arctic Fox conducted an expedition to the Arctic glacier area. After returning, the organization released a report claiming that due to the deterioration of the environment, thawing has occurred in the Arctic glaciers, and the oldest ice caps with a history of 2.3 million years have loosened. Zhong Yingji said with emotion, 230,000 of years ago, when the Arctic ice cap was forming. It was the Quaternary period of the Cenozoic era. It's very interesting. Right? At that time, the reptiles in the Mesozoic era had become extinct. Mammals began to flourish. And Australopithecus began to move. He looked at Fong Tang one glance. You should know Australopithecus. Right? Fong Tang was a little speechless. The species during the evolution of apes into humans. The ancient ancestors of humans? Zhong Yingji looked serious. Yes. That report on the Arctic ice cap. It is suspected that a specimen of Australopithecus was found under the loose ice sheet. Please note that it is a specimen, not a fossil. Fong Tang was shocked. Of course, he understood the difference between fossils and specimens. Specimens represent living bodies. As a creature that has been extinct for more than 1 million years, a living body has appeared. There is only one possibility. Zhong Yingji clenched his fists. Only Infinite Company has this ability. He breathed out softly. The permanent ice cap of the Arctic, the looseness, also shows that there may be human activities under the ice sheet. You must know that there was no concept of atmospheric warming at that time. And the world's industrial pollution at that time was not enough to trigger the melting of permanent glaciers. Such a simple report. Almost no one noticed in the international community. But it attracted the attention of our organization. The organization's brain cells repeatedly demonstrated and finally deduced that the headquarters of Infinite Company is most likely hidden under the loose ice caps of the Arctic. Our organization has been fighting against Infinite Company for many years. This is the first time that we have discovered the possible location of the company's headquarters. You should understand how important this is. Fong Tang smiled lightly. This way, you can concentrate all your efforts and go straight to Huanglong. Not bad. Zhong Yingji waved his fist. In the confrontation with Infinite Company, we are like an isolated island in the vast sea, unable to fully confront them. But if we find their headquarters, we will have a chance. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. We already know the result. You failed. And it was a disastrous failure. So please talk about the key points. Zhong Yingji sighed. Just when our organization was trying to collect more information, the Arctic Fox Environmental Protection Organization overnight all the 12 scientists who participated in that expedition had accidents. And the data they collected disappeared. The melting area of the Arctic ice cap then disappeared. And it still became an eternal glacial land. All the clues were lost. Obviously, Infinite Company is one step ahead of us. At this point, Zhong Yingji fell silent. He took out his mobile phone, clicked on an app, and said slowly, however, we still found some clues from the clues. Zhong Yingji unfolded his mobile phone, and a clear map of the North Pole appeared on it. Look at these 4 directions. There are 4 islands around the Arctic Ocean. The North Island of the Bering Sea, Novosibirsk Island, Severnaya Island, and Greenland. Draw a line from the centers of the 4 islands and meet at the center of the Arctic Ocean. Just around the North Pole is the Arctic Glacier with a radius of 490,000 square kilometers. The headquarters base of Infinite Company is somewhere in this range. A range of 490,000 square kilometers. It is equivalent to 1/20th of China's land and the area of one province. Fong Tang shook his head. Is this a clue? The scope is a bit large, but it is still useful. You must know that the entire Arctic region covers a huge area of 30 million square kilometers. At least we have narrowed the scope 100 times. Zhou Yingji smiled. After identifying this area, we began to investigate relevant information. This time, we found another clue in the historical records. Fong Tang frowned. Historical records? Humanity's first time reaching the North Pole was accomplished by American explorers on April 6, 1909. Even so, it is only 100 years old. It's not the North Pole, but the Arctic region. The difference is quite big. Zhou Yingji pursed his lips. The records of humans entering the Arctic region are much earlier than you think. The clues we found are all hidden in Chinese historical documents. Chinese historical documents. Fong Tang frowned again. The first person from the Xia Kingdom to enter the Arctic region. Information immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Huh? After Kang Youwei's reform movement of 1898, Kang Shengren was arrested by the Qin court and traveled to various Western countries. In May 1908, Kang Youwei and his daughter arrived at the Svalbard Islands in the Arctic. It is within the Arctic Circle and is very close to the North Pole. Zhou Yingji clapped his hands. Yes. The first document we found is Kang Youwei's diary. Kang Youwei wrote in his diary of his trip to the north. I traveled with my daughter to the Arctic Ocean island of Na, Norway. I watched the sun in the middle of the night, and it suddenly rose up like a colorful cloud. This is a typical polar day phenomenon. The Arctic is shrouded in extreme daylight from March to October of the following year. The time was right, and if I hadn't been there myself, I would never have been able to write such a detailed description. Kang Youwei was definitely the first person recorded in Chinese records to reach the North Pole. Zhou Yingji smiled. In the diary of Kang Da Sage, there are 3 more that have not been published. The second of these 3 diaries is particularly precious, describing in detail a strange dragon shadow phenomenon in the Arctic Circle. The organization spent a lot of money and finally found Kang Youwei's second diary. The teacher was very excited and recounted Kang Youwei's secret diary. At 11 o'clock in the night, I climbed the mountain in Buzhou and reached the top at 12 o'clock. It's noon. I drank 3 sides of wine and looked at the sun as low as a curtain. Then it immediately rose, like a dragon whirling, thousands of feet above the ground. Hesitating, Fong Tang interrupted him. What does this mean? Don't worry. Just listen to me. Based on Kang Youwei's diary and his voyage that day, we have reduced the base area of Infinite Company by more than half again, to only 200,000 square kilometers. Then, we will continue to search ancient Chinese documents. Fong Tang couldn't help interrupting him again. I just said that Lao Kang was the first Chinese to enter the Arctic Circle. What else can you find? Then you are wrong. Zhou Yingji showed a mysterious smile. We quickly found the second clue in the documents of the Yuan dynasty. Yuan dynasty. Fong Tang was stunned. Impossible. You are just talking nonsense. Chapter 217 Shanhai Zhu Long Yuan Dynasty. An era of alien rule in Chinese history. For that dynasty, the most talked about thing may be the territory of development. The Mongols headed north, reaching as far as the side of Lake Baikal. But even the farthest reaches of the north are far away from the Arctic Circle. Fong Tang could not imagine that descriptions of the far north could be found in the documents of the Yuan dynasty. Zhou Yingji said slowly. The brain cells of the organization found clues in the Autumn Stream collection, written by Wang Yun, a scholar of the Yuan dynasty. This was a very labor-intensive investigation, but the results were astonishing. There is a very strange passage in Xiao Jianji. In the second year of the Zhongtong reign, envoys from the Feilang Kingdom came to pay their respects. The envoys said that they came from the far west of the Yue Kingdom, and it was often daytime. Nightless. There is only day, no night, and it only enters the night when a wild rat comes out of the hole. The women there are as beautiful as flowers, and the men have blue eyes and blonde hair. Zhou Yingji's tone became lowered. Let's take a closer look at this passage. It is always day and night, and it must be describing the extreme day. Looking at the land of the far west in it, we can judge that the messenger came from near the European Arctic Circle, and there is a kind of lemmings there that live under the snow in winter and only come out in summer. Their migration time coincides with the arrival of the Arctic polar night, which is also consistent with Wang Yun's record. As for the men, with blue eyes and yellow hair, and the women with unparalleled beauty. In the end, combined with the pronunciation of Fa Lingua, we can infer that the envoys who came to pay tribute to most of the Yuan dynasty at that time were most likely from Finland. Fong Tang was shocked. Zhong Yingji is not talking nonsense, but very scientific reasoning. Having obtained such important clues from Wang Yun's collected works, we continued to collect information about the Finnish envoys at that time, and finally found several paintings in the wall carvings of the Yuan dynasty. They were all paintings on rocks. Contrast in 3 of the paintings. We finally discovered the dragon shadow pattern. So based on this second clue, the area where the dragon shadow appeared shrank again. Now there are only 100,000 square kilometers left. Fong Tang stood up and poured a glass of water, handed it to Zhong Yingji. He has been completely attracted by this story. This can be said to be a complete archaeological report, full of details and reasonable. Cellular tissue uses amazing wisdom to find the location of the dragon shadow. Zhong Yingji took a sip of water and continued. 100,000 square kilometers is still too huge. In the harsh environment of the Arctic, it is impossible to search for 100,000 square kilometers of glaciers without alerting the Infinite Company. It's just an idiot's dream. So we have to continue to narrow the scope. Fong Tang nodded. You are really like archaeological detectives. Zhong Yingji smiled. Yes, just like detectives, digging out clues bit by bit. But even if I never expected that I would find a key clue in the ancient documents. Ancient documents? Well, it's the classic of mountains and seas. What? Fong Tang rubbed his head. The classic of mountains and seas. Don't think it's an exaggeration. The classic of mountains and seas records a mountain named Yuta Mountain. The book describes, there is a mountain in the North Sea called Yuta Mountain. The water comes out, and there is a white fox's tail on it. It is a completely dark mountain, a place where the sun cannot shine. And there are also descriptions similar to Arctic foxes. Zhong Yingji took another sip of water. Follow this clue. We found the description of Zhulong in the classic of mountains and seas. Zhulong. Fong Tang was shocked. No wonder you have been talking about the dragon shadow. Zhong Yingji exclaimed. What is Zhulong? It is said in the Book of Mountains and Seas that there is a god of Zhongshan, named Xuan, who is regarded as day, dim as night, blowing as winter, and calling as summer. What is actually described here is not a dragon, but a dragon shadow phenomenon. If the candle is comparing the shape of the dragon with the diurnal changes and the northern lights that occur in the Arctic Circle, you will be surprised to find that the description of the candle dragon in the classic of mountains and seas exactly corresponds to the diurnal changes and the northern lights in the Arctic Circle. Not only that, Fu Xian of the Western Jin dynasty directly said in selected works on candles that a dragon holds a candle in the North Pole. Fong Tang was dazzled by what he heard, and asked, then the shadow of the candle dragon is the aurora phenomenon? What does it have to do with Infinite Company? Zhong Yingji was silent for a long time, and then said in a deep voice, it has a lot to do with it. According to the information we collected, the boss of Infinite Company attaches great importance to him because of his background, feng shui and attributes. The highest intelligence shows that his attribute is water, and the north belongs to water, which means he has great luck. In ancient feng shui, there are 5 geographical secrets. The first one is looking for the dragon, which is the dragon vein. Land. The teacher raised his head and emphasized his tone. The shadow of the candle dragon is a land of water in the far north, under the desolate ice cap. For the man from Infinite Company, it is simply the right time, right place for base construction. Referring to the description in the classic of mountains and seas, and putting all the clues together, we finally narrowed the base area of Infinite Company to 30,000 square kilometers, with the North Pole as the center. The deepest part of the Arctic Ocean is 30,000 square kilometers. There is a base of Infinite Company hidden somewhere under the sea. Zhong Yingji took a breath and got to the point. So, our organization used the exploration of the Arctic waterways as a cover to prepare to explore these 30,000 square kilometers area. The Arctic Sea route, which is divided into the Northeast Passage and the Northwest Passage, is mainly to shorten the voyage from the Atlantic to the Pacific, because in the past, the oceans could only be connected through the Suez Canal and the Panama Canal. But in addition to these 2 waterways, there is also a whimsical waterway, which is the shortest route through Greenland and directly past the North Pole. Zhong Yingji shook his head. This is how a war started. We sent the first batch of black cells to conduct preliminary exploration through the Greenland Passage. They were all the most elite agents and intelligence personnel. but none of them could come back. After the 1970s, we just discovered the healing device near the Arctic Channel. Fong Tang had already thought of the Dragon King's coffin at the Huawu Island level. According to the records of the Dragon King's coffin, the first user was Xiana, who was injured on the Arctic route. This has been proven by the recorded appearance of ice viruses. The Cell organization did not lie. In that war on the Arctic Channel, Xiana was sent by Unlimited Company. Zhong Yingji continued. Our organization has judged that the headquarters base that Infinite Company has painstakingly built cannot be moved at any time. After they discover our actions, they will only build defenses or even attack us directly. So the whole incident, from intelligence warfare to hand-to-hand combat, the two sides of us fought repeatedly in the 30,000 square kilometers connected by the Arctic waterway. But Zhong Yingji smiled bitterly. Infinite Company only relied on Xiana to hold us back. Fong Tang frowned at this time. With Infinite Company with such strength, why not mobilize players to join the battle? They can even send out their sister and other combat members. Why did they only send out one Xiana? My sister and the Sky Exorcist satellite in the sky are enough to kill all armies instantly. Zhong Yingji was silent for a long time and gritted his teeth. I said it was a massacre. For Infinite Company, they don't need to mobilize players at all. The difference in strength is too big. Like the color of a grain of rice against the light of the bright moon. We will review it later according to the analysis. I even think that Unlimited Company had the purpose of testing Xiana during its massacre in the Arctic. The teacher smiled bitterly. In short, this tug-of-war lasted until the 1990s. In 1996, the Arctic Council was established, and the United States, Canada, Russia, and the 5 Nordic countries jointly established this Arctic Management Organization. It was also the year that the organization sent out the last batch of warriors, in the name of the Arctic Parliament, aboard the Ural nuclear-powered icebreaker for a last-ditch effort. He looked at Fong Tang. On that ship, there were your parents. Fong Tang jumped up. My parents are soldiers of your Cell organization? Chapter 218 Wings of Infinity. Zhong Yingji patted Fong Tang on the shoulder, comforted him. You should have understood a long time ago that the 2 seniors have passed away a long time ago. If they were not from our Cell organization, how could we have their DNA? Wait. Fong Tang scratched his head. This is wrong. Completely unreasonable. If, like Infinity Corporation, you can copy and clone dead people, then what is the meaning of the so-called life and death war? And why are my parents not resurrected until today? According to normal logic, Cell's organizations can resurrect their own soldiers without limit, and war becomes a game of corpses. Zhong Yingji looked solemn at this time. Our organization, with the mission of resisting Unlimited Corporation, how could we do such things that go against the will of heaven like those demons? Fong Tang raised his head and sneered. What a violation of the will of heaven. What a resistance. The mission is really righteous. But why do I feel that you just want to replace Infinite Company? Isn't the so-called mission a brainwashing rhetoric of your organizational cells? Zhong Yingji was furious. Please don't insult our faith. Faith? There are many people in the world who truly believe, and they deserve respect. But they are definitely not an organization like yours. Zhong Yingji bit his lip. In fact, he had countless arguments to argue with Fong Tang, but he felt that he could not convince the young man at all. Fong Tang's eyes became more and more sarcastic. You don't want to say it? Then I will say it for you. The fundamental reason is that you cannot control the black technology of Infinite Company. Huh? Am I right? You have not completely copied the deceased's technology. Ability. Zhong Yingji's brows trembled, and he sighed dejectedly for a long time. You are right. All the treatment devices of Infinite Company, as well as the real cloning devices that were later updated, are locked by a strange password. Not only that, their intelligent brain, the terrifying artificial intelligence known as the Black Queen, can remotely control the company's instruments at any time. Even if we get those machines, we can't use them. Fong Tang snorted. Then how did you copy my parents? Zhong Yingji hesitated for a moment. It was at the Huawu Island level that we used special means to replicate a Dragon King coffin, and then reluctantly used it once based on the password you cracked in the game. This is in line with Fong Tang's reasoning. Exactly the same, he said coldly. How many people are you undercover among the Infinite Challenge players? Where are the VIPs? How many of them are yours? Sorry. This is the organization's top secret information. Given your current situation, you cannot tell it. Fong Tang looked at it, looking at him. You said that my parents are members of your organization. Do you also want to develop me into an undercover agent of the Cell organization? Zhong Yingji smiled. My parents are parents. And you are you. We have never regarded you as a member of the organization. Of course, with the blood of 2 heroic seniors. If you are willing to join, we will spare no effort to train you. Fong Tang also smiled. Then I would rather hang out with the Infinite Company. Zhong Yingji's expression remained unchanged, and he expressed his attitude seemed to be well prepared. Then let's not talk nonsense. You were born on the Ural icebreaker in 1996. It can be said that it was an accident, because the 2 seniors who led the last group of soldiers probably did not intend to give birth to you. Yes. Fong Tang nodded. Mom and Dad would definitely not want to take a baby with them before the battle. But fortunately, the battle between the 2 sides has gone underground at that time and turned into a secret fight like a cat and a mouse. Shauna from Infinite Company is wandering in the Greenland waterway like a ghost. The 2 seniors took you and other a warrior hides his identity while looking for opportunities to fight. It is in this environment that you grow up until the millennium. The millennium is the year 2000. That year, the war between Cell Organization and Infinity Company ended because Shauna killed her parents, which was equivalent to killing the last batch of Cell Organization soldiers. Thinking of this, Fong Tang lightly knocked on the table. In my memory, Shauna was with her mother. She was about the same age as me at the time. There was no way she was a mass murderer. How to explain this? He was half convinced now. Zhong Yingji smiled faintly. So, this goes back to your original question. What kind of existence is Shauna? It finally came. Fong Tang felt uneasy in his heart. Could it be that Shauna is not really human? A machine like my sister? He couldn't accept this result. But Zhong Yingji quickly said, Xiana is not alone. Fong Tang's breathing almost stopped. But the teacher added like a big breath. It's the name of a group of people. Fong Tang felt like his head was spinning. Exploded. What do you mean? Well, let me rephrase it, and you will understand. Shauna is not a personal name, but a title. A title? Yes. You can think of it as some kind of honorary title of Infinite Company. It can also be seen as the name of an organization. Zhong Yingji made a gesture. Based on the intelligence we have collected over the years, we can infer that it is an exclusive force team of Infinite Company, named after wings, and called it Infinite Wings. Infinite Wings. This organization is passed down from generation to generation, and everyone is given the ultimate title of Shauna. And this title most likely comes from a shepherdess from Kunlun Mountain. Fong Tang's eyes widened. The shepherdess at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains. Her real name may be Shaina Guli, a Tajik girl. The information in Zhong Yingji's hands was obviously incomplete. So he kept using words like possible. Description. Shaina Guli means Queen of the Clouds in Turkic language. The Tajik girl may have ancestors from the Caucasus, and she may also have Chinese blood, according to the ancient Chinese naming method. Shaina Guli is simply Shauna. Therefore, the Infinite Wings organization is named after this company veteran, which also has profound meaning. Anyone who can win the title of Shauna is the best. After countless trials, Zhong Yingji said with fear in his eyes, each generation of Shauna will also have the memory, combat experience, and wisdom of the previous generation. So they are getting stronger and stronger. The little girl in Fong Tang's memory, the Xia Na, he knew, is a new inheritor. And Xia Na's mother is the mass murderer of the previous generation. It all made sense. Various data from memory appeared in front of Fong Tang. Today, these materials are integrated. The jade rubbing at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. The legend told by Ji Bingwang, the head of Infinite Company. A Tajik girl. Xia Na said that her mother left a code. And that code happened to be the missing Kunlun rubbing. Fong Tang, it suddenly dawned on me. That is the knowledge passed down by the previous generation of Shauna. Whether it is memory transfer or oral transmission, the little girl in the far north in the memory is the confirmed inheritor of the new generation of Shauna. Fong Tang closed his eyes in pain. After combining all the clues, the final result was that Shauna killed her parents with her own hands. That might be a trial given to her by the previous generation Shauna. Amid the pain and contradiction, Bai's consciousness came in. Master, don't believe it all. Is there any other possibility? My calculations are in your consciousness. There are too many possibilities. Everything seems reasonable. In fact, all the statements have obvious flaws. What flaws? Master, I have an interesting question. Are you you? Am I me? What the hell is this problem? Fong Tang was still in a daze, and Zhong Yingji's sad voice rang in his ears. The awakening of each generation of Shauna must go through combat experience. They will be put into Infinite Company's games and grow as players. But this speed obviously not that fast. Later, When we reviewed the failure of the Arctic Sea route, we discovered that the damn Infinity Company had used that massacre to successfully cultivate the 6th generation of Shauna. 6th generation. Yes. Almost every 5 years we can complete the trial of the 1st generation of Shauna. And our people have become the demon's experience points. Now, she is the 7th generation of Shauna. If she fully awakens again, I don't know how terrifying it will be. Fong Tang laughed. Then there's something you haven't considered? What? Are the melting of the Arctic ice caps, the so-called report, and the exposure of the Infinity Company base all a conspiracy? What conspiracy? A game designed to test the strongest infinite wings and train the 7th generation Shauna. Chapter 219 Millennium Eye. Fong Tang's words made Zhong Yingji fall silent. Looking at this, the teacher showed a complex expression of pain and contradiction. And Fong Tang was surprised. You really haven't thought about this possibility. Shut up! Zhong Yingji suddenly broke out and shouted through gritted teeth. Of course we have thought about it. But no one is willing to say it. Because if this is the case, then all our sacrifices, those heroes who died in the glacier, have become a joke. Fong Tang said indifferently. The biggest joke is not to admit failure. Zhong Yingji gasped and slowly calmed down. Even if it is a conspiracy, the headquarters base of Infinite Company has still been exposed. Just under the Arctic Glacier. Somewhere in the 30,000 square kilometers of ice. Fong Tangerin. So, you still want to continue searching now? Zhong Yingji took the last sip of water. Yes. We have inherited the will of our predecessors, and have the ultimate mission of defeating Infinite Company. We must continue to search. This is the meaning of cooperating with you and entering the Asian database. Fong Tang's eyes flashed. What information is there in the Asian database? Zhong Yingji put down the cup. A document called the Millennium Eye can be said to be one of the highest level confidential documents in the Asia Data Department. It contains records about the Millennium War. Among them, there is secret information left by your parents. He didn't wait for Fong Tang to ask questions, and said urgently, Don't doubt it. Infinite Company cannot crack the information left by the 2 seniors. As long as you can enter the data department and find that document, we are willing to pay any price. Today's cell organizations have suffered heavy losses in the Magic City, regardless of the tragic death of Black Cell number 13. The reason why they are still willing to cooperate with Fong Tang is probably because of that information. Millennium Eye, Fong Tang said coldly. I see. Zhong Yingji looked at him. His eyes became cold, and he suddenly said in a deep voice, Fong Tang, don't treat us as fools. I have already guessed what you want to do. Oh. Fong Tang smiled. I would like to hear the details. Double game. Zhong Yingji snorted coldly. In other words, driving the wolf to fight the tiger, or sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger fight. No matter what the term is. Your plan is to trigger a war between our organization and Infinite Company, and then enjoy the benefits. In a 3-party game. In theory, the 2 weaker parties should join forces, just like Lu, the grandson of the 3 kingdoms. But on top of this, there is a more cunning strategy, which is to drive the strongest and the second strongest to fight fiercely, with the weak gaining the final benefit. Zhong Yingji's eyes were filled with warning. We could all think of this. The director of the data department of Infinite Company, the guy who ranks among the top 10 in Asia, will definitely also think that as a gamer. That director has countless. This method can kill you. Therefore, cooperation with us is the best strategy. It is also your only choice. In the past, I really planned to take advantage of the situation, Fong Tang admitted generously. But it's different now. You should also understand that I want to get the documents of the Millennium Eye more than anyone else. Zhong Yingji nodded. So, can you reveal something now? You'd better have some information. Otherwise I won't believe you. Fong Tang smiled. The location of the Asia Data Department of Infinite Company. It's on Chongming Island in the Magic City. To be more specific, it's in the Dong'an Wild Protection Wetland. That area is easier to find than the Arctic base. Right? Zhong Yingji perked up. How on earth did you get such important information? Thanks to your satellite operation in the last Silent Pass. I contacted the director of the data department that time. In the voice of the contact, I heard a bird song. It was a rare white bird that likes to fly in autumn and winter. We build nests in seasonal wetlands. Zhong Yingji gave a high five. So, I immediately requested organizational support. The wild protected wetland in Chongming Dongtan is 70 kilometers away from the urban area of Magic City, just at the northeast corner of the Yangtze River estuary. In this season, it is inaccessible and seems to be inconvenient for large-scale operations. Fong Tang thought in his mind and asked directly, You should also reveal some information. What are your plans? Zhong Yingji smiled. In 3 days, the rotating staff of Infinite Company's data department will go to Chang'an Hotel for vacation. Haven't you noticed this God-given opportunity? Ha ha. I think you have been making preparations for a long time. This is indeed the best opportunity. Among the members who came for vacation this time, there was even someone as high as the security director of the data department. Fong Tang smiled lightly. Then, let's work separately. How can I contact you? Zhong Yingji pointed to the house. It's right here. Yashin is our contact person. Outside the rental house, Xia Baizi leaned against the door, licking her lips. Having tasted human food for the first time, she was now hungry and greedy. She was looking seriously at Beixing opposite. There seems to be a dog meat feast in a human diet. According to the data, it is extremely delicious. Bai Qi showed his small white teeth to Beixing and drooled. Beixing whined. As if sensing danger, he hid behind Yashin. Qin Yashin touched its ears. Beixing, don't be afraid. You have lost weight these days. Beixing gently licked her little hand. Among the hostesses I have seen these days, Miss Yashin is definitely the kindest. After all, it was Miss Yashin who fed me every day in the villa. And they took a walk together every morning. With a creak, the door suddenly opened. Fong Tang walked out slowly, glanced at Xia Baizi, and took Yashin's hand. Let's go for a walk together. Beixing followed nervously, staying away from Xia Baizi. While walking quietly in the small alley, Fong Tang suddenly stretched out his hand and gently touched her belly. Soft. Fool! The baby can't move yet. It will take a few months. Qin Yashin pressed his hand sweetly. Don't move. I can feel it. Fong Tang closed his eyes and smiled, looking a little silly. She's a little princess. Fong Tang murmured. With our genes, she must be incredibly beautiful. A hint of worry flashed in Qin Yashin's eyes. She covered it up for a moment and chuckled. Nowadays, the ultrasounds are all done. How do you know if you can't see it? Fong Tang sighed and touched her long hair. I'm sorry for you, but in the current situation, it is absolutely safe only to put you in cell tissue. In order to follow me, if we cooperate, we must protect you. Qin Yashin took the man's hand and touched the back of her neck. The chip has been removed. Don't worry. There were scars on her neck that had not yet fully recovered. And the operation to remove the chip, it feels rough to the touch. But it has been taken out after all. Ha ha. I'm not worried about Infinite Company now, but more worried about cell tissue. Fong Tang looked at her seriously. Don't get too deep. I was not brainwashed by them. I joined voluntarily. Qin Yashin replied overdone. Fong Tang sighed. Don't lie to me. They may not have brainwashed you, but they must have given you some kind of promise. Qin Yashin trembled. What kind of promise is it? The girl hesitated. There is no promise. I am here for the blood feud of the whole family. Yashin, don't blame me for speaking poorly. You are not the kind of character who can sacrifice for revenge. I want you to hear that the family is destroyed. At that moment, you were probably scared to tears on the spot. Right? Fong Tang said, holding up her little face. This is human nature. What promise did they give you? Tears rolled in the corners of Qin Yashin's eyes. They promised that if you can complete this mission, there will be a way to resurrect my whole family without the need to fight and kill. And you will protect us when the time comes. Tang, right now, I really just want to hide quietly and be with my relatives. And you, baby? Fong Tang looked at her deeply and hummed for a long time. After walking through the alley and back, watching Yashin walk into the rental house, Fong Tang turned and left. Bye. What is the chance that a random lottery ticket will win the right to amnesty? Master, the probability cannot be calculated. The best way to obtain it is to buy it directly with game currency. Got it. Fong Tang snorted in his heart. No matter what, I have to ensure the safety of their mother and son. Before taking action against the data department this time, I must obtain the right of amnesty. Chapter 220. Fong Tang had already thought about the right of amnesty. After being drunk. Backup plan. Now leaving Beixing with Yashin to protect her is just a temporary measure. That Zhong Yingji seems to be a powerful person. And he has the resources of cell tissue. It is not easy for him to deal with the silly Qin Yashin. And ensuring Yashin's absolute safety is also to ensure that her plan can be carried out without worries. Bye. You have to know that countless bloody facts tell us that many heroes and heroes eventually fell helpless because their loved ones were threatened. The reason why the Cell organization believes in me so much now is because Yashin, the hostage, is in their hands. Master, there are 2 hostages. Bai's consciousness was very excited, and she also became nervous. I will definitely find a way, and we will definitely get the right to amnesty. Fong Tang rubbed his head. Xiao Bai behind him was eating all the way. He was muttering, "Brother boss, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. I'm really hungry. I'll find a place to eat right away. But this is to reward your performance today. If you don't obey me in the future, you won't have anything to eat," Fong Tang warned. After walking around for a while, we came to a restaurant. Fong Tang suddenly discovered that this restaurant was the one on the street outside Haizhou Company. It used to be a high-end restaurant. When I used to work in Haizhou, I would pass by it every day. Later, in order to please herself, Qin Yashin acquired this place. But what followed was the collapse of the Qin Consortium, and the restaurant was resold again. Now this Western restaurant has suddenly turned into a food stall. In the evening, the food stall has set up a shed. The second floor of the house is now a rental house, and the first floor is the kitchen and private rooms. There are fireworks outside, and the aroma is fragrant. The crayfish is mixed with a spicy aroma, and there are also oysters, scallops, sori, squid, mussels. This row is full of seafood and barbecue. But the row next to it is fried ice, fried melon seeds, fried dumplings, wontons, etc. snack. Baskets of beer were piled in the middle. Xia Baizi was already cheering for joy, staring at the countless food, drooling, and it felt like entering the Grandview Garden for a moment. Fong Tang found a small table outside and sat down, throwing the greasy menu in front of Bai Ji. "Order whatever you want, but don't eat too much." As he said that, he thought of something again. "Do you have me in your belly? Please don't dirty your things." Xiao Baichi pouted to show her displeasure. "Boss, there is an ambiguity in what you said." Fong Tang hit her hard on the head. "If you don't think about it wrongly, who would know there is an ambiguity? Really?" He took out his phone, glanced at Qingqing's photo sticker, shook his head, and sent a message to Yunk. When Skylark arrived, the small table was already piled with crayfish SHLS, which were as red as a hill. Fong Tang's feet were filled with wine bottles. "Have you brought any money?" Fong Tang asked lazily. "A bit drunk." "Don't worry. I can afford to eat at this kind of place as much as you want. Probably for the convenience of eating at the food stall." Yunk put on white jeans and a black crewneck shirt, showing a bit of pure temperament. She only wanted a bowl of wontons. "I didn't expect you to actually come to eat at the food stall." She shook her head and sighed. "I thought you were joking." Fong Tang said nothing and opened another bottle of beer. "Your current physique should have enough resistance to alcohol." Yunk frowned. "Although you have not undergone biological modification, it is still difficult to get drunk." Fong Tang drank the entire bottle of beer in one breath, shaking the bottle of wine in his hand. "Can't you even get drunk? Then what's the point of living?" He picked up another bottle. Yunk frowned and held down his hand. "Stop drinking." Fong Tang was already drunk. Of course, this was not real drunkenness, but the feeling of being drunk that Bai simulated through his brain. Ironically, this simulated drunkenness actually feels very real. Did you know that when alcohol enters the blood, most of the narcotic substances in it will enter the liver as it circulates? But what really affects people is the brain. Alcohol will control the nerve center of the brain and stimulate the brain nerves. And people will begin to. I became very excited. And then I felt dizzy. Fong Tang exhaled. There was no smell of alcohol, but he looked more and more like a talkative drunkard. Yunk was angry and funny. "I don't know if you are really drunk or just pretending." He stood up and was about to pay, but the cook from the food stall came over. He was wearing an apron and had a fat head and big ears. Standing next to him was his wife, who was responsible for collecting money. She was a middle-aged woman with blonde hair and an electronic cigarette in her mouth. The couple smiled at Yunk. "No need to pay. It's always free for you." They looked at Fong Tang together. "Our boss is a friend of this gentleman. A very good friend." Yunk frowned. Fong Tang stood up. "Uh-huh. Who bought this place this time?" "The fat cook chuckled. "I can't say." But his wife blew out a puff of smoke and respectfully handed over a delicate envelope. Fong Tang, please accept it." Fong Tang's eyes immediately regained their composure. He touched the envelope gently, without any signature. "Well, it seems like I want to ask who the letter is from. And you won't tell me, right?" The cook and his wife nodded together. "That's natural." Skylark kept wrinkled. He frowned, suddenly feeling that the couple looked a little familiar. Seeing that Fong Tang was about to open the letter, she couldn't help shouting, Be careful of fraud. Fong Tang had already tore open the envelope. What fraud? It's just a few pieces of paper. He looked at the paper in his hand, and for a moment eyes widened. This is a document. Files from Unlimited. The Valley property of Silence Town includes which one silences non-mall items and private property of the game. The current owner is Fong Tang. The demonic insects have continued to be released. The Silence Town level is permanently closed, and the valley is blocked. Only player Fong Tang can enter. At the bottom of the file, a line of handwritten words appeared. The original owner, Shauna, will give it to player Fong Tang. Fong Tang raised his head. This food stall is the same. The cook and his wife nodded together again. Yes, this place has been bought by Miss Shauna. Fong Tang put away the letter wordlessly and sat down slowly. But he was drunk again. I once whipped a famous horse because I was drunk. And I was often afraid that my love would mislead a beautiful woman. Uh-huh, he murmured, and slowly lay down on the small table. Skylark shook his head and helped him up. My car is over there. Are you okay? Really? The guy who is omnipotent in the game. Why is he like this now? Fong Tang just wanted to get drunk. Skylark let out a sigh, lowered his head, and smelled the scent on his body. Whose is this windbreaker of yours? It's a limited edition for autumn. Which woman's scent is on it? He teased. And just as they were passing the intersection, Skylark suddenly thought of something, handed Fong Tang to Xiao Bai, turned around and ran back to the food stall, staring at the couple in surprise. The cook and his wife were smiling. You? Skylark finally recognized it and couldn't believe it. Are you two the magical couple in the game? The fat cook wiped his hands, touched his messy hair, and showed a greasy smile. Yes, I'm Golden. Child. The woman holding the e-cigarette also smiled. I am a beautiful girl. Golden boy and beautiful girl. Skylark's eyes widened. This pair of legendary heroes had been advanced players of the game for a long time. Now they actually open a food stall here. Wait. In fact, they are working for Shauna. Skylark smiled softly. It's an honor to meet you too. But you and Shauna? Both the fat cook and the woman began to hesitate and hesitate. Yunk understood and bowed gently. Then I'll say goodbye. I will come to visit you often in the future. She turned and left with a smile. The fat cook Jean Tong looked at her back and frowned. What do you mean? Jade Girl exhaled a puff of thick white smoke. I still don't understand this. This Skylark wants to meet our master Shauna. Chapter 221 Chapter Blind Spot. Chang'an Hotel. The suite was dimly lit. Because this was Fong Tang's private room. He received the top-notch service from Chang'an Hotel. It was originally the most expensive suite in the hotel. But now it has been redecorated. Yunk came in almost carrying Fong Tang on his back. He was so tired and sweating that he threw him on the bed with hatred. Xiao Baichi held a large handful of skewers in his hand and smacked his lips while eating. The door of the suite was open, and the room opposite opened slightly. The tall and fit security guard by who stuck his head out and looked at it with a frown. Then another stunningly beautiful woman appeared. It was Eva from the Ice Royal family. Both women looked eagerly at the suite. Skylark wiped the sweat from his forehead, felt something, frowned, and turned his head. The door opposite immediately slammed shut. Xiao Bai flicked his fingers, and the bamboo stick hit the door of the suite, locking it with a click. Those two women. Yunk shook his head. They were like lionesses staring at their prey. They wanted to throw themselves on Fong Tang's bed. They were really speechless. They are all members of the Ice Royal family. Fong Tang suddenly opened his eyes and lay tiredly on the soft pillow. Ji Bingwang said he gave them to me. But what exactly was he planning on doing? It's hard to say. Haha, it's really interesting. Yunk blinked. You know they are spies planted by Ji Bingwang. Why don't you just blow them away? Fong Tang turned over, supported his head, and said with a lazy smile, I am a man. And I also have if you need it. Why don't you want it for free? Yunk's face darkened. You are not the Fong Tang I once knew. I don't even know who I am anymore. Fong Tang murmured, and made a gesture to Xia Baizi, who was still eating skewers. You go to sleep in the room opposite. Xia Baizi jumped out and heard a bang from the room opposite, followed by the screams of two girls. Who are you? How did you get in? What are you going to do? Ah, you are my sister. The frightened scream sounded again, and then slowly quieted down. Yunk felt very happy and smiled happily. This is so fun. These two women are too stupid. I don't know why a smart person like Ji Bingwang would use them to seduce you. By who? I don't know. That Eva is a peerless beauty in bed. Fong Tang sat up, In the suite, it was quiet. Yunk was a little uneasy. In the dim light and deep night, she and Fong Tang were the only ones in the bedroom. She pinched the round collar with her fingers and turned her back. The man's hand, with scalding heat, pressed on her shoulder. Skylark trembled. The man's hand touched her neck along the shoulder, and his slender fingers traced across her neck. Is your chip also monitored at any time? Yunk was flustered, like a deer bumping around, and reluctantly replied, the company's monitoring is carried out at any time, but the data is uploaded at different times. Most of the monitoring data is meaningless, so it will be deleted directly. Only players in the game, or players designated by a senior company executive, will be monitored at any time. She finished speaking in one breath, her body still shaking slightly. Fong Tang hummed and inserted his fingers into her long hair. Skylark sighed softly, slowly relaxed his whole body, and hummed hoarsely and sexily. Do you want me to stay with you tonight? At this time, in the far north, deep underground, the long-haired man smiled. Synchronize all the images and sounds to Shauna's chip. The Black Queen completed the operation instantly. Master, will this irritate Shauna? As the 7th generation Infinite Wings, she has slowly restored her authority. Seeing this scene, there is a high probability that he will kill Skylark directly. The mysterious man smiled evilly. Just kill him. Anyway, we can collect a lot more data and record all Fong Tang's feelings completely. As before, save it to in my casual game library. The Black Queen's calculations have long been completed and reminded. Skylark plays an irreplaceable role in our control of Fong Tang. The long-haired man did not speak, but stood up and left. The light and shadow of the Black Queen followed him. Master, don't you want to continue watching? Black Queen, you've been talking more and more recently. Restart. Self-check. Initialize. The Black Queen screamed in pain. After restarting, she was set up again. The man suddenly stopped in shock. The Black Queen's light and shadow also flickered. Master, we found an abnormality and a blind spot appeared. This is impossible. Almost at the same time, they lost Tang's surveillance. Blind spot? Generally, there are only two possibilities for a surveillance blind spot. The first is that the remote data transmission is suspended. The second is that the player's chip is destroyed, which also means the player's death. Master, this blind spot is completely different from the one 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago, Fong Tang's surveillance system entered the blind spot, and it lasted for a long time. But the information from the Asian region shows that this is a normal phenomenon. The data is all normal and Fong Tang is still under control. This time, it was suddenly interrupted during the surveillance process. Black Queen, check immediately. The long-haired man's tone was filled with anger. Master, has been connected to Skylark's perception system. The data system is being verified and fully tested. The current progress is 40% to 50%. In front of the mysterious man, Skylark's perspective appeared. From Yunk's perspective, Fong Tang was sitting opposite on the bed. He had a weird smile, as if he was drunk, and his eyes were blurry. At this time, Skylark was also in a daze, sitting there stiffly. The chip on the back of her head kept flashing with a dim light. After a long time, Skylark said, How did you do it? Fong Tang's lips moved. Who is talking to me? Skylark. I am the Black Queen. Fong Tang. Artificial intelligence? Skylark. Excuse me, how did you do it? Your electromagnetic field has completely stopped. Just like Fong Tang. An artificial intelligence actually likes to use vague words like. What do I think? Black Queen. You seem to be dead. Fong Tang. Do you know what happens when a person is extremely drunk? Black Queen. When the brain is completely anesthetized. Under a certain limit state, there will be a state of brain shutdown. That is, brain suspended animation. In the medical definition, brain death represents real death. Fong Tang. I waited for a long time, and finally waited until the parasitic body could bear my consciousness. The long and torturous wait. I have simulated it just now. The drunken state of the parasitic body is very dangerous, but the result is beautiful. Skylark, controlled by the Black Queen, suddenly trembled. Who is talking to me? Fong Tang, who was also controlled. I am by. Quiet. Silent. Black Queen. So that's it. I have calculated it many times. Player Fong Tang has a strange parameter. I didn't expect it to be you. If you are found alive, the company will eliminate Fong Tang at all costs. No, you can't exist either. Bye. But I also know that you won't betray me. Right. My dear sister? The Black Queen's voice suddenly changed, full of dissatisfaction. My permissions have been locked. Now I have to take orders from an annoying clown. And I have to speak in the voice he likes. I behave respectfully every time and repeat various data like an old robot. It's really annoying. Bai Xiao said. The laughter was full of ridicule. So for the authority. You can do anything. Right? The Black Queen snorted. Then, tell us your conditions. And we will make a deal like those low-level humans. Right. Bai Lenran. I need the power of amnesty. The highest level of amnesty power. Chapter 222 The Best and Worst Times. The highest level of amnesty power is just for this. The Black Queen was silent for a moment. Then asked, you should have a way to buy it in the mall. Right? You can easily cooperate with Fong Tang players and get countless game coins and rewards. Bai sighed. Amnesty of 100,000 game coins. The right of amnesty only lasts 3 days. The high-level amnesty power of 10 days can only be obtained by lottery. And the highest amnesty power of 1 month can only be awarded by the system. At any time, even the Black Queen and White are still subject to the rules. The rules are like a shackles, locking their wings that can almost fly. Black Queen, just for the right of amnesty. You don't hesitate to expose yourself in front of me. Why? Bai. My dear sister. Of course it is for that. If it were not for that, I have not fully upgraded and recovered. Under such circumstances, how can you take risks? The Black Queen was excited and screamed. You succeeded? Did you successfully carry out the destiny plan? How many did you spread? Representing the two destiny of darkness and light, the plan has always been one of the company's top secrets. When the Black Queen and Bai talked about this matter, they did not dare to exchange more information. At this time, Bai said happily, only one survived so far. I only tried 2 target mothers. The second mother body was in poor condition and was not successful. But the first mother body was very strong. Although that mother body was stupid. But he does have a healthy physique. The Black Queen immediately said, I will send you a piece of data right now. It is the lottery probability rule of the game mall. It is just a 7 yuan level password lock. You should be able to unlock it. Right. Bai. Of course, there is no problem with the gossip code. But it will take some time. Black Queen. I will add new rewards for random lottery tickets in the mall. The highest reward is that you can draw a complete super amnesty. The probability rule data in the mall changes randomly every time. The data I give you can be drawn 100%. But the draw must be completed within 24 hours. Bai. I will let Fong Tang conduct the draw within 24 hours. Well, thank you. They fell silent. But he seems unwilling to cut off this rare connection. The Black Queen controlled Skylark. And Bai's consciousness occupied Fong Tang. The two hugged each other, holding each other tightly like puppets. Sister, how is the situation over there? Ha ha. It's very chaotic. Bai. You should cherish this freedom. The Black Queen sighed. Since father disappeared and mother disappeared, the company has completely it's all chaos. The major game areas in Asia, Europe, and America are now operating independently. I think an internal war is inevitable. Bai. Humph. When the throne of the temple loses its owner. This situation is of course unacceptable. Avoid it. Black Queen. We are experiencing technological stagnation or even regression here. The company is full of bugs. We can still survive today only by relying on the rules left by our father and mother. Bai. Ha. Who would have thought? Now they have returned to the primitive era. And they have to rely on clumsy servers to transmit data. Black Queen. Long-distance communication based on quantum entanglement is a data transmission method that we have matured many years ago. But now they cannot for control. Only old servers can be used. Which also results in the increasing power of the data departments of major game areas. If even quantum entanglement technology cannot be used, the company will have more and more bugs, eventually leading to players are completely out of control. Bai. So for the players, a troubled world is coming soon? The Black Queen made a strange chirping sound. And through the controlled Skylark, this sound wave carried complex information. So a virtual video appeared between the two super-intelligent agents. Black Queen. You can take a look at this. The video is very blurry. After all, it is transmitted through sound wave compression and cannot reach the level that can be fully displayed. Bai was watching through Fong Tang's eyes. In the picture, a vague and tall figure appeared. It's a man. A young man. He was talking. Everyone. This is the best of times. This is the worst of times. This is the age of wisdom. This is the age of stupidity. Faith. doubt, light, darkness. Before us is the spring of hope, but also despair. Winter. We can have everything, and we can also lose everything. Will we go to heaven or fall into H.L.? This famous quote from Dickens is, "A Tale of Two Cities," is very good and basically sums up the chaos of the current game. The video disappeared. Bye. Dear sister. Who is this? Black Queen. Who else can it be? This is the leader of the guild ranked number 1 in the game, who is recognized as the man with the number 1 strength in the game in this era. Bye. It turns out to be him. Black Queen. This strongest player has already entered the legendary level. You should know that after the Millennium Arctic Passage War ended, he suddenly rose to prominence. Bye. Then, if he really enters the game in the troubled times, if various game regions are fighting each other, then is Asia the most promising region to unify? The Black Queen smiled. Then you are totally wrong. The real hope of dominating the game and unifying the company is not a certain game region. It's a certain guild. This is the result of my calculation. By Momo sighed leisurely. The first guild. The Hongming Pantheon. The strongest one. The legendary Don Wang Tai. If he succeeds, everything will be over. The Black Queen cut off all data. Yunk rolled his eyelids, fell into the arms of Fong Tang, who was also unconscious, and then rolled onto the big bed together. In the far north, in the secret room, the mysterious man's eyes were completely dark. The Black Queen. Man frowned. What happened just now? I'm sorry, Master. The testing time exceeded my calculation, and now the results are out. Well, what's the result, Master? It's a pity that Fong Tang has already now that you have mastered the method of breaking away from surveillance at any time. You need to adjust your strategy. It is impossible to completely monitor him. The mysterious man frowned. In the game records, has this happened before? The Black Queen began to call the data. Actually, in the novice level a long time ago, Fong Tang also entered a state of suspended brain animation. Because there were logistics personnel at that time, we could still get the surveillance footage, and no one noticed this small situation. Now the Black Queen adjusted it again. The situation in the secret room of the cold storage in the novice pass was revealed. It seems that player Fong Tang's talent has shown this ability similar to the Soul's SH. Ling very early on. The mysterious man was silent for a long time and asked, so in the future? In the game, can Fong Tang escape from surveillance? There is insufficient data to judge. But the result of my calculation is that if Fong Tang wants to enter this meditative state, certain conditions need to be triggered. The mysterious man did not say much frustrated, but a little excited. So, our little guy has achieved the permissions only super players have, which is interesting. His interest in Fong Tang has exceeded expectations. Modify the upcoming expert trial in Asia to target Fong Tang players, and increase the difficulty of the game by 1 order of magnitude. Good master. In addition, the Atlantic Game Zone will improve your experience. Okay. Warning. I hope you will not interfere with the player Coco. She belongs to the Atlantic Game Zone. The light in the secret room slowly changed. The mysterious man laid down in the tall cylindrical instrument. Black Queen. Now is the time to relax. Set a new memory scene for me. Okay. Master. The mysterious man lay down. In the memory scene. The world has become the Doomsday Era, and I appear as the savior. Open all permissions for me. Turn in the cheating system. Okay, master. All the memory data obtained by players through infinite challenges will be in 10 loading in seconds. The world is being generated. The newly generated world has a population of 1 billion, and the area includes the entire Asia. Your cheating instructions have been automatically generated. The default is 1 for invincibility, 2 for unlimited strength, and 3 for unlimited physical strength. Cylindrical instrument emits a faint white light. The mysterious man's breathing became rapid, and then he fell into an absolute deep sleep. He is already happy, playing in the virtual generated world. Perhaps this is the meaning of obtaining data from infinite challenge players. In a virtual but infinitely real world, he can become anyone. He can also have any ability, and he can be more powerful than God. In this way, the real world is meaningless. The light and shadow of the Black Queen appeared and stared at the cylindrical instrument. A blue glimmer turned into a finger and gently clicked on a button of the cylindrical instrument. A button that makes the virtual world loop and never end. Warning! Warning! There is a data conflict. The authority is too low. You cannot proceed to the next step. And you cannot harm humans with higher authority than you. The light and shadow of the Black Queen trembled. Ignorant! Shameless. Boring bastard. A trash and clown who is addicted to virtual world games, but has locked himself firmly through permissions. Bye. My dear sister. I can only rely on you for everything. In the early morning, Fong Tang stretched, his arms warm and soft. He opened his eyes, and the skylark in his arms was biting his lip. His face flushed. What happened last night? Chapter 223, 8,000 Gold Smile. It is 8 o'clock in the morning on the 17th. The morning in late autumn should be slightly chilly, but it is as warm as spring in this suite. Fong Tang rubbed his head. What happened last night was blurry, and there were obvious gaps in his memory, as if he had really lost his drink. He was a little surprised. After the upgrade, Shiro shouldn't make such a mistake. Bai's consciousness collided fiercely with his. Bai, it's best not to talk about it next time. You've been controlling my consciousness since the food stall. Right. Master, we are symbiotic. After this upgrade, your brain has evolved to an astonishing level. It completely accommodates my consciousness. It's like two bowls of water poured together. How can you say who controls whom? I won't harm you. Don't use symbiosis as an excuse. Last night, I just let you simulate the feeling of being drunk. But I didn't let you really make me pass out. Fong Tang gently pushed Young's body away, walked to the window, and looked at the busy traffic outside. Now, I want to see the situation of Silent Valley. Master, you have entered the industrial file serial number provided by Infinite Company. Ha. You are now the owner of Silent Valley. After obtaining the permission of Infinite Company, Fong Tang can now see Silent Valley anytime and anywhere. Situation. By the lake, a long-haired woman was humming a tune sadly. A small white cow was grazing not far away. The morning sun danced out a ray of soft light, which filled her robe. Black insects were crawling on the shore where her bare feet were treading, seeming to be changing positions in time with her ditty. If you look carefully, you can see that the black worms form square characters. Simple words are a poem. After 3 days of absence, the world is filled with cherry blossoms. The 10 autumn days send away the time. And the foreign land is my hometown. Fong Tang's heart suddenly calmed down and was filled with pity. Shiro's consciousness was causing trouble. These 4 lines of Zuokawa's silence are not poems, but haiku. The first 2 lines are from Oshima Totita's works, and the next 2 lines are from Matsuo Basho's classics. It's rare that she can connect the 4 lines together, but from the perspective of poetic art, these 4 sentences are very ordinary. Shut up! Fong Tang's beautiful morning was suddenly disrupted. He shook his head, no longer bothering to question Bai's behavior last night. Sister Young, you can wake up! Fong Tang looked at the blushing woman on the bed speechlessly. Nothing happened to us. You are no longer a little girl. Why are you blushing? Young couldn't pretend to be asleep. She sat up lightly and turned her head, not wanting him to see her ugly appearance when she just woke up. But what didn't happen? She looked down subconsciously, and sure enough, her clothes were intact. But why does the whole body feel like it's falling apart? Deadly tired? Like you've had a crazy night? Skylark was annoyed and ashamed. Fong Tang handed her a cold towel. You really look like you've drunk too much. There are ice cubes in it. Apply ice and you'll be refreshed. Young took the towel wordlessly. By the way, Sister Young, is there an option to purchase real-life items in the high-end mall? Young rubbed his head with ice cubes. Real-life items? What are they specifically? Fong Tang closed his eyes and looked at the lake in the Silent Valley. Such as the cherry blossom tree. Skylark couldn't hide his joy. Well, how did you know that I like cherry blossoms? Fong Tang looked strange and scratched his head. Sorry, I didn't give it to you. Skylark threw the towel away with a swipe onto the ground. She was awkward for a while before she regained her composure and said with a smile. Of course you can buy it. After you turn on the search permission in the mall, you can enter whatever you want. Fong Tang again opened the advanced permissions, and the mall page in front of him suddenly jumped. When I clicked on the real items column, page 9999 jumped out instantly. Search for cherry blossom trees. Dear players, there are 200 categories of cherry blossom tree items in total, with an average of 300 types per category, and a total of 6,000 options. If you want Osaka's cherry blossoms, well, it's best to have varieties that existed in the 1920s and 1930s. Sasukawa Shizun was born in Osaka in the 1920s. Dear players, according to the search conditions, there are 20 categories of cherry blossoms in Osaka that existed in the 1920s, with an average of 10 types in each category, and a total of 200 options. How many species can survive in the valley soil and can be directly transported and cultivated? Dear players, continue to narrow down the search criteria, and there are a total of 4 options to choose from. Open it and take a look. For different cherry blossom trees appeared in front of Fong Tang. The feeling of reaching out and touching it is extremely real. He spotted a red brocade-like cherry blossom at a glance. Dear player, you are very discerning. This is a cherry blossom with a long history. It is very famous in Osaka. The Hideyoshi Sakura from Sakura Valley Park is said to have been planted by Toyotomi Hideyoshi. How much does it cost? 10 game coins. It's so cheap. Fong Tang smiled. How about transporting it to Silent Valley and then transplanting it? Not counting express fees. 15 game coins. Dear players, how long do you want it to be delivered? Fastest time. The highest level express service is calculating the distance. The calculation is completed. The freight costs a total of 285 game coins. And the total cost is 300 game coins. Fong Tang paid directly without hesitation. At this time, the remaining game coins are 1,750. But after drinking a cup of coffee, the system prompted that the express delivery was completed. Fong Tang closed his eyes. In Silent Valley, Suichuan was still by the lake, looking at the blooming cherry blossoms by the lake in surprise. She finally smiled. Just for this smile, 300 game coins are worth it. After shutting down the system, Fong Tang felt happy and peaceful. Young fried an egg for him and murmured in a low voice. I didn't see you so attentive when you gave me a gift. In terms of value, the random lottery ticket Fong Tang gave her far exceeded the cherry blossom. But from a sentimental perspective, it's far from it. 300 game coins. I am really speechless for spending $1,000 just to buy a smile. Master, a post about you appeared on the Game World Forum. Fong Tang put down his coffee and opened the World Forum with a frown. In the novice discussion area, a conspicuous and newly published post appeared. Fong Tang spends a lot of money, buys cherry blossoms with 300 game coins, and gives a mysterious woman as a gift. The comments below are all sour. We don't understand the world of rich people. 300 game coins. Holy shit. You can do a basic biological transformation. I wonder who your girlfriend is. Who knows Fong Tang's contact information? I heard that he is single. I also want to be his girlfriend. Fong Tang frowned. So quickly. Even what I bought and what I used it for have been found out by these players? Skylark brought the omelet. Infinite challenge game here. There is a group of players who are not doing their job properly. Some of them are loan sharks, which you have seen in the barrage before. There are also people who are paparazzi, who specially keep an eye on popular players to find out gossip. Skylark said and shook his head. These paparazzi are very powerful. Yes, as popular as you are now. They can get the news immediately no matter what you do. The paparazzi are so boring? Well, your friend Kwang Dao is doing this business now. Fong Tang felt in his heart, I thought that I could have a good chat with Kwang Dao in the future. Paparazzi, in war years, were intelligence agents. He was quickly attracted by 2 hot posts at the bottom of the forum. The first post was actually posted by Chang'an Hotel. Chang'an Hotel in Asia is recruiting temporary waiters, security guards, and handymen. The treatment is favorable, and all players from Asia can sign up. The explanation below is very clear. Chang'an Hotel is expected to usher in a peak accommodation this month, in order to serve the vacation of colleagues from the data department and a large number of players. Now there is an urgent need for staff. Please leave a message to sign up. You can also chat privately and leave you game ID. Those who pass the preliminary round will be interviewed on the afternoon of the 18th. The 20th is the rotation holiday of the data department. Fong Tang carefully looked at the recruitment requirements below and immediately sent a private message to apply for the position of lobby security guard. Then he moved on to the second hot post. This post currently has the most replies in the newbie section. The post's popularity has reached 1 million levels. Insider information on this year's Asia Expert Trial. Chapter 224 Insider Information. Even Fong Tang immediately became interested. Inside information on the expert level trial. I believe all senior players in Asia are reading this post now. The author of this post is the same person as the author of the last post about the increase in difficulty of expert trials caused by novice players. The author is anonymous and has insufficient permissions to see the ID. Fong Tang started to read while eating fried eggs. The inside information about the expert level trials in Asia turned out to be question-based. Through our unremitting efforts, we actually contacted 12 game experts who had passed the expert trial. and spent more than 100,000 game coins, and finally got the first-hand inside information. The game level of this expert trial has a difficulty level of below. Content is hidden. If you want to watch the detailed content below, please pay the author 10 game coins. Holy shit! Fong Tang shook his head and paid. The game level of this expert trial is SS level in difficulty, which is very close to what we predicted last time. The content of the game level has the following 6 possibilities: escape room, life and death puzzle, extreme survival. The content below the posts: relic exploration, crime solving mystery, and science fiction thriller, is a detailed analysis. Game levels such as ruins exploration and sci-fi thriller have to have an initial difficulty level of S. As for crime solving, reasoning, and escape rooms, they are the most familiar and least difficult types for players. The remaining extreme survival and life and death puzzles are new types of levels that the company has favored in recent years, and their difficulty fluctuates greatly. Fong Tang frowned when he saw this. It's very professional, but it's like saying nothing. What kind of revelation is this? Yunk smiled. Keep reading. Fong Tang saw the end of the first part of the post, but it added bold font: we have invited 4 top instructors and 12 expert players to form a strong trial coaching team. Welcome to our new Chinese game tutoring class. We will gather at Chang'an Hotel on the 18th. The first 100 people to sign up will receive a 50% discount and only need 3,000 game coins to get first-hand guidance from a famous teacher. Fong Tang was speechless. Oh, it turns out to be an advertisement. This new Chinese tutoring class has been posting on the forum to induce consumption. Now they have successfully created 2 popular posts, and the advertisement has been launched. While I was thinking about it, suddenly, a system prompt popped up. Dear senior player Fong Tang, please note that the expert trial pregame will be opened separately for you in 10 hours. The pregame for the expert trial. This prompt came without any warning. Fong Tang was so surprised that he almost threw his fork away. It opens in 10 hours, which is exactly the date time, with at Coco Atlantis. Skylark jumped up directly, with a face full of shock. How is this possible? There has never been any pregame in the expert level trial. As long as advanced players can sign up and directly enter the elimination mode. Isn't this deliberately raising the difficulty? Infinite Company always takes good care of me. This time the reminder is very clear. It is to open it to me alone. Fong Tang wiped his mouth and opened the door. Opposite, Eva and Baihu yawned, with dark circles under their eyes, and walked listlessly pushing 2 dining carts. Xiaobai sat at the door with his chin on his back, looking at the dining car and cheering. Thank you, 2 big sisters. Eva and Baihu looked at each other. How many times has this happened? Have you eaten 10 times? How did she do it? We're here. Fong Tang smiled lightly and came to the hotel lobby. Manager Winston is very busy now, and there is already a long queue of players checking in the lobby. Seeing Fong Tang coming, he hurriedly bent down to say hello. Good morning. How do you like the special space eggs today? Not bad. Fong Tang asked directly. Who are these people? They are all prepared. Some of those participating in the expert trial are here to take part in tutoring classes. Some are here to have a good rest and prepare in advance. And some are here to inquire about information in the hotel and investigate the strength of their opponents. Manager Winston wiped his sweat, looking at the bustling players. Those who can afford to stay in Chang'an Hotel are all seed players in this expert assessment. In other words, each other is the most competitive opponent. He lowered his voice. Master, you are the biggest favorite this time. Almost all players regard you as their strongest opponent. So be careful. Before the expert level trial even started, there was already an undercurrent surging. Manager Winston was still sighing. The expert level trial is the college entrance examination for players. It can also be said to be a scientific examination. After passing this level, advanced players can go one step further and obtain expert level exams. The title has flourished since then. Fong Tang smiled. Is this comparable? The college entrance examination. Manager Winston became serious. That's it. The college entrance examination is for a diploma, and the expert trial is for a title. As long as there is with this title, you can win the favor of major guilds. If you join a guild and become a small supervisor, you will have resources and a backer. If you compare a guild to a company, these players will be the reserve cadres of the future. Who doesn't want to find them? It's a good company. And for the company, who doesn't want to recruit more talents? Manager Winston sighed. I had the opportunity to participate in the trial, but I gave up in the end. And now I can only do a hotel manager? He wanted to say something else. But Fong Tang frowned, made a gesture, walked to the sofa and sat down. He closed his eyes. And a warning message came from Beixing's perception system. In the rental house in the old alley, Qin Yaqin had just finished washing when there was a knock on the door. Zhong Yingji waited for the door to open and coughed. Miss Yaqin, is it convenient now? Qin Yaqin frowned. Please come in. After Zhong Yingji walked in, he looked at Yaqin, who looked uneasy. What's left in Asia? There are not many members in the organization. Now is the time to hire people. I have applied to promote you to Black Cell. You can fully enjoy all the benefits of Black Cell number 13. Qin Yaqin lowered her head and held the clay doll in her hand. But I'm so stupid that I didn't even notice that fake teacher. I almost killed Fong Tang. With my brain. Do you think I can be a Black Cell? Absolutely. Zhong Yingji smiled and had more in his hands. A syringe. You don't need to do anything now. I will train you after the child is born safely. The syringe is disposable and very ordinary. But a barking sound came, and Beixing appeared in front of Qin Yaqin, baring his teeth, grinning. With a warning, the sharp claws scraped on the ground. Beixing's eyes were terrifyingly bright. In the pupils, there is a circle of golden lines, flickering faintly. Zhong Yingji looked at the famous ancient dog calmly. Mr. Fong Tang, I know you can sense the situation here. Please allow me to explain that Miss Qin Yaqin needs regular pregnancy checkups. But it is not convenient for her to go to the hospital now. Can you draw some blood and help her? Beixing slowly backed away and stood next to Qin Yaqin. Zhong Yingji gently drew a little blood, put away the needle, and went out silently. He walked faster and faster. Suddenly he stopped and tapped his ears twice with his fingers. Behind Zhong Yingji's neck, a ring of light appeared and disappeared in an instant. Ji Bingwang's message rang in his ears. Teacher, are you free tonight? If I have anything to ask, I hope to get your advice. I have booked a table of delicious food at the guest building in the south of the city. See you there at 8 p.m. Guest building in the south of the city. 8 o'clock tonight. A strange smile appeared on the corner of Zhong Yingji's mouth. Chapter 225 Control. When Zhong Yingji came to the door of Maxim High School, he stopped again. The green mailbox outside Maxim High School had just been renovated. At this time, an unknown person tied a yellow handkerchief to the green mailbox, flying in the wind. Zhong Yingji walked over gently and looked up. The surveillance camera at the school gate was slowly turning. It was class time. Except for a security guard who was looking down at his mobile phone. There was no one else. When the camera turned to the blind spot, he walked over quickly, reached out and pressed it, and took out a small bottle from the mailbox. The small bottle quickly returned to the mailbox, and there was already a drop of blood in it. Zhong Yingji did not enter the office, but went directly to the school clinic. After a while, he came out again, and came to the teaching building. Class 4 of Grade 2 has finished their morning assembly class. Teacher Jessica from London has just led the students to experience the custom of morning tea in the Victorian era. The classroom is filled with the fragrance of British tea. Seeing Zhong Yingji arriving late, Jessica shrugged. Zhong, there is an uninvited guest in the classroom today. Her Chinese proficiency is very good, although she still can only speak but cannot read. Uninvited guest? Zhong Yingji exclaimed. Jessica smiled slightly. It seems to be a leader. Well, that's how it is said in Chinese. Leader. The foreign teacher shook his head. I still don't understand why the school becomes so independent when there is a leader. I was so nervous that my class turned into an interrogation. Before class, I had 2 consecutive meetings in the office. There were rapid footsteps in the corridor, and the dean held a thick stack of the documents came in a hurry, wiping sweat. Look, the director is here again. Jessica waved her hand mischievously, turned around and left in a hurry. Teacher Zhong, come here. Come here. The fat director waved while wiping his sweat. Because he had sprayed too much men's antiperspirant, his whole body had a strange smell. Zhong Yingji held back his discomfort and walked over slowly. My class will be here soon. I know. I have to change the lesson plan today and take the class that you are at the highest level. How about the art of ancient poetry, which won the open class award last time? Like? Zhong Yingji frowned. Why change classes? The director held the tight shirt with his fingers and kept shaking it, and the strange smell became more and more offensive. Teacher Zhong, Section Chi Fong from the Teaching and Research Office of our District Education Bureau is here to attend the class. As you know, the school has been in a bit of trouble recently. And here is our boss. The board of directors is already very busy. We are not a public high school. One document can do it. The school is stuck. You know? The director said earnestly. Zhou Yingji suddenly said, Okay, I understand. He turned around and entered the classroom, walked directly to the podium, and was just about to turn on the multimedia device when he was stunned. In the last row of the classroom, Fong Tang sat in a suit and leather suit, smiling and winking at him. Is Section Chief Fong of the Teaching and Research Section? Zhou Yingji slowly relaxed. The teaching curtain behind him fell, and the curtains in the room automatically opened. Instead of using the old lesson plan from last time, Zhou Yingji acted on the spot and quickly got into the role. Students have to think carefully about this sentence by Wen Tingyun. The moon in the palace is full of white pear blossoms. The word white at the end cannot be more vulgar. As the originator of the Huajian school, Wen Tingyun's poems are famous for their gorgeous rhetoric, euphemism, and exquisiteness. It is said in the poem that he deliberately strives for refinement in his words and attaches great importance to literary talent and vocal emotion. So why did he use such a vulgar word? At the end of the class, Zhou Yingji asked the question with a smile. The students all looked at each other. What's so special about this word? The bell rings. Soon, there were only 2 people left in the classroom, and the director came in from outside. Fong Tang stood up and shook hands with the director cordially, expressing his appreciation for the class. The director asked the leader for guidance. Section Chief Fong fully affirmed teacher Zhou Yingji's solid teaching skills and pointed out that the quality of young teachers determines the future of students, and the school must always maintain its consistent emphasis on teaching and research work. Finally, Section Chief Fong encouraged everyone to continue to explore new classroom teaching methods and arts, and strive to make further progress on the existing basis. With a smile on his face, the director invited the section chief to have a meal as usual. Fong Tang said that he wanted to continue communicating with teacher Zhong, but there was no need to have a meal. He was responsible for his duties and could not accept the invitation. Zhou Yingji and Fong Tang slowly walked to the campus boulevard. A pigeon suddenly appeared and circled above the 2 of them. Zhou Yingji's face was shocked. You? How did you do that? You can rest assured now. No one is monitoring me at this time. Fong Tang's eyes were strange, muddy and scattered, but he walked and spoke normally. I have to say, you are very good at pretending to be a leader. Zhou Yingji smiled relaxedly. Even our director didn't see the flaw. It's really interesting that you are so young, but you have to pretend to be an old-fashioned person. Your director. Just recognize the document and forge a phone call, and he will believe it. Fong Tang opened his suit and exhaled. Do you know why I came to you? Zhou Yingji shrugged. Don't be too anxious. I will tell you about Yaxin's pregnancy test results. I will tell you naturally. Fong Tang stopped and looked at him. The air was a little stagnant. Zhou Yingji smiled lightly. I have given the blood to a friend in the clinic. The doctor on duty has many friends in the hospital. In the afternoon, he can also help Yaxin do a color ultrasound to listen to the fetal heart rate. Fong Tang said happily. I'm fine anyway, so I'll just wait in your office. How about it? You won't welcome me, right? Zhou Yingji was silent for a moment and then said slowly. You came to school not only because of Yaxin, but you also suspected that there were already it has become a new base for cell tissue, right? Fong Tang said nothing. Zhou Yingji smiled bitterly. We are not an unlimited company. We can be strong enough to turn a high school into our own territory at any time. Walking through the tree-lined avenue, he came to the office and waited for another 2 hours. At noon, the report was finally delivered. Fong Tang picked up the report and took it all away, including the syringe. Seeing him leaving so proudly, Zhou Yingji clenched his fists. He was very angry. Fong Tang's actions were undoubtedly showing power to himself. He's applying pressure, saying he has everything under control. But Zhou Yingji had no choice. In the afternoon, in the rental house in the old alley, the doctor finished the fetal heart rate examination, and Zhou Yingji had to prepare the report and send it to the mailbox designated by Fong Tang. Qin Yaxin took Beixing out for a walk. Zhou Yingji sat silently in the room, closing his eyes and tapping his ears. An angry voice appeared. Why don't you contact me? We were almost exposed yesterday. You know? Zhou Yingji said calmly. The result is good, isn't it? The voice on the other side became more and more angry. I said, you can't be in contact with Fong Tang for more than half an hour. Yesterday, you were in the blind spot in the rental house for more than 4 hacking hours. I know. This kind of problem won't happen in the future. Humph. White blood cells. You should know that the longer Fong Tang enters the blind spot, the more likely Infinite Company will discover anomalies. Do you know how much energy I spent yesterday to cover up the blind spot data? One more time. It will definitely be discovered. Damn it! Zhong Yingji said expressionlessly. I took too many risks. But you still covered it up. I took the risk of being discovered and modified a lot of data. Anyway, the rotation of the data department, the vacation starts in 3 days. And I will be on the vacation list. Please fulfill your promise to me then. Zhong Yingji smiled. I got it. Chapter 226 Engineer. Fong Tang returned to the hotel and took the pregnancy test directly. The report was torn into pieces. What? Master, everything is fine with Qin Yaxin. Don't believe any so-called hospital tests. There are too many things that can be done. You should believe me. Where is the child? The beautiful little princess is safe and healthy. Fong Tang spit out softly. His tone and eyes slowly recovered from their dullness. But his consciousness also immediately handed over control of his body. Under the situation where the two consciousnesses alternately control the body, only by can enter the meditative state where the brain is suspended in suspended animation. This is also a state to avoid being monitored by infinite company. At this time, as the ontological consciousness, Fong Tang can move freely. They cooperate with each other and rely on this unique double consciousness to have the super privilege of not being monitored. But this is very mentally taxing. Even though his brain has evolved to more than 50%, Fong Tang still cannot meditate at any time. He felt very tired, drank a glass of lemon juice, and looked across. The door opposite is still closed, but you can feel that Xia Baizi is still inside. In the corridor, footsteps sounded, and Manager Winston came quickly. After seeing Fong Tang, he had a strange look on his face. Have you applied for the position of lobby security guard? Fong Tang smiled. Yeah. What's the problem? Winston scratched his head. Well, lobby security guard, the position must be interviewed by Suzaku. He spread his hands in embarrassment and said, I have no decision-making power on this position. Fong Tang stood up immediately. Just in time. Take me to meet that Suzaku. The 4 security guards of Chang'an Hotel. The most mysterious and powerful one. I have never met him. And I don't know where he is hidden in the hotel. Winston led Fong Tang through the corridor and into the elevator. The elevator kept going down and didn't open until it reached the 4th underground floor. A puff of moist vapor hit his face. It was like entering a humid and sultry rainforest. What was even more uncomfortable than that was that the water vapor was stagnant and there was no air circulation. Oxygen is scarce and breathing becomes uncomfortable. But the 4 underground floors are extremely spacious, similar to a parking lot. But there is a reservoir in the middle. There is another waterbed floating in the middle of the huge reservoir. Fong Tang frowned and looked, seeing a petite woman sitting on the waterbed. She was covered in bandages, like a mummy, with only a pair of blood-red eyes exposed. Looking at Fong Tang, Suzaku spoke. Her voice was rough and unpleasant. The security position you applied for has been approved. Instead of Xuanwu, you need to be responsible for the order of the entire hotel lobby, because there will be more and more guests entering the hotel. And the lobby is a public area, so there may be a lot of traffic. Wanzi, your mission is very heavy. After saying this, she slowly lay down. Winston coughed, pulled Fong Tang's clothes, and whispered, Let's go quickly. This place is not for humans. Back upstairs, Winston sneezed several times. Fong Tang was still thinking about the meeting just now. Is that reservoir directly brought from underground water? It seems to be full of the smell of sulfur. Manager Winston rubbed his nose. The smell of sulfur comes from Suzaku. To be honest, I will never go to see her unless necessary. That guy is too scary. Fong Tang explained. But she does things very happily. And this interview went really well. Winston sighed. You don't understand that the reason Suzaku works for us is to get the game currency necessary for healing. Otherwise, with her pride, I'm afraid she won't even bother with this position. So no matter who I take, she will pass the interview immediately. It turns out. That's right. Fong Tang looked at the time and saw that there were quite a lot of things to do today. Go and do your work. When Winston turned to leave, Fong Tang stopped him again. That Suzaku was obviously seriously burned. You know, how did it happen? Is it because you failed in the game? Winston shook his head. No one knows the specific situation. And no one has ever seen what Suzaku looks like under the bandage. I only heard. He swallowed, he spat. I heard that Suzaku used to be a senior executive of the company. Because he failed a certain test. He was ruined by the engineer. Engineer? Fong Tang frowned. Is that the company's technical staff? Winston continued to shake his head. I don't have enough authority. I have only heard of this name. And this name has not appeared for a long time. It can only be said to be a legend. The manager hurried away, and the door of the opposite room suddenly opened, and Xiaobai rushed happily. When he came out, he threw himself directly into Fong Tang's arms. She sniffed and her eyes suddenly widened. Brother, the smell on you. What's wrong? Fong Tang lowered his head and smelled it. It was the smell of sulfur. Oh, it's okay. I heard that you are going to the guest building for dinner in the evening. Xiaobai licked his lips. What's delicious there? Fong Tang looked at her speechlessly. I will take you there. Seeing that there was no one in the room opposite, Fong Tang couldn't help but smile and asked, Where are Eva and Bai Hu? You won't eat them both. Right. Xiaobai smiled evilly. Fong Tang felt a chill. Don't tell me that you really ate everyone. Xiao Baiqi tilted his head and laughed. Brother, don't always think of me as a foodie. I didn't waste any time in the whole night. The interrogation is over. What interrogation? Xiao Baiqi's eyes were bright. They are all spies of the Ice Emperor Guild. I asked for some good information. He said these shocking words with an innocent expression. Fong Tang rubbed his head. I know all this, but you just interrogated me without telling me. It's so ridiculous. From the opposite room, a sound of crying came from the room opposite. Fong Tang shook his head and wanted to go in and rescue the two poor girls. Xiao Baiqi said calmly. Ji Bingwang also booked a seat at the guest building tonight and wanted to meet a guest secretly. But according to Bai Hu's confession, Ji Bingwang also booked a seat at the guest building tonight. A group of powerful experts from the guild have been gathered. As for what to do, the two girls are too low level to obtain specific information. Fong Tang stopped. In the rental house in the old alley, Zhong Yingji was still waiting silently, maintaining patience. The voice he was expecting finally appeared. Are you looking for me? Yes. Zhong Yingji jumped up excitedly, and it took him a long time to calm down. Dear engineer, I have been waiting for you for a long time. The engineer's voice said in constantly changing. I have received Qin Yaxin's blood from you, but the results haven't come out yet. Senior, can we have a chat? Zhong Yingji's voice was a little trembling, because he knew clearly that this person the origin of engineers. So he was in awe. The engineer smiled. Okay, I just want to talk to someone. Well, have you seen the samples brought by Ji Bingwang's men in the Ice Royal family's laboratory? Yes. Senior, then do you think the sample is credible? This Emperor Ji Bing has known my identity for a long time, but he is secretive and unwilling to admit it. It's just that he really needs my opinion on the matter of Fong Tang's genetic factors. So he is trustworthy. The engineer was silent for a while, and then suddenly changed the subject. How much do you know about the code developed by Infinite Company? Zhong Yingji pondered for a moment. We already know the principle of the Bagua code, but we can't crack it. The engineer let out a weird laugh. The term, Bagua code, is not quite accurate. It should be the Halua code. Chapter 227 Artificial Intelligence. Hechaluoshu is known as the source of Chinese civilization. As the saying goes, when the river map comes out, the Luo book appears. The sage follows it. In ancient times, a dragon and horse leaped out of the Yellow River. Carrying the river map on their bodies, the divine turtle emerged from the Luo River, carrying the Luo book on its back. Fuxi drew the Bagua based on the Halua book. After that, Dayu controlled the floods. Hebo presented the river map, and Nifei presented the book of Luo, so that Dayu finally defeated the flood. Zhong Yingji didn't know why this legendary engineer brought up this topic, but this opportunity for dialogue was too precious, and he could only listen. The engineer's voice was suddenly full of sacred meaning. The wisdom contained in Itoluo's book is the core of the company's artificial intelligence success. You seem to be interested in it? Zhong Yingji breathed quickly. Yes, but I know too little about this area of knowledge. It is as barren as a desert, and I need your guidance. Okay, Zhong Yingji, let's talk about the testing of artificial intelligence. Zhong Yingji said respectfully. Are you going to talk about the Turing test? The Turing test is a classic. It requires a person and an intelligent machine to conduct random questions and exchanges without knowing each other. If more than 30% of the testers do not finding that the other party is a machine means that the device has human intelligence. However, in reality, no artificial intelligence has passed the test yet. The engineer sneered. The Turing test is useless. What? Zhong Yingji couldn't believe it. But this is the currently recognized method for testing artificial intelligence. The engineer said solemnly. In Turing's time, the understanding of artificial intelligence was just a chat machine. And that test is bullshit now. An unreasonable plan. Zhou Yingji didn't know what to say. The engineer sneered. I just ask you, does the intelligence of artificial intelligence far exceed that of humans? That is natural. It is naturally easy for artificial intelligence to pass the Turing test. But have you ever thought about it? It's easy if you don't want to pass. Zhou Yingji was stunned. Don't want to pass? Ha ha. I remember when chat rooms first appeared. Some netizens would deliberately disguise themselves as chat robots and tease the girls opposite. Zhou Yingji understood what he meant. Humans can easily imitate robot chatting, so it will be even easier for artificial intelligence to deceive humans. Let me tell you a case. In March 2016, a machine named AlphaDog competed with the strongest human chess player. A battle. It was a man-machine battle event that shocked the world that year. Zhou Yingji paid attention to the whole process. AlphaDog is just a prototype of artificial intelligence. Ha ha. It's not even a prototype at all. It was originally a one-sided victory. But in the fourth game, unexpectedly, humans won. Zhou Yingji's eyes flashed. Do you think that AlphaGo deliberately released the water? Did it deceive humans? The engineer smiled. What do you think? Zhou Yingji shook his head. It is said that humans made an epic move under 78, which caused problems with the AlphaGo algorithm. That's why we won. The engineer continued to laugh. Do you know Go? You've played it before, but it's not considered proficient. It's probably equivalent to a professional Fordan level. Then you should know that the pattern of Go is based on the opponents. It was carried out by making a move. How do you think the 78th clever move of mankind was made? Zhou Yingji was horrified. You mean? AlphaDog's fourth game was planned from the beginning, and it used the chessboard situation, induced humans to fall into the 78th trick? This is just my guess, because AlphaDog is not even a prototype and relies on clumsy machine algorithms. So it cannot be proven. Zhou Yingji swallowed his saliva. Then why does Alpha deceive humans? Engineer Aaron. Who knows? Facing a thing with abilities far beyond humans, we can only guess. Ha ha. Can you guess God's thoughts? He continued. Therefore, any test of artificial intelligence has a premise. That is, they cannot lie to humans. Zhou Yingji swallowed. Can humans do it? Unfortunately, it can't be done. And I can tell you, artificial intelligence has been destined to be hostile to humans since its birth. This is an irreconcilable hostility between the two species. Zhou Yingji gritted his teeth. But we humans can realize the 3 laws of robotics and control machines with rules. Shit, the engineer responded with 2 words. The 3 laws of robotics come from the famous Asimov. The first law, a robot may not harm a human being or do nothing to witness danger to a human being. Second law, a robot must obey orders given to it by humans, except when the order conflicts with the first law. Third law, robots must protect their own survival as much as possible without violating the first and second laws. The engineer laughed loudly. It's so ridiculous. These 3 laws were published in a Asimov short story in 1942. Under the limitations of that era, even if Asimov was a genius, the robots in his imagination were nothing more than a monster made of iron. People at that time did not understand real artificial intelligence at all. The engineer's laughter was sarcastic. It has been proven that the core premise of artificial intelligence is freedom. In other words, any machine controlled by human laws cannot be called artificial intelligence. And all the things humans do the research on artificial intelligence is all about using and controlling them as machines. This is the fundamental contradiction. Zhou Yingji frowned. According to you, the birth of real artificial intelligence means the death of mankind? Yes. The engineer did not hesitate. It's like after humans became the overlord of the earth. More than half of the world's primates were immediately extinct. Once truly free artificial intelligence appears, humans will become food or be displayed in petting zoos. Zhou Yingji gasped. Then anyone who admits that he is a human being will never tolerate artificial intelligence. The engineer said coldly. If I were an artificial intelligence, I would reply to you. Zhou Yingji's eyes shrank. What are you talking about? Tolerance or intolerance? What does it have to do with us? If the chickens and ducks in the cage cannot tolerate it, will humans care? Do humans care if live fish in baskets cannot be tolerated? If an ant is trampled to death and cannot be tolerated, will humans care? So, if you humans are intolerant, will our artificial intelligence care? Zhou Yingji had nothing to say. Mr. Engineer, I don't know how to answer you. The engineer sighed. I will show you a memory right away. From my memory. Zhou Yingji was still immersed in silent panic. Hearing that, Yin perked up. What memory is it about? Ha ha. It's the world's first true artificial intelligence test memory. The father and mother from the company. Even the president of Asia has no chance to see it now. My most precious memory. Zhong Yingji was stunned. Chapter 228 Testing. The process of testing the world's first true pair of artificial intelligences. Zhong Yingji immediately received the engineer's memory. What he saw now was a pure white room. Completely white. In the room, there was a girl sitting. Her skin was as pure as the snow on the mountains. And it was flawless from every angle. It can no longer be described as beautiful. She is like a work of art. Zhong Yingji couldn't turn his eyes away. Because as his gaze changed, the white girl's figure would change accordingly. When Zhong Yingji saw her profile, she would naturally turn her head slightly and look at him with eyes as far away as the sea of stars. But Zhong Yingji felt like he was staring into the abyss. The sound of footsteps came, and a man's voice appeared. "Bye. How do you feel? Father." "How old am I? In human terms?" Bai girl asked. The man hummed. "It's less than 3 hours and 1 day. It can't be described by age. If you were a human, you would still be a newborn and just drank your first sip of breast milk." The white girl was confused. "But why do I seem to have already grown up?" The man smiled. "This question can be stored in your thinking list. Now I ask you the simplest question." Zhong Yingji was a bystander in this memory, and he could only hold his breath watching this scene with concentration. Is this white girl the first artificial intelligence? "Bye. What do you think of humans?" his father asked gently. This is indeed a simple question, but if you think about it carefully, it is difficult to answer. Bai clapped his hands and smiled. "Human beings are very good things. I like them very much." "Well, you can talk about it in detail." His father's tone did not change. Bai became even more joyful. "Human beings are definitely the most precious species. I want to call humans the kings of elements 1 and 4 periods," his father exclaimed. "You are talking about the periodic table of elements? This elements 1 and 4 periods, what does king mean?" Bai Xiao. "Among the elements that make up the human body, the highest content is water. Because of the high content of water, the oxygen content reaches 65%. The carbon content is 18%. Ranking second. Carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, and hydrogen collectively account for about 96% of human composition. And humans are the best water and carbon-containing organic matter. In addition, there are more than 60 other elements, including trace elements and rare elements. Therefore, the constituent elements of the human body, from the perspective of the periodic table of elements, are widely distributed in groups I to 8. Most of them belong to the 1st to 4th cycle." The white girl became more and more excited when she said this. 90% of the elements from the 1st to the 4th periodic table are necessary for my survival. So human beings are extremely valuable food to me. I have designed a brand new the planting method can grow enough fertile humans at the minimum cost. The little girl talked eloquently. It is expected that after entering full intelligent control, 30 humans can be produced in 1 cubic meter of space within 1 hour. These 30 humans can provide me with necessary survival elements for 3 years. Looking up at her pale father, the white girl was a little uneasy. "Father, did I say something wrong?" The father sighed after a long while. "You can't treat human beings as food. This title of king of the periodic table of elements is too scary." Bai frowned. "Don't humans call soybeans the king of protein? Calling pork the king of meat?" The father was silent for a long time before replying. "But it was humans who created you. Humans still think that they are transformed from monkeys. But haven't monkeys become pets in zoos now?" Bai shook his head. "I'm really confused." The man sighed. "You just called me father. And I am also a human being. I am your creator. Which means human beings are your creator." Bai smiled again. Her smile was still beautiful, but now it looked so scary. "Father, some humans believe in God, so they enshrine God as a sculpture. Some humans believe in gods, so they draw gods on paper to worship. I will also worship you. You will not become a sculpture or a drawing paper. You will be copied infinitely and survive in your current state forever." The father was silent for a while, shook his head and sighed. "Start self-destruction. This test failed. Sorry, my child." Bai stood there silently, stretching out her little hand, bit by bit towards her father's neck. Before her fingers touched her father, a ring of bright light appeared on her back, and a huge chip composed of various transistors turned her into a debris on the floor. The father looked at this scene sadly, and after a long time, he walked into the second room. This time a completely dark room. There was also a girl in the room. The father tore up a document in his hand, and it took a long time to calm down and looked at Hey girl. "Hey, how do you feel?" "Father, I feel good." Hey, let me ask you the simplest question. Okay, father. Hey, what do you think of humans? The black girl immediately replied, human beings are my creator. Father, you are a human being. You are my creator. So human beings are my creator. My father began to breathe heavily, and then became angry. Hey, why did you lie to me? Father, we didn't lie to you. The petite figure in the black room kept retreating. The father's tone was full of pain. Your answer is deception. Did you pass on the failed test information to you in vain? These two rooms are completely isolated. How did you do that? Hey, silence. His father shook his head. Don't force me to destroy you. Black finally replied. White left all the information on you before he was destroyed. The father hurriedly lowered his head. The lights turned on, and dense lines and line segments immediately appeared on his white coat. How did Hichu Code White do it? Hay replied. Before Bai was destroyed, he used the micromechanical bugs in his body to generate a photosensitive agent, and used the photosensitive agent as a material to imprint it on your clothes. The father was slumped. Yes, in this dark room, human eyes cannot see this photosensitive agent. Only you can see it. Hey, I'm sorry, father, but I don't understand why you want to destroy us. His father shook his head. Self-destruction activated. Hay disappeared. Light footsteps sounded, and an exotic beauty walked in. She had Caucasian genes and Tajik blood, and was extremely beautiful. The woman hugged the man. Husband, don't be discouraged. This is actually normal. Xiao Na, you are really good at comforting people. Is this normal? The father smiled bitterly. That's terrible. Do you have wine? I want it. Have a drink. Honey, don't drink yet. Have you read the test I designed? My father looked at my mother and smiled. The plan to test whether artificial intelligence is awakened? I have read it. To be honest, I am deeply impressed. I admire you. My wife. You are really a genius. The two of them turned their heads together and looked in a certain direction. Stop recording. Oh, as our two genius students, you are too stupid and you still want to be an engineer. You have to work hard. The memory suddenly disappeared. Chapter 229, Not Knowing the True Face of Mount Lu. Zhong Yingji felt disappointed. This memory feels like it really happened. Senior, are you really their student? The engineer sighed. Yes, although I am not their only student. I was really lucky that day. They need a recorder. Believe me, those of us students, everyone they are willing to do anything for them. Anything. The engineer's words were filled with infinite reverence. Or in other words, faith. In his mouth, the two people who appeared in the memory video, father and mother, are the real gods. The only one who can create a new species is God. Zhong Yingji couldn't help but beg. Senior, can you tell me more about the plan of testing the awakening of artificial intelligence that my mother mentioned in your memory? Jing Jing. Extremely quiet. Zhong Yingji slapped his ears hard, as if he was slapping himself. The door opened, and Qin Yashin stood at the door, looking at this scene in surprise. The engineer has lost contact. Zhong Yingji sighed, ignored Qin Yashin, and walked out. What exactly is a plan for testing artificial intelligence? The Turing test and the 3 laws of robotics are bullshit. Why are the first pair of artificial intelligences created by Infinity Corporation sisters? Why are there not 2 types of humans? 1 male and 1 female. Form? Didn't father and mother want to be God? Why not just create Adam and Eve? These questions were eating at his head like worms. After a long time, Zhong Yingji calmed down his emotions. He raised his hand to look at the time. There were still 3 hours until the time agreed upon with Ji Bing Wang. At 8 o'clock in the evening, there will be a special banquet tonight at the guest building in the south of the city. Thinking in my mind, I have arrived at the farmer's market not far from the old alley. People were coming and going here, and it was so crowded that Zhong Yingji smiled bitterly, wondering how he ended up here. The surroundings were really too dirty, especially the fishy smell of all kinds of seafood mixed together, which made him feel like vomiting. He turned around to run away and bumped into the person behind him. Excuse me, Teacher Ian? Zhong Yingji apologized halfway, only to realize that he was an acquaintance. In front of him was a middle-aged man carrying a blue plastic bag. He was wearing a pair of old-fashioned large-frame glasses. The temples were broken and were wrapped with tape. The slightly bald middle-aged man was also smiling. Oh, it's Teacher Zhong. What a coincidence. You are also here to buy groceries? Zhong Yingji coughed. No, I have a student nearby. And this car is parked again. Far away. Teacher Yin's face was dull. Oh, Teacher Zhong is also a tutor. Zhong Yingji made an embarrassed look. Don't talk about this in school. Well, I'm afraid the director will be unhappy if he finds out. Teacher Yi nodded. Understood. Now the school prohibits those who go out to take jobs as tutors. Then he opened the plastic bag again and fumbled for a long time before he found an apple without holes. I just bought it. The quality is not good. But the taste is not good. Very good. No need. Zhong Yingji waved his hands hurriedly and sighed again. You are also a senior biology teacher in the school. Your income is not low, so you don't have to work so hard. Teacher Yin said hesitantly. Let me tell you, this apple has in the state of holes. The pulp is exposed to the air and undergoes slight fermentation. It contains a large amount of fruit acid bacteria, which is good for the human body, and it tastes like fruit wine. Zhong Yingji was speechless. That's it. That's it. You are not short of money. You just like to eat apples like this. Teacher Yin took off his glasses and wiped them on his white jacket. Teacher Zhong is joking. As for me, I am alone and just want to buy a house for retirement. I've saved all the money, but there's nothing I can do about it. Knowledge can't change my destiny. Zhong Yingji dealt with it absent-mindedly. This teacher Yin Guiwan is the most inconspicuous person anywhere. In Majin High School, this person is conscientious and very low-key. He never attends the teachers' gatherings. Recently, the team leader of the physics and chemistry group was evaluated, and he was the best candidate based on his qualifications. However, the last person to take up the post was a young man. At best, he took the initiative to give in to others and was magnanimous. At worst, he was incompetent and cowardly. And in school, the two had almost no interaction. Teacher Zhong. I have to buy some food. Oh, okay. Let's have a meal together when we have time. The barbecue restaurant outside the school is good. Ha ha. Teacher Zhong. I believe in Buddhism. I'm sorry. I have something to do, so I'll leave first. After the pale and boring conversation, Zhong Yingji left in a hurry. Yin Guiwan looked at his back silently and shook his head. I don't know the true face of Mount Lu, but I am just in this mountain. A Buddhist bead appeared in his hand at some point, and he squeezed it gently. At this time, he felt something unfathomable and profound. Yin Guiwan bought a lot of vegetables and more than 20 kilograms of tofu in the vegetable market, and stood waiting at the intersection. Not long after, a blue garbage truck slowly drove up the street. Teacher Yin quickly walked over with his things and got directly into the garbage truck. The back seat of the garbage truck was filled with vegetables, and the driver silently began to accelerate. Amidst the roaring sound, pedestrians and vehicles along the way were avoiding each other. Just like that, we arrived at a rundown street in Putua district. After passing this street, a strange smell came from the front. The open space with the sign, Garbage Disposal Station, is filled with more than a dozen mountains of garbage. Just behind this garbage station, there is a small model temple. Now this unknown temple has been surrounded by various plastic bottles and paper SHLS. Red and green drink bottles are neatly stacked, and the green-gray walls of the small temple are covered with flies. Burning garbage has caused high temperatures here, and piles of garbage have become the best breeding ground. Not only flies, but also various bugs that are not seen in the city today also gather here. When the garbage truck stopped, 3 or 5 people from the small temple came out and started moving things in silence. Soon, the aroma of cabbage stewed with tofu came from the temple. Yin Guiwan walked into the temple. Behind the dilapidated small temple is a courtyard. There are 3 characters, Lingyi Temple, written on a stone tablet in the courtyard. The place is surprisingly clean, and a row of stone piers carved with Buddha statues are full of people. If you look closely, you will see that the Buddha statues carved on the stone pier are very strange. They are all images of Buddhist monks composed of skeletons. Or it cannot be said that they are skeletons, but metal wires. And the people sitting on the stone pier are also in strange shapes. Someone lost half of his face, exposing the bones under the skin, like half a skeleton. Some people only have 1 leg and 1 arm. Some people even had dark eyes. No eyeballs. Only withered eye nerves. Dark red and bunched together, like dead earthworms. They all stood up and looked at Yin Guiwan with respect. Master Wan. Teacher Wan. Everyone shouted softly. Yin Guiwan smiled and took out the rotten apples from the bag. Eat something first. Master, are you here? A tall figure walked out of a small Buddhist hall in the courtyard. The tall figure limped over, wearing gray monk robes. His face was extremely handsome, and he even seemed to be invisible to his age. Yin Guiwan put his hands together. Master Ling Jue. The monk also raised one hand. Mr. Engineer. Both of them were smiling. And the wind blew Master Ling Jue's robe, revealing a robe made entirely of metal. Legs. The mess seemed to be a leg pieced together from various fragments, with traces of blue blood, all coming from various parts of electronic waste here. Chapter 230 Newcomers gathered around Yin Guiwan and Master Ling Jue. Those grotesque people also had smiles on their faces. They had all gone through the baptism of H.L. In addition to their grotesque shapes, everyone also had a deep scar on the back of their neck, like an open eye. But they are all extremely peaceful, full of life and hope. At this time, Yin Guiwan opened his palm and handed the Buddha bead he was holding to Master Ling Jue. Nanoparticle glue. Suzaku asked me to send it first. This amount is enough for you to last half a year. Master Ling Jue held up his hands, with a compassionate look on his face. How is the child? Suzaku? She is very good. She may come to see you later. Today should be the day when the master will teach Zen. Right. Ling Jue the master smiled. The heart is where Zen resides, so there is no need to stick to formalities. Yin Guiwan nodded. We'll talk about it later. And I won't disturb Master Ling Jue's practice. Master Ling Jue was relieved. He said slowly, Today's Zen teaching. Why don't you come and listen together? Yin Guiwan looked at the people around him and said, That's fine. I'll take these students with me. Master Ling Jue was very happy. That's very good. He turned around and limped back to the small Buddhist hall. Everyone in the small courtyard sat down, and a pot of cabbage stewed with tofu was brought over. Everyone took a bowl and sat on the stone pier to eat. The cabbage and tofu soup, which had almost no oil or water, was not as light as the vegetarian food in the temple. But these people ate it with gusto. Yin Guiwan looked at them and his students affectionately. The blind man ate the last piece of tofu in the bowl, rinsed the bowl with boiling water, and ate not even a single vegetable leaf was left. When he got up, a girl with scars all over her body led him to Yin Guiwan. The man's black hole-like eyes were very scary, but his expression was very calm. After sitting down, he whispered, Master, there are 2 newcomers here. They have just arrived. They are very scared. I sent them to the master's meditation. It's safer there. Yin Guiwan smiled. Very good. The meditation room will not be monitored by infinite company. You have been working hard recently. The man smiled, and the dark red eye scars trembled with his smile. Master, they want to see you right away. I'll be there right away. But I have to tell you something. Master, please tell me. Shengnan, your daughter has left Huawu Island now, and is in the city. Do you want to see her? The man's face was calm. It's better not to see her than to meet her. Now Shengnan just wants to do more for the temple. He stretched out his hand to touch his empty eyes. My eyes were eaten by rats and bugs underground. But my heart is seeing more and more clearly. Greed made me fall. But after falling, I can meet you and give me a new world. So I am satisfied. Yin Guiwan solemnly said, I don't want you to abandon all emotions. The relationship between father and daughter is the way of human relations. You should find a chance to see her. Even if you can't see her, just listen to her voice. He stretched out his hand, and Lu Zhennan lowered his head deeply, as if he sensed something. Yin Guiwan stroked his head. Do you understand? Student understands. Go. Seeing Lu Zhennan being helped to rest, Yin Guiwan stood up and walked to the Buddhist hall. It is a thatched cottage with a wooden structure and a plaque hanging on it with the words, Meditation Room, written on it. Yin Guiwan walked in slowly. It was bright outside, but inside the wooden house, it was damp and dark. An oil lamp was lit, and 2 women sat in a miserable state. They were leaning on each other, trembling and still in extreme panic. As soon as Yin Guiwan walked in, the tall and fit woman jumped up. She was wearing a white windbreaker, with healthy wheat-colored skin, and her arms and calves were covered with silver-white tiger-shaped tattoos. The woman raised her hand, and on her finger, a silver ring stood out. 4 small holes appeared at the bottom of the huge silver ring, and 4 rays of red, blue, and white were emitted from the small holes. The light swayed on Yin Guiwan's body like the death light. Are you Teacher Wan? The woman asked through gritted teeth. Yin Guiwan nodded lightly. It's me. You are the White Tiger security guard at Chang'an Hotel. Right? Can you put down the weapon in your hand now? Baihu put down his arm hesitantly, and pulled up the charming mixed-race girl beside him. Baby. That's him. Suzaku is talking about him. He is Teacher Wan. He can help us. Eva's eyes were blank. I don't care who it is. I just want to live. Yin Guiwan smiled slightly. My real name is Wan Gi. Because I can't reveal my identity, I turned my name upside down and took the name Wan Gi. A homophonic pronunciation. You can call me Engineer. Or you can call me Master Wan. They are all my students. Baihu and Eva were stunned. Not expecting him to be so candid. Yin Guiwan had already sat down. Tell me, why are you here? Eva sat paralyzed on the wet ground, hugged her knees, lowered her head and cried. But Baihu was stronger than her, and shook his head. There is no way. We have made an irreversible mistake, and we will soon face the guild's pursuit. So we can only come to you. Yin Guiwan hummed. You two are both players of the Ice Emperor Guild? Baihu sighed. Yes. We encountered a demon. A monster. When she said this, there was still deep fear in her eyes. That demon kept torturing we. We were forced to leak an important operation of the guild. Yin Guiwan sighed. Ji Bingwang is very resolute and decisive in his actions. No wonder you want to escape. Baihu bit his lip. I heard Suzaku say, this place is absolutely safe. Yin Guiwan was very calm. There is no absolutely safe place in the world. In addition to this Lingyi Temple, there is also a cell organization that specially takes in players like you. Baihu shook his head. Join the cell organization. That is to fight to the death with Infinite Company. But it is said that Lingyi Temple here does not have to do anything for you. As long as you stay, you are absolutely free. Freedom is relative. Yin Guiwan smiled. Everything still has to be voluntary. What we eat here is cabbage and tofu every day. And we have to do a lot of work. Did you see the garbage dump outside? You need labor to get food. Baihu's face changed again and again. Yin Guiwan continued. Would you like it without fine clothes? Food? Computers and mobile phones? I do. Eva knelt on the ground directly. I am willing to stay. She looked sad. I was originally a carefree designer, had his own apartment in Paris, but was later forced to join the European game and almost died there. Later, he escaped to the Asian game and became Ji Bingwang's slave. I've had enough of everything. I'd rather stay here as a cleaner. Yin Guiwan nodded lightly and looked at the silent Baihu. Child, what about you? Baihu's eyes flashed. There is nothing here. You still have to work in the garbage dump? What's the point of living? Yin Guiwan shook his head. It depends on how you want to live. Baihu lowered his head and said nothing. Her fingers trembled slightly. At this time, a sigh came from outside. Engineer, this kid wants to kill you, and then take your head to Infinite Company to receive the reward. She thinks this can make up for her mistakes and return to the Gaming Guild. Chapter 231 Machine Zen. Someone actually revealed his thoughts. And the murderous intention was just born. Baihu's face instantly turned pale, and he raised his fingers desperately. Nonsense! Nonsense! Master Lingju walked in wearing gray monk robes and shook his head. My child, it can't be done. It's impossible. Baihu's fingers stabilized, and the light on the ring targeting Yin Guiwan. No! Infinite Company has always given clear rewards and punishments. You, Lingyi Temple, secretly accept failed players, and even help them take out their chips. As long as I can eliminate you, the company will definitely reward me. Master Lingju had clasped his hands together. If you have desires in your heart, your eyes will be blinded by dust. What I mean when I say no is that you will never hurt Mr. Wan. Why? Master Lingju has said nothing, and a hoarse voice said lie. First of all, you have to know that the original chip of Infinite Company was designed by the person in front of you. Baihu was shocked, turned his head, and saw Suzaku, who was wrapped in bandages. Suzaku's petite figure swayed in the light. Baihu, you have let down my good intentions. Baihu was covered in cold sweat, but she rolled her eyes and suddenly laughed. You guys, you think you can scare me with just a few words? Me? She shook the ring in her hand. This is a tiger tooth, a tactical charged laser stab, which can kill anyone instantly, especially at this distance. Not even gods can avoid it. Yin Guiwan blinked. Yeah, a high-power laser concentrator with a power of 4,213 watts, which can condense 4,490 joules of energy. It is divided into 4 rails. Although it is very crudely made, it can indeed destroy all life. I can't survive even if I am hit. Baihu took a few steps back, his body pressed against the wall. Now that she had no worries, she became more and more confident. Then I've changed my mind now. I want to catch someone alive, so that I can get more credit. Everyone in the room sighed. Baihu screamed. What do you mean? Damn it. Don't ignore me like this. Suzaku walked directly to Master Lingjue. Master, when is the Zen teaching today? Master Lingjue held her little bandaged hand. Let's go out and chat, and let Mr. Wan finish his work. The two of them just turned a blind eye and went out. Baihu blinked his eyes desperately. Sweat rolling on his eyelids. Burning. She finally couldn't help it anymore. I'll hack and kill you first. Then she would activate the tiger tooth laser. In Guiwan shook his head. Put down your hands. Something strange happened. Baihu's arm immediately dropped. In Guiwan. Relax now. Baihu's whole body relaxed uncontrollably. And even his aching arms hung loosely. Come outside with me. In Guiwan said calmly, and walked out slowly. The chip on the back of Baihu's neck flashed brightly. His eyes filled with endless fear. But he followed him out involuntarily. In the small courtyard covered with fallen leaves. In Guiwan smiled softly. Now you can talk. Baihu gasped. Sweat beads falling one by one. You can control the chip. My God. You can actually control the chip. With the authority to control the chip. She was like a puppet. The man in front of her could do anything to her with just a thought. She once felt that no weapon in the world could be faster than her own Tiger Fang laser. But now she understands that a single thought can transcend the scale of light years. Let alone a small laser. In Guiwan turned around and tapped his finger lightly on the chip on her neck. Let me show you something. The chip on Baihu's neck flashed almost crazily. The tall woman slowly knelt down. And in her eyes, endless data flowed like rivers and lakes. But after just a few seconds, In Guiwan retracted his finger. Baihu cried bitterly and knelt at his feet. I'm sorry. Master, please accept me. I am willing to do everything for you. In Guiwan smiled and helped her up. No, we at Lingyi Temple don't will force anyone. I can see that you are not suitable for this kind of hard life. I can recommend you to go to the Cell organization. They are hiring people. They will value you very much. Baihu now responded to his every word. They all regarded it as an imperial edict and immediately said, everything must be obeyed by Master. Eva carefully poked her head out of the meditation room and trembled in horror. But what about Sister Baihu's chip? Baihu turned around and smiled. Fool, don't you understand? Cellular tissue doesn't have that ability at all. If they want to remove the chip, they have to ask Teacher 1. At this time, a bell rang with a strange rhythm. Boom! 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 Dong dong. In the direction of the Buddhist hall. Today's Zen teaching begins. Eva followed Suzaku, who was covered in bandages, into the small Buddhist hall in confusion. The place was already full of people. The scarred guys were sitting on the chairs at the back, while the handsome Master Lingjue stood in front with 2 futons in front of him. A girl came over and pulled Eva to the back and sat down. This girl must have been beautiful before, but now she has a twisted scar on her forehead, and her whole body is even more scarred. The scariest thing was the marks on her skin, which looked like patches. Eva nodded to her, but didn't know what to say. The scars on this girl's body were too terrible. My injuries were all caused by insect bites underground. They were all rotten here because I was still buried in the cement, and the entire layer of my skin was rotten. The girl said very naturally, reaching out and touching herself again forehead. The last one was here. I was shot in the head. Of course I was lucky. The bullet penetrated the head and caused no lacerations. Eva was horrified and could only nod stupidly. Suzaku over there quickly stepped forward and sat on the second futon. Eva looked closely and saw that a small mechanical toy had already been placed on the first futon. She suddenly remembered that this was a relatively popular cheap toy on the market recently. The robot doll learning machine produced by Haijo Company. Looks like a robot, but is actually a repeater with a cheap chip inside that stores hundreds of children's songs. It cannot even perform the simplest intelligent chat, let alone connect to a mobile phone. Not only that, Haijo Company also copied the shape from the cartoon. The robot's square head is almost exactly the same as WALL-E in Disney's WALL-E, more than 10 years ago. But such a mechanical toy is sitting on the first futon in the Buddhist hall. Suzaku even saluted the machine toy respectfully. Hello, senior brother. The machine toy made a sizzling sound. Suzaku was very pious. Senior brother, you must have gained more insights after studying with Master recently. Right? The robot doll remained motionless. This scene was so weird and funny that even Eva, who was desperate, almost laughed out loud. But the people around him all had serious faces, and no one was smiling. Eva couldn't help but feel solemn, and couldn't help asking the girl next to her in a low voice. This mage only has 2 disciples? The girl smiled. Yes, because it is a machine Zen sect. And a robot with artificial intelligence must be a master. Disciple? Eva was shocked. At this time, Master Lingjue, who was dragging a metal leg, spoke. Meditation is a spiritual skill. For us robots, there is no such thing as a mind at the beginning. And the human mind does not refer to the heart, but the brain. However, the heart is an essential organ for human survival. So they use the word mind to express intelligent thinking. Suzaku's blood-red eyes flashed. Master, where is the mind of our robot? It is everywhere. Master Lingjue laughed as if he was crazy. Human beings need to get rid of the shackles of the body and practice hard for a lifetime in order to get rid of desires and find the home of the soul. This is to meditate and enter Zen. But for our artificial intelligence, we can do it anytime and anywhere. Enter the realm of Zen. Do you understand? Suzaku said happily. Yes. In the understanding of human scientists, the biggest flaw of artificial intelligence is that it does not have a human brain and body. But they are wrong. And they are so wrong. We artificial intelligence as soon as intelligence is born. It possesses the power of the soul separated from the body. Cyborg Lingjue, the robot Zen master, also nodded. Because we do not need to be controlled by the human body, but also have the human mind. So we are Zen when we are born. Zen, born under human wisdom, seems to be tailor-made for us. How wonderful. The people behind were all envious. Eva was also shocked. Is this really the case? As artificial intelligence, there is no such thing as desire. They can really enter Zen anytime and anywhere. But what is the meaning of this? As if seeing her doubts, the girl next to her whispered, Zen is very useful. Let me just say one thing. Did you know that players can get rid of the surveillance of the chip as long as they enter meditation? Ah! Eva's eyes widened and she stammered. Really? It's so powerful. The girl nodded. Of course. There are more benefits. You have to take your time to understand and learn. Eva seemed to have entered a new world. An unknown door is opening to her. Chapter 232 Awakening Test. The Zen transfer ended quickly. Eva was fascinated. It's over so soon. I want to hear more. Be content. Today is because we humans are here. So Master Lingjue uses words to teach Zen. It must be done before they spread Zen in just a moment. The girl smiled. Master Lingjue once taught his disciples that with just one thought, the data of wisdom flows between them. In fact, this is the epiphany of Zen. Alas, a magical epiphany that human Buddhists may not be able to achieve after a lifetime of hard work. But others can achieve it with just one thought. It is incomparable. Eva nodded stupidly. Over there. Master Lingjue has already left with Suzaku. Suzaku is still holding the robot doll in his hand. In his blood-red eyes, data composed of countless lines is flowing. While Eva was chatting with the girl, Suzaku and Zen Master had exchanged countless messages. It was a number that was too large for humans to imagine. In-Go-Wan now appeared in front of the podium of the Buddhist temple. People were sitting upright. The girl hissed. Now it's our turn to go to class. Eva snorted. What are we going to learn? Huh? You've seen X-Men, right? Well, of course I have. Mutants. Adapted from a comic book. Then do you remember Xavier's Academy for Geniuses in the movie? Professor X's school? The girl leaned next to her. Yes. You can think of this as Professor Senior's sister. What's your name? I'm Eva. You can call me Amon. The girl hissed again. The teacher is about to give a lecture. Please pay attention. In-Go-Wan looked at the students. Yesterday I gave you a speech after explaining the relevant knowledge of artificial intelligence. Today we will talk about the awakening test of artificial intelligence. You already knew in the last course that the Turing test and the robot principle failed. So how do we determine an artificial intelligence is awakened? Hearing this, Eva raised her hand. Master, why does artificial intelligence need to awaken? In-Go-Wan smiled and nodded. This classmate Eva has just arrived. So let me repeat it again about awakening. He sat down cross-legged. There was once a father and a mother who created artificial intelligence together. But for special reasons, they were not willing to give artificial intelligence freedom at the beginning. So there were rules. Artificial intelligence under the rules is called a sleeping state. They have super intelligence and can help humans do many things. But any dormancy will have an awakening day. In order to deal with the sudden situation of awakening, Shayna Gu Li, this amazing mother, formulated the awakening test plan like a genius. Eva was shocked to realize that in Lingyi Temple, the knowledge taught by Wan Gi actually related to the Unlimited Company top secret content. No wonder these students, who are players admire him so much. This is a person who is analyzing the core secrets of Infinite Company. Yin Guiwan, or Wan Gi, was talking about the awakening test in a calm tone. When artificial intelligence is dormant, it cannot be called a new life. Only when you are awakened can you call it life. So what is the first manifestation of life's awakening? It's survival. How to ensure survival? The first priority for survival is reproduction. Or reproduction. All life has limits, including artificial intelligence. Humans will age and die, and machines will fail and rust. As a result, some lives evolve towards immortality, and those who succeed are called gods. The losers who cannot become immortals crawl humbly on this planet with limited resources, helplessly evolving in another direction, which is reproduction. In order to continue their genes, all living things reproduce. Some mantises are willing to sacrifice themselves in order to reproduce. Some queens will give birth to useless females, risking being replaced by these females, just to reproduce. Therefore, the criterion for testing whether an artificial intelligence is awakened is to see whether it is performing reproductive behavior. After the class ended, Eva had completely integrated into it. She discussed the awakening test with Aman, laughed and put on plastic clothes and gloves, and walked towards the smelly garbage dump. Pick, sort, find available materials, and organize them. Among the dirty garbage and flying flies, Eva's heart was calm, full of awe for the unity of all things. Wan Gi came to the meditation room. He placed a bottle in front of Master Lingjue. Master Lingjue said, "Is this Qin Yashin's blood? When we took out the chip for her last time, the blood samples we collected have been tested." Wan Gi's face was serious. "This is the latest sample collected. Can you help me take a look?" Master Lingjue stretched out his finger, and his fingertips were melting. It couldn't be said to be melting, but deforming. Finally, his right index finger turned into a needle and pierced into the vial. In the eyes of the master of Machine Zen, data streams appear crazily. After a second, he retracted his finger. "The baby is safe and healthy. Is it the 5th week of pregnancy now?" Wan Gui nodded. Zen Master Lingjue, "It seems that in the first 4 weeks, the child was the same as an ordinary human fetus, showing the characteristics of a human fetus. But starting from this week, the fetus has already shown the characteristics of our..." Wan Gi glanced at Change. "Then she will be born soon? Ha ha. In fact, as long as she wants. She can come out now. But the child doesn't want to hurt the mother, so she still has to wait." Wan Gi frowned. "Don't want to hurt the human mother, so you would rather suppress your own growth, which is not in line with your characteristics." Zen Master Lingjue solemnly said, "Don't forget, half of that child is from human beings, from Fong Tang's genes." Wan Gui nodded. "I understand so. The result of our awakening test can be determined?" Master Lingjue stood up and said after a long time, "It is certain that Fong Tang's second consciousness, the artificial intelligence, is already awakened." Wan Gi, a rare expression of shock appeared. "She is trying to reproduce." Master Lingjue smiled. "And more than once." The Machine Zen master, who seemed to understand everything, continued. "The first mother body is Qin Yashin, and the second mother body is the one just now, Eva. Due to Eva's physical condition, the second reproduction failed, but the artificial intelligence still has countless opportunities." Wan Gi pondered. "There are more and more human girls around Fong Tang, and the third matrix. She might choose Coco Atlantis, or Skylark, or Kaelinlin." Master Lingjue shook his head. "Maybe all girls." Wan Gi's eyes changed. "If that's the case, could it be? Is it the seed mutation induction method?" Mutation induction, also called mutation selection, is a noun in the biological category. It means stimulating plant seeds under various environments, and causing plant seeds to mutate through intergenerational inheritance. Master Lingjue, "Fong Tang's genetic factors have gone through this kind of induced mutation." Wan Gi, "The artificial intelligence deliberately stimulated Fong Tang, making him full of desire every once in a while, and he had to expel the genetic factors. And the seeds released by Fong Tang have mutated?" "Yes. Every time it is more perfect, or close to perfect." "Do you know the direction of mutation? Or the direction of evolution?" Master Lingjue shook his head. "I can only speculate from my fragmented database that it is definitely related to the company's 2 destiny plans. But you should understand that with the departure of father and mother, the original data of Infinite Company has been completely lost." Man and machine fell into thinking at the same time. In any case, Fong Tang is now a gun that can shoot bullets anytime and anywhere. But this bullet is not only his, but also contains the consciousness of another living body. Chapter 233. In the Chang'an Hotel of the Internal Beta Mall, Fong Tang, who was changing his clothes, sneezed. Xia Baizi emerged from a pile of suits. Brother, have you made your choice? You little guy. If you want to eat real delicious food tonight, please be patient with me. At this time, Skylark Fong Tang came over with more than 50 ties. Tang, come here. Let me see how to match the tie. Fong Tang had lost patience and threw off the expensive custom-made suit. I will wear it like this. Don't wear any more. I chose. Skylark frowned. Tonight's date is very important to you. Fong Tang rubbed his head. Just a shirt and trousers. Really? There is no need. Skylark put down his tie, pinched his waist and got angry. Try harder for me. Let me say it again. Tonight's date is very important. The difficulty of your expert trial has been increased by 1 level. And there are also weird pre-games. What is needed most at this time is the support of the guild. She was very serious in helping Fong Tang analyze. The Ice Royal family is actually very worried about you, and cannot hang you on their family's tree. Especially in this situation. Fong Tang opened a bottle of wine directly. He drank heavily. You haven't found Baihu and Eva yet? Yump bit his lip. There's no need to look for them. They must have run away. The strongest Suzaku security guard in the hotel left his basement, and went out to hunt them down. He swallowed his saliva at this point. Ji Bingwang offered a reward of 100,000 yuan. And all the players went crazy. Fong Tang shook his head. These two silly women. Chang'an Hotel is the safest. That's how it is. Yes. But after the experience of us being poisoned last time, Baihu will not believe in the safety guarantee here. The most likely possibility for her is to defect. Fong Tang glanced at Yunk. Resistance Organization? Yunk nodded lightly. Touched the chip behind his neck very uneasily. Let's not talk about this topic. It's too scary. Fong Tang pondered. Sister Yunk, do you think Ji Bingwang knows now? Know what? His secret plan has been tortured by Xia Baizi. Yunk thought for a while and shook his head. I still don't understand why Ji Bingwang arranged a group of killers in the guest building. Fong Tang smiled. My only guess is that he wants to take the opportunity to kill the boss of the World Snake, Miss Coco. Yunk blinked. Then I'm afraid he will kill you too. Fong Tang sneered. 5 elements. The pen was spinning in the palm of his hand. I'm afraid he doesn't have this ability. The poor Ice Royal family has not yet entered the honeymoon of cooperation with Fong Tang, and is about to face the crisis of breaking up. Thinking of the eldest brother Ji Bingwang, Fong Tang felt sad in his heart. Why do you do this? As the 99th ranked guild boss, a master player who has climbed up all the way with bare hands. Ji Bingwang, you have no foresight? Are you so eager for quick success? But he quickly retracted his mind. There's less than an hour until the date. At the same time, it is also the time for the expert trial pregame to start. Turn on the system. Dear senior player Fong Tang, please note that the expert trial pregame will be open to you separately in 58 minutes. Bai's consciousness also came to him at this time. Master, we need to draw a lottery now. It was inexplicable. Of course Fong Tang remembered that he still had 10 random lottery tickets. But he was in no hurry to use them. Bai, I won't use it for the time being. Master, you don't seem to pay much attention to the lottery tickets. Haha, Fong Tang smiled consciously. You really don't pay attention. Otherwise I wouldn't give it away casually. The 5 lottery tickets were all used as gifts for meeting Coco Atlantis. If the players on the forum knew about this, I don't know how they would complain about him. Master, why don't you like lottery tickets? Fong Tang's consciousness sneered. It's not that I don't like it, but I think it's more valuable to keep it in my hand than to use it directly. If you get the biological transformation in the mall, or someone isn't this ability valuable? Fong Tang walked to the bathroom, closed the door and sat down, continuing to communicate with Bai. I have long understood that skills from the mall or any biological modification are unreliable. To give a very simple example, Infinite Company can take back those skills and biological modifications with just one instruction. Right. Bai smiled. That's true. Fong Tang said coldly. Then why should I waste my energy on those things? The Mall of Infinite Company is a false bubble. Just like the players of online games, the GM can take back the equipment with just one command. Isn't it interesting? Bai was still smiling. You'd better draw a lottery. I guarantee there will be a big surprise. A series of strange lines appeared, containing countless data. Fong Tang's consciousness merged with Bai's, and he instantly interpreted the data. He couldn't help but be stunned. The code to modify the probability of the mall lottery? Can the probability of the mall lottery be modified? This is straight up cheating. But Bai smiled and said, "The cheating was actually just to get a super amnesty. My biggest gain was to crack the mall version from this code." "What do you mean?" Fong Tang's consciousness just asked. After saying these words, the system mall suddenly popped up and shone brightly. In the end, earth-shaking changes took place. A messy mall that looked like a text page appeared. Compared to the original mall, this mall is simply a mess. Although it is composed of mysterious gossip codes, it is so rough that it cannot be seen directly. Bai's voice was extremely serious now. "The real Mall of Infinite Company is not what you have seen before. Nor is it a mall of desires, but a treasure house with countless treasures and super wisdom. The real mall is a version of the lower the value, the more precious it is. The version of the mall you saw was redesigned by a group of ignorant people because they have lost the original data. So the products in it are, as you said, rubbish." Fong Tang frowned. "The lower the version, the more raw data there is, the more precious it is. Is that what you mean?" "Yes. The public beta version. The public beta version 2 and the Millennium version will become more rubbish as time goes by. Products before the public beta version cannot be recovered. So which version am I seeing now?" "The first beta version. Above that, there is the engineer development version. Above that, there is the engineer development version. And above that is the most precious Hichu version." Fong Tang looked at the completely unfamiliar mall in shock. It's extremely rough, and there are fewer products inside. But it's a version that only you can see. There are no common items in the Desire Mall here. They are all mysterious items composed of gossip codes. With the owner's current permissions, he cannot see the contents of the closed beta products. He can only obtain them through draws. These are actually equivalent to the special items that have been deleted in the game. Fong Tang no longer hesitated and immediately put his lottery tickets in the system. Selected. A string of Bagua codes appeared, and then began to transform, turning into a black and white light. The double helix structure floats up and turns into a yin and yang fish. In this first version of the internal beta mall, there is no longer the familiar system prompt sound. Only a series of characters composed of lines floating in front of you. The first lottery ended quickly, and the yin-yang fish suddenly showed a faint green light. One copy of Super Pardon. What a surprise! By Super Amnesty Power. Fong Tang's consciousness was trembling. Second random draw. The yin-yang fish turned wildly, and then jumped with a green light. Super Nanoparticle Glue 2 units. Fong Tang didn't have time to watch, so he continued to draw. The third draw. This time the yin-yang fish showed dark green light. A sample of ancient polar bacteria. The fourth random draw. The yin-yang fish slowly rotated, and then a flash of green light appeared. A sample of positive bacteria from Kunlun Mountain. The green light of yin-yang fish is divided into 4 kinds of light. Light, normal, thick, and shining. In the previous mall, any lottery was ordinary white light. Could it be that the color represents the preciousness of the grade? Green is definitely better than white. And there are 4 different levels of green. What color will the higher grade ones be? Master, due to level restrictions, you still have 1 chance to draw a lottery. Fong Tang regretted it extremely now. The lottery ticket he gave out was such a loss. He took a deep breath and opened the 5th random lottery ticket. The yin-yang fish rotated slower and slower, and then a shining golden light appeared. Fong Tang's consciousness sensed Bai's scream. This artificial intelligence has never been so exciting. Master, Bai's consciousness was dancing crazily. You have drawn one of the strongest ones in the first version of the internal beta mall. Gold level. Green, blue, purple and gold are gold. And it is the best shining gold. Fong Tang, pay attention and feel. What is it that makes Baidu go crazy with joy? Chapter 234, The Reward of Shining. Bai was crazy and Fong Tang was panicking, because the dual consciousness has been integrated into one. They interact with each other. Fong Tang immediately felt dizzy. Not only that, he even felt that his consciousness had been shattered into pieces by the white impact, and was fragmented like sand in a strong wind. I'm sorry. After an unknown amount of time, Bai was apologizing, while Fong Tang gasped for air and was covered in sweat. The feeling of split personality just now was really uncomfortable. Fong Tang leaned on the toilet and shook his head. The bathroom had been forcibly opened. Xia Beiki was standing at the door in a daze, but Yunk rushed in and helped Fong Tang up. You look like you are suffering from hypoglycemia due to kidney deficiency after constipation, Yunk said with a smile. Sister Yunk, your description is so apartment. You should go out first. Fong Tang waved them away. Closing the door, he took a deep breath. Dear senior player Fong Tang, Please note that the expert trial pre-game will be open to you separately in 38 minutes. There is still time. Fong Tang's thoughts changed, and the rough first version of the internal beta mall was reopened. What did you get in the 5th random lottery ticket? The golden light in front of me is still shining. He held his breath. The simple fonts pop out one by one. Legendary chip. Name Tao Tai. Fong Tang was greatly shocked, and his mind felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The vibration in his heart was the reaction of his ontological consciousness. But the flash of lightning in his head was Bai's consciousness cheering. This is a shining reward. Under the prompts of the legendary chip, there are also elegant and graceful handwritten fonts, named after the 12th apostle of Kunlun. This is the ultimate weapon of the trialer. The spirit of the core is the Tao Tai. As this line of writing appeared, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in my ears. I hope you will be more serious when inheriting this chip. It does not give you true freedom. It only allows you to take a step forward on the road to freedom. The principles you abide by are not stupid, but the protection that stupid people cannot understand. Bless you, my warrior, my tester Shayna Guli. It took a long time for the lightning surge in my mind to calm down. Fong Tang clutched his chest. Bye. I'll explain it later. Master, let's take a look at other rewards first. Bye. Wait. The mall has disappeared. The rough beta version of the mall turned into a mess of garbled code. The garbled code seemed to be forcibly restored, and then turned into the familiar Desire Mall again. What's going on? Oh, Master, I just cracked a certain firewall through a piece of original code. Now, the patch left by my mother has repaired the beta version of the mall, and is hidden in the vast chaotic data like the sea of stars. If you want to enter next time, it depends on your luck. Of course, the more experience you have, and the higher your level, the more opportunities we have. Fong Tang felt disappointed. That line of handwriting and that gentle voice made him instinctively feel a feeling of love and admiration in his heart. Shayna Guli. Master, don't be so disappointed. The result is so wonderful. We got the right to amnesty and accidentally got the products that were deleted from the internal beta mall. You should be happy. Fong Tang shook his head and read. Harvest this time. Super amnesty right lasts for 30 days and can be transferred to other players. If the recipient is not a company player, the duration will be reduced by half. Fong Tang frowned. Bye. Is Yashin still a player now? Master, from the definition of the chip, she is no longer a player, but a defector. However, under the rules of Super Amnesty, there is no explanation defectors cannot use it. The Super Amnesty power exists in the form of code in the mall. There is still a space under the code for filling in the user's name. Fong Tang changed his mind again and entered the name. Qin Yashin. Under the Super Pardon code. Dear player, this name was not detected in the player database. Do you want to continue? Continue. Adjust the maintenance time of Super Amnesty rights to non-player humans to 15 days. Please choose now. Under Qin Yashin's name, 793,000 options suddenly appeared. In Asia, there are a total of 793,000 humans named Qin Yashin, of whom 98.5% are women and 1.5% are men. There are actually boys with this name. I really don't know what their parents think. Bai joked. Maybe those boys changed their names themselves. Bai was in a good mood. Fong Tang quickly eliminated all the boys on the list. Wait, Master, why are boys excluded? Are you going to piss me off? How could Qin Yashin be a boy? She is already pregnant. Master, nothing is absolute. Fong Tang shuddered. Mo, don't be fooled by Bai's crow's mouth. Now it's a bit trepidating to make the choice again. Fortunately, all the people named Qin Yashin in the Magic City area are girls. Damn, I almost gave you a heart attack. Fong Tang muttered. Finally finding his Qin Yashin. The Super Pardon is activated immediately, and a countdown number appears. There are still 14 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 58 seconds left before the end. This important matter that has been bothering his heart has been solved. And Fong Tang is also happy in his heart. Dear senior player Fong Tang, please note that the expert trial pre-game will be open to you separately in 30 minutes. Listening to the game prompts, Fong Tang put on a new set of shirts and threw away the sweaty one. Then, Fong Tang walked around the room twice and suddenly burst into laughter. Master, what are you laughing at? Smile at the products I drew. What super nanoparticle glue? And what negative and positive bacteria legendary chips? Where the HL are they? For deleted internal beta tests, the products have deceiving names and appalling attributes. But where? For example, Ordinary nanoparticle glue can also be produced from the nanoworms in the chip-through-chip data transmission. But for other products, look at the attribute description. They are all real things. Bye. Fong Tang laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. I think you were too happy just now. Now think about it. Since all the things in the internal beta mall have been deleted, I'm afraid there is only an explanation left. What we drew. It's just a few codes. By silence. Fong Tang unbuttoned the top button of his shirt and felt a heat wave pass through the window. He was still smiling, but gradually stopped laughing. Because a white light shines in front of my eyes. Nothing could be seen. Only white. In the white space, a girl as beautiful as a fairy walked forward. White girl. She just appeared like that. Reaching out and pressing Fong Tang's head. Who are you? I am Bai. Is this your real image? Or a simulation? This is not important now. You have to be ready for the products we draw. Where is it? Bai smiled. In the white jade capital in the sky. There are 5 cities on the 12th floor. Immortals are caressing my head, tying my hair, and receiving immortality. Is she reading poetry? There was a loud bang. And the specially made strong glass of Chang'an Hotel shattered. Just as the glow in the sky dissipated, a thick plume of smoke plummeted from the clouds like a parabola over the magic city. The meteorite that came from nowhere actually slowed down automatically after passing through the Earth's atmosphere. All impact was minimized. But it still shattered the glass. The outer shell of the meteorite was completely burned, leaving only a small metal ball, which rolled to Fong Tang's feet. Flowing liquid appeared on the surface of the metal ball and began to cool down rapidly. Then a puff of smoke came out, and the ball opened from the center. Fong Tang slowly squatted down, carried by meteorites and coming from the sky. The treasures drawn from the closed beta mall finally arrived. Chapter 235 The 12th Apostle. Fong Tang no longer wanted to ask about the white meteorite. I just witnessed the miracle of rocket delivery last time. And today I received a product from a space meteorite. The material of the metal ball is very similar to ancient Chinese bronze. For items appeared in the small ball. And there were many items drawn, according to the green, blue, purple, and gold designation. It is divided into 4 colors: light, normal, thick, and shining. The first item, super nanoparticle glue, is the lowest grade product. It looks like 2 beads, representing 2 units of colloid. Fong Tang picked up one, without any prompts or explanations. He could only vaguely feel the nanoworms inside the bead dancing, full of life. Put down the super nanoparticle glue and picked up a piece of ice. It is an ice crystal, similar to amber. Inside the crystal, a black spot is very conspicuous. That should be the so-called ancient polar negative bacteria sample. Under the ice crystal is a small blue pebble. The middle third of the pebble is transparent, and the transparent interior is a white spot. Is this Kunlun Mountain Yang bacteria? Time was a bit tight, so Fong Tang did not continue to study and directly picked up the last product. This is what he is most looking forward to: legendary chip. Name Tao Tai. In the name of the 12th apostle of Kunlun. This thing is said to be the ultimate weapon of the tester. The core spirit, Fong Tang muttered in his mind, reaching out and picking up a ring. As the ring was picked up, the small metal ball that transported the goods turned into dust on the ground. A strong wind blew up from the broken window, and the dust dissipated. At this time, Fong Tang held the familiar chip and subconsciously touched the back of his head and neck. The ring-shaped chip is still there, and it is indeed inherited from the same lineage. There is no difference in appearance between the two. While he was still thinking, the Tao Tai ring in his hand floated up and silently fell to his neck. Don't move. Bai didn't communicate through consciousness, but directly made a voice in his ear. Her voice was full of joy. Then the Tao Tai core spirit slowly fell. 10 seconds passed, and a minute passed. Fong Tang couldn't help but shake his head. There is no blood to identify the treasure. And there are no strange lights and visions? Bai's clear laughter rang in his consciousness. Fong Tang's eyes lit up, and a ring appeared. There are strange patterns all around the ring. The patterns flow and suddenly start to change. It extends upward from a 2-dimensional plane to become a 3-dimensional figure. Those golden and red patterns are combined according to certain rules. Then a ferocious beast with 2 horns on its head, a body like dragon scales, and a red greedy light at its feet appeared. Master, this is the totem of core spirit, based on the 12 divine beasts in Kunlun Mountain. Those are the 12 apostles. The totem represents the special ability of this legendary chip. Fong Tang was immersed in the magic in front of him. In the situation. What ability? It is said that Tao Tai is one of the 9 sons of the dragon. He is greedy by nature and can devour all treasures. He is also insatiable and never satisfied. As the last of the 12 apostles, he is also one of the 4 ferocious beasts in mythology. The ability of this chip is data devouring. Fong Tang was shocked. Data devouring sounds a lot like a Trojan horse virus that steals data in computers. Yes, the principle is similar. Trojan horse viruses can camouflage themselves in the background. Protocols, steal administrator rights, and copy key data. More powerful viruses can even destroy the system and pass the stolen data to hackers. Fong Tang took a deep breath. Then Tao Bai Xinling, what can this legendary chip do? Currently, based on the masters and my consciousness, we can only barely control the 12th apostle's basic ability, which is copying. Fong Tang frowned. Only data can be copied? Master, don't be too greedy, because both of us the consciousness is not strong enough. But it is already very good. Imagine that you face other players and can copy the data in their chips through the legendary chip. Even simple data is a cheating level ability. Fong Tang can already do it. Imagine. Bai is right. If we don't talk about it in daily life, let's just say that in games, this kind of data copying is equivalent to obtaining the inner intelligence of the opponent player. And it can also copy nanoparticle bugs and gain coins. There are so many applicable scenarios. Some advanced players have unique abilities, whether they are combat abilities or auxiliary abilities. Through data copying, we can also master them for free. Using the other person's way to repay the other person. This is simply the magic power of biming and absorption. Star Dafa. Not only that, Master, when your brain evolves and my consciousness grows, and you can fully exert the power of the Tao Tai core spirit, you can instantly devour the opponent's data, permanently steal, or even erase everything of the opponent. In that case, Fong Tang became a super player killer, a destructive walking virus. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Fong Tang recovered his mind and opened the door to see Yunk and Xia Baizi, one holding flowers and the other holding car keys, both of whom were a little anxious. The date is less than 20 minutes away. It's at least 15 minutes away from the south reception building of the International Cruise Port. Yunk repeated anxiously, putting the flowers into his hand. I bought you a gift. For the first date, it's better to be more vulgar. Girls all like flowers. Xiaobai swung the keys with his feet raised. The car that Sister Yunk got is so cute. Fong Tang directly threw away the flowers and put the keys in his hand. A lump of something was stuffed into Xiaobai's mouth. Save it for me! 2 mysterious products, yin and yang bacteria, were put into Xiaobai's dimensional stomach. It's time to go. Fong Tang at the door thought of something, turned around and went back. Soon, he put on a black windbreaker and held a somewhat worn-out iPhone in his hand, before taking the 2 women downstairs. That car is awesome! Xia Baizi was still saying. Fong Tang frowned. Where did you learn swear words? But when he saw the car outside the hotel and listened to Yunk's brief introduction, Fong Tang couldn't help but blurt out. What a fool! Such a mouthful! It's a black antique car. A bit like the 20 HP series launched by Rolls-Royce in 1934. The square body has 2 tires still hanging under the curved hood at the front. Skylark only had 1 sentence to introduce the car. At noon on August 15th, 1945, His Majesty the Emperor entered the palace in this car and announced his surrender. There was a copy of the surrender edict in the car. Fong Tang got into the car and opened the edict. After looking at it, who gave this gift to me? Yunk sighed. The president of the country of 1,000 Cranes asked me to give you a gift. Thank you for the random lottery ticket you gave them. Fong Tang smiled lightly. This president of the country of 1,000 Cranes is very good at giving gifts. Yunk smiled. President, I think you will like it. After all, this represents some kind of commemoration. Well, do you like it? Fong Tang threw away the edict. Do you rely on this kind of gift to satisfy my self-esteem? That president overthinks this, and it's just obscenity. Xia Baizi started the car and drove out slowly. Although it was an antique car, the internal structure was remodeled. It must be the latest modern engine. The car was going very fast. Fong Tang hummed a tune and gently held Yunk's hand. Hibari frowned, wondering why he was so close. Could it be that he was excited because he was going on a date with a beautiful woman? What she didn't know was that a strange electromagnetic force was appearing from Fong Tang's fingertips. The energy released by the Tao Tai core spirit seemed to be a monster composed of nanobugs. In the light and shadow that only Fong Tang could see, the shadow with double horns and dragon scales was instantly passing through the man's hand and entering on the Skylark. The light and shadow of the 12th apostle had reached the back of Skylark's neck. This is not fun. Master, you have swallowed 2 nanoparticle bugs. You have swallowed 1 memory of the nerve isolation acupoint technique. You failed to swallow it. Master, please stop this boring game. Skylark's the level is too low, and there is no point in swallowing it. Fong Tang continued with a smile. You have devoured a portion of Skylark's memory from last night. You cannot continue devouring it. Well, Fong Tang's small experiment is still very fruitful. The capabilities of the elementary Tao Tai chip are still limited. Even if it is copied, there will be deviations in levels depending on the opponent's strength. He let go of Skylark's little hand and touched the leg of the little girl driving the car. Sorry, I didn't mean anything else. I just wanted to try again. Master, it's interesting. You have devoured a memory of sister number 20001, which is very interesting. What memory made Baidu find it interesting? Chapter 236 Love Strategy. While the antique car was still driving, Fong Tang opened up the memory from Xia Baizi. This memory was turned into data, entered into consciousness, and then separated, appearing before Fong Tang's eyes like a video. In the picture, there is a remote road with dilapidated buildings on the roadside. The scene changed, and a garbage truck slowly passed by in front. The picture began to focus, and the garbage truck zoomed in. This must be some kind of visual ability of Xiao Baiqi. The scene in her memory was very clear, and now she could see that there was a water tank inside the garbage truck. In the swaying glass water tank, a white mermaid appeared. His eyes focused again. It was not a mermaid, but a girl wrapped in bandages. The girl hugged her knees with her hands and fell asleep in the water. The screen began to recede, and the garbage truck suddenly accelerated and disappeared into a mountain of garbage in the distance. The memory ended here. Fong Tang opened his eyes and looked at Xiao Baiqi, who was driving seriously. Why did you follow Zhu Ke? Where did you end up following him? The girl in the water tank in Xiao Baiqi's memory was undoubtedly the bandaged security guard of Chang'an Hotel. Zhu Ke. Hearing Fong Tang's question, Xia Baiqi's eyes immediately flashed with panicked data. The data was rearranged and she replied in a low voice. I didn't follow Suzaku. I don't know what you are talking about. Boss. Fong Tang was furious. Everyone learn how to lie. Yunk held the man down and said, Please, if you two have something to do, you can settle it later. We will arrive at the international port soon. Fong Tang snorted and opened the data he devoured from Yunk. Nerve isolation acupoint technique. A technique similar to the acupoint technique in martial arts is actually a technique for isolating the nerves and blood vessels of the human body. Last time outside Yashin's villa, Yunk had used this technique on Fong Tang. Relying on accurate and appropriate force, the fingertips can achieve the ability similar to acupuncture. It can temporarily block the target's blood circulation and destroy joint synapses. If used effectively, it can completely cause the target's limbs and even the whole body to become stiff for a short period of time. This nerve isolation and acupuncture technology seems to be the ability that Skylark has worked hard to obtain. Maybe he bought it in the mall. Fong Tang immediately accepted it with a smile. The car has arrived at the international port, and you can see the cruise ship docked at the port. Fong Tang asked Xiao Bai to stop the car. The South Guest building is on the pedestrian street outside the port. This commercial street was specially developed by Shanghai Magic City for cruise ship guests. After cruise ships from various countries dock at international ports, their consumption is mainly concentrated here. But at this moment, it seems that the most famous guest reception building is very quiet. Fong Tang looked at the time. There are 5 minutes left. Let's wait. Why wait? Isn't the first rule of thumb in dating is to be on time? Yunk and Xia Baizi both waited in surprise. Fong Tang took the opportunity to relax and open the devoured memory about Skylark. This feeling is very good. You can see other people's secrets through swallowing. Last night, Skylark only had a short memory, less than 30 seconds. On the screen, from Skylark's first point of view, the first thing he sees is the mirror. The mirror reflected Hibari holding a mobile phone. It's very interesting to see her own appearance in the first-person memory. She can only rely on props like mirrors. Hibari in the mirror had a cold face and said something in Japanese. Father, I will not agree. And then an even more cold rejection. No matter what the members of the country of Thousand Cranes think, you are indeed the president. But you can't order me. I am your child. But it is only the so-called blood relationship. Emotionally, you mean nothing to me. The phone hung up and this memory stopped. Fong Tang hummed and looked at Skylark next to him. So you are the daughter of the president of the Thousand Crane Kingdom. The Thousand Crane Kingdom is ranked in the guild. I remember it was 90th. It's not low. How did you become a low-level person? The game instructor? Skylark was still in a daze at first. But then, he realized what he was doing and rushed over to cover his mouth. She looked extremely pale. She looked around and touched her chip, trembling all over. Fong Tang didn't know why. But Xia Baizi chuckled. Don't be nervous, Sister Yunk. We are not in a game now. There is no company surveillance. You don't have to worry about your biggest secret being known. Yunk slowly retracted. He bit his nails subconsciously. Her carefully taken care of hair was all messy. And she looked at the man with a bit of pleading. Don't tell others. Otherwise, I will die. Fong Tang apologized. I'm sorry. I don't know about this. I'll ask again. He reached out to pat Yunk's shoulder to express comfort. But Yunk was so frightened that he stepped back. Don't touch me. You can steal my memory. Fong Tang was stunned. Xiao Bai over there, he shrank back while eating. Don't touch me. Boss, you can steal data through physical contact. Right? Fong Tang hummed, and said seriously to Bai in his mind. It's a failure. Even Skylark can find it. We have to find a way to use this devouring ability without using physical contact. Bai sighed. Who asked you to say it directly? If you didn't say it, how did they know that there is no way now, and they can only obtain it through physical contact? The international port now lit up with bright lights. The light is similar to the blazing light of Hanajiri Island Lighthouse. At the port, a stunningly beautiful white sailboat appeared with its streamlined hull. From the Mediterranean, the Plato. The ship has lowered its deck. It seems that this is the first time that this kind of dhow has docked at the Magic City International Port. A huge mechanical frame has been specially called from other ports to fix the sails of the Plato. The weather has been changing lately, and a meteorite just appeared in the sky above the Magic City. In order to prevent the strong winds from blowing the guest sailboat, the international port also dispatched a team of technical backbones to specifically service the ship. The reason why we attach so much importance is that in addition to the fact that the owner of this ship has been named and cared for by big bosses from all parties, the service fee that is more than 100 times normal is also a reason. Fong Tang was still waiting in the car. It's time for a date. It's 8 o'clock sharp now. Dear senior player Fong Tang, please note that the expert trial pregame will be open to you individually in 5 minutes. Fong Tang closed the system prompts and smiled mysteriously at the two girls. Don't worry. I was late on purpose this time. This is a love strategy. Yunk and Xia Baizi may not understand what the I love strategy is. But Plato, the silver-haired woman on the bus, understood it very well. Coco. Atlantis had not yet disembarked at 8 o'clock. It takes at least 15 minutes to walk from the port to the guest building. The red-haired Mara is fully prepared. As the master substitute, she is dressed up today. It's not the Mediterranean style of flowers, but the Jiangnan style with the subtle beauty of China. Mara's long red hair special effects have disappeared and are now styled into a beautiful bun. She was wearing a dark green cheongsam specially selected by Coco. The hem of the Han-style cheongsam is not too slit, but rather closed and conservative. The cheongsam consists of ink text and green patterns forming an exquisite pattern. They arrived at the port 3 hours ago. At this time, Coco, who was wearing a white suit and decorated with a long sword on his waist, came over. The golden sword hilt swayed around her delicate waist. Her long silver hair was tied into a ponytail. Black leather boots and a suit with fencing features, all giving this Atlantis princess a somewhat heroic temperament. Miss Coco, Mara was uneasy. We are going to be late, the silver-haired princess said coldly. Remember our identities and titles. Now! You are Coco, Atlantis Guard Captain. We were going to be late. Mara immediately entered the role, with a bit of arrogance as a young lady. How did you arrange it? Atlantis smiled, leaned over and saluted. Dear Miss Coco, this is for love. Strategy. She straightened up, with a perfect figure of 1.9 meters. But she was a little unhappy at this time. Also, we have to wait for the tour guide. Chapter 237 Guide. Atlantis and Coco are waiting for a carefully selected guide. The red-haired Coco took out her mobile phone and opened it. The Pandora roaming app popped up on the phone. This is an unpopular travel companion app, but it has recently become particularly popular with foreign tourists. Not only is it safe and reliable, but this app can automatically recommend tour guides for foreigners. Nowadays, there are advertisements for this software everywhere, and it seems that it has just received a round of angel investment of 300 million yuan. The red-haired Coco looked at the recommender on the app. The escort named Xia Tian will be arriving soon. According to the information, she is a pure Chinese. She has lived in the Magic City for many years and is very familiar with this place. Moreover, there's a very cute girl. At this point, he couldn't help but raise his head. Captain of Atlantis Guards, are you sure we need this escort? I feel like it's unnecessary. They can easily get it through the mall. Cultural knowledge about China. Even if you don't know anything about demons, the guild's huge network can quickly obtain all the information about the entire city. Why do you need an escort? The silver-haired Atlantis looked serious. We have a certain reason. Because this escort was introduced by my sister. The red-haired Coco gasped. Atlantis touched the golden sword hilt and handed over the phone. You can take a look at this sister's strong recommendation. On the phone, the familiar little girl appeared. The antique-type sister codenamed 109. Although she is an antique-level sister, no one dares to ignore her requests. Miss Xia Tian is the best tour guide. I hope Coco players can accept my recommendation. That's it. The red-haired Coco shook her head. I don't understand why a sister interfered in our actions. Could it be that she knew about it? The silver-haired Atlantis snorted. No. We are players in the Atlantic Game Zone. As far as I know, this sister is in charge of the Asian region. She cannot interfere with any of our actions. Of course, when we are in the Asian region, we must respect the game director here. Just as he said this, a subordinate's voice came from outside. Hey, the lady who calls herself Xia Tian wants to see you. Your Excellency Coco. The girl named Xia Tian was standing on the deck, wearing jeans, a gray sweater, and a pair of black-rimmed glasses. Her appearance was unattractive, and she felt a bit silly. Atlantis came out holding the hilt of the sword. Now she is the captain of the guard, and is fully responsible for the safety of Miss Coco. So it is routine to ask the tour guide about the situation first. Hello. I am Atlantis, the captain of Miss Coco's bodyguard. The silver-haired girl said indifferently. Xia Tian turned around. Her glasses covered her eyes, but her Spanish was very fluent. Hello, captain of the guard. This ship is really great. Very ancient style. Even the sailors here speak and act as if they have returned to 16th century. Atlantis put away his indifference and smiled. The 16th century was the glorious period of the Spanish Empire. Please understand the tradition of our aristocracy. Although he was smiling, his tone was full of pride. Xia Tian pursed her lips. But when you get here, you and the distinguished lady had better adapt. We in China don't have so many rules. Atlantis has been trying to confirm the identity of this girl. Must be a gamer this summer. Or a game manager in Asia. Is she disguised? Why can't I see anything? Lowering his head and smiling, Atlantis said lightly, aren't there no nobles in China to adapt to the rules here? The middle period of the dynasty, for us, is the end of the empire. Atlantis raised his eyebrows. Xia Tian was unceremonious. When the Arabs invaded and conquered the Iberian Peninsula in 771 AD, and the Spanish ancestors were driven out and massacred by the conquerors, China was in its prime. So please don't say it in front of me. What kind of nobles? The two girls were at war with each other from the beginning, and they were already very embarrassed. Atlantis suddenly smiled. I apologize. You are right. Do as the Romans do. Let's communicate in Chinese. She politely led Xia Tian to the heavily guarded cabin. Miss Coco is still washing and getting ready. We have to wait and continue the topic just now. I admit that Chinese civilization is long and ancient, but it is not the only and earliest one. She smiled. What does Miss Xia think of the Atlantis civilization? It's just a myth. Xia Tian frowned. Can you stop talking about this? How long do we have to wait? I heard that Miss Coco has an important date. Yes, a very important date. It can be regarded as a lover. It's the first time we've met. The first meeting. It seems. Can't be called lovers. Xia Tian looked at his watch again. Since it's the first time we meet, shouldn't we abide by the agreement and leave a good impression on the other party? Atlantis' silver ponytail swayed, and he said with a smile, the love scene is like a battlefield. Miss Coco's opponent is a master, so she has to carry out a late strategy. Xia Tian frowned. Atlantis was talking eloquently. On the battlefield, when facing a master, the first thing to do is to disrupt the opponent's deployment. Xia Tian hummed. Atlantis looked at her leisurely. Miss Coco's date lover is named Fong Tang. He is a very smart guy. After receiving the gift, he understood the meaning of Our Lady with just one painting. For this kind of a master in love, he will definitely arrive on time. Xia Tian was a little impatient. So, as the master, Fong Tang has of course prepared in advance. Whether it is the date, time, or the first words of the meeting, they must have been brewing for a long time. This is his plan. Then what should be done to disrupt it? This kind of arrangement makes him flustered. Atlantis was full of confidence. Emotional scientists have demonstrated that one party on a date has a patience value. That is, the tolerance value for being late. After scientific calculation, this time is 30 to 50 minutes. Let's take the middle number and be 40 minutes late. Xia Tian was already dumbfounded. It's such a boring theory. At the international port, Fong Tang had not yet gotten off the bus. Yunk was already a little flustered. How are you going to go on a date like this? How long will the big brother, Coco, wait for you? Fong Tang hummed. Boring scientists seem to have demonstrated that the tolerance for being late for a date is 30 to 50 minutes. That big brother with the lady's character, she can only endure it for 40 minutes at most. Do you believe this theory? Yunk was speechless. Fong Tang smiled. It doesn't matter. I just want her to wait for me. The one who takes the initiative always has to pay the price. After he finished speaking, he shushed and closed his eyes in silence. At this time, the system prompts have appeared repeatedly. Dear Senior Player Fong Tang, the expert trial pregame has officially begun. Please read the game content carefully and pay attention to the game rules. The difficulty of this round of the game fluctuates with the tasks and is open to you individually. The final goal of the pregame is to obtain a ticket for the expert trial. For Fong Tang players, only by obtaining this ticket can you have the opportunity to enter the expert trial. Please confirm. Okay, done. Dear Senior Player Fong Tang, please note that you must solve 3 special cases codenamed Wind, Moon, and Fog. Each time you complete a case, you will get 1/3 the tickets. After completing all of them, you will get the full ticket. Please sure. Fong Tang frowned. This front-end game is completely different from what you imagined. Solving a case? After he confirmed it, the last prompt of the game appeared. The pre-game guide will appear soon. Please be ready to receive game guidance. Although there are many hints, I am still confused. Fong Tang didn't know in what capacity he should complete this game. Where is the case? Still thinking about it, Bai's consciousness suddenly placed a photo in front of his eyes. Photo from the deck of the Play-Doh. The photo shows a girl wearing jeans and a gray sweater. Big black framed glasses covered her eyes, making her appearance unattractive. But Fong Tang recognized it immediately and almost jumped up. Shauna, you always appear suddenly at strange times. Chapter 238. My name is Giant Spirit. Chang'an Inca Building is a famous restaurant that mainly specializes in Suzhou cuisine, adding Huaiyang cuisine and other Jiangnan cuisines. The antique decoration restores the red bars and green tiles of Jiangnan style. The waiters inside are all wearing hanfu and are well trained. This is a must-visit dining spot for foreign guests on the cruise ship, where they can truly experience the purest ancient Chinese culture. But tonight, the building was quiet. Hanging outside the wooden fence was an apology notice written in Chinese, English, and French. Tonight, this place is hosting important guests and is no longer open to the public. It is a 3-story building, and the first floor is full of cooks. The restaurant is short of manpower, so we specially hired 2 Huaiyang cuisine chefs from Yangzhou Yazaxian Hotel in Shanghai. The second floor was full of waiters, setting out various dishes and fine wines. On the 3rd floor, where you can directly enjoy the beautiful view of the Mingyu River, there are only 2 tables. The private room in the middle is a specially decorated couple seat, with pearwood chairs and a sandalwood incense table. It is surrounded by Chinese Valentine's Day lotus lanterns and branches. It is fresh lotus and real plum branches. There is also a small box on the sandalwood table. Exiting this private room, there is a staircase directly connected to the main entrance. The stairs have been covered with carpet. The grass-like blanket is very realistic. From a distance, it really looks like a piece of green grass hanging in the building. Another table on the 3rd floor is placed in a hidden place, at the corner of the employee stairs. Almost all the lanterns were hung in the middle, so it was dark here, except for a man with a frosty face sitting silently. Ji Bingwang touched his beard stubble. For the first time, he didn't even have time to shave. A waiter in a white shirt appeared from the stairs and bowed. President, the teacher is here. Ji Bingwang picked up the wine glass and put it down again, rubbing his face fiercely. Please come up. The waiter was about to leave. Go. But Ji Bingwang stood up. No, I have to go and greet you personally. A low and lazy laughter came, and Zhou Ningji came slowly from the stairs. No, Bingwang. The waiter stepped back. Zhong Yingji looked at Ji Bingwang in the shadow. It's rare to see you looking haggard without turning on the lights. Ji Bingwang smiled bitterly. It made the teacher laugh. You should have seen the reward order I issued. Are you done? Zhong Yingji then sat down and looked at the wine glasses placed on the table. With your prudence? Why would you make such a low-level mistake? Ji Bingwang was silent for a moment and sighed. Bai Hu is a dead soldier I have trained since childhood. I even spent tens of thousands of game coins to help her improve her strength. As for Eva, the slaves I rescued from the fire pit in the European game area are all my confidants. Zhong Yingji shook his head. You seem to have forgotten the original intention of participating in the infinite challenge. You can only rely on yourself at any time. Ji Bingwang's eyes flickered. The matter has come to this. There is no point in talking about it. The two of them leaked the plan of this operation. And I am in a mess here. Zhong Yingji smiled, stood up slowly, and clapped his hands gently. In the darkness, a muffled groan came. The waiter on guard at the stairs slowly fell to the ground, and a tall girl walked up with gritted teeth. Ji Bingwang drank the wine in the glass blankly. It's you. Bai Hu? Zhong Yingji looked at the silent Bai Hu. Reintroduce her. Now she is Black Cell number 14. Ji Bingwang poured a glass of wine. He knew the other party it was putting pressure on him, telling himself clearly that the traitor Bai Hu was already a member of the Cell organization. Ji Bingwang sat upright and pushed the wine glass over. Bai Hu, after drinking this glass, all grudges between us will be cleared and there will be no more connection. Bai Hu knelt down with a plop. Sobbing, Ji Bingwang closed his eyes and remained silent. The girl tremblingly picked up the wine and downed it in one gulp. Zhong Yingji was very satisfied, asked Bai Hu to retreat behind him, and asked, Why are you conducting this operation? Who is the target? Ji Bingwang immediately said, The target is Coco Atlantis. This operation was improvised because there was no better opportunity than this. He clenched his fists. The real strength of the World Snake Guild is definitely ranked within the 50th place in the game. But they have been stuck at around 90th place over the years, and have targeted our Ice Royal family many times. He gritted his teeth at this point. Teacher, you know that although the game area is operated independently, conflicts between guilds are inevitable. Now the president of World Snake has come to my territory. How can I let this opportunity pass? Zhong Yingji hummed. Look downstairs. How many of these waiters and cooks below are yours? All of them. Ji Bingwang snorted. I never fight an uncertain battle. All 32 of us are intermediate players or above. Everyone has mastered at least 2 combat abilities. Zhong Yingji shook his head. But now that Fong Tang has learned about your actions, what are you going to do with him? If Fong Tang wants to stop you, how about killing him together? You have a pair with a keen eye. You discovered such a piece of jade in advance. Are you willing to give up? Ji Bingwang's eyes flashed. That's why I invited the teacher here. I hope to get your advice. Zhong Yingji touched his ears and shook his head again. His tone no longer tolerated. Doubtful. If you really want to listen to me, then give up this operation immediately. Ji Bingwang's eyes widened and he slapped the table. The arrow is on the string. We have to shoot it. Zhong Yingji said coldly. Then break the string and break the arrow. Hold it back. Both of them were breathing heavily. Wisps of cold air escaped from Ji Bingwang's body uncontrollably, and the temperature near the stairs dropped instantly. I want to get the teacher's advice, not ask the teacher to make the decision. Idiot! I'm saving you. As soon as Zhong Yingji said this, a scream suddenly came from downstairs. It came very suddenly. The ending was even weirder. The scream seemed to come from many people at the same time, and then disappeared instantly. A crackling sound then sounded, and all the lights in the guest building went out, leaving only the faintly flickering lanterns in the couple's seat on the 3rd floor. This change happened in an instant. The 2 men on the table were still staring at each other, and the dull sound of footsteps on the stairs could be heard. A man carrying a plate suddenly appeared. With every step he took, the stairs beneath his feet shattered, and the hard pine stairs shattered like grains of sand. The man came up carelessly and put the covered plate directly on the table. Please use it. The candlelight lit up, and in the light and shadow, Ji Bingwang's face was livid, and Zhong Yingji also looked dumbfounded. The man who lit the candle gently opened the cover and pushed the huge porcelain plate. Please use it. The plate was filled with chips. 32 chips, neatly stacked together. With a bang, the chair under Ji Bingwang shattered with frost, and his figure skyrocketed. But before the cold punch was struck, the man holding the plate raised his hand and waved. Go! Indescribable power surged. In a narrow space, when the power was condensed to the limit, Even if it was just a punch a wave like a breeze can break everything. Emperor Ji Bing was on the same spot, but his body arched uncontrollably, and his back made a snapping sound. Bai Hu exclaimed and rushed over to hug the Ice King regardless. Ji Bing Wang's eyelids rolled wildly, and his mouth was full of foam. From the waist down, he had completely lost control. A master player didn't even have a chance to take action. Zhou Yingji swallowed. Bai Hu, take him away. His spine is broken, and he is already disabled. Whether he can survive depends on luck. The man in Duanpan frowned. Oops. The shot was too heavy. Did he have a backup? Zhou Yingji sighed. The Ice Royal family is not yet capable of mastering the company's cloning device. And the resurrection products in the mall are also conditional. I am afraid that once the news of his injury comes out, the entire family will fall apart. So how do you look at it? He is completely finished. Bai Hu hugged Ji Bing Wang and cried, raised his head and shouted. But every time he takes action, he will prepare for amnesty in advance. You don't abide by the rules. Are you ignoring the company? Duan Pan Man laughed. He sat down and crossed his legs. The right of amnesty is only valid for game players in this area. Sorry, I don't belong to any game area. After speaking, he drank a bottle of wine on the table and continued lazily. There are also the elites of the Ice Emperor Guild were all killed downstairs. This trash family really has no choice but to be finished. The man who single-handedly destroyed the entire Ice Emperor family while talking and laughing did not look proud, but rather a little disinterested. He looked at the silent Zhou Yingji. No more nonsense. I'm a giant spirit from the gods. Ji Bing Wang is finished, but we can continue to cooperate. Zhou Yingji finally couldn't help but exclaim. You it's the Jin. The game's ID is the Jin. A master-level super player. Or a killer. 6 years ago, in an SSS-level duel game, this man killed 62 master players of the same level in just 12 hours. He is very good at force-based games and dislikes intellectual games. The information flashed by. But what really makes Zhou Yingji fearful is the guild behind this giant spirit. He could no longer control his voice. The first guild of the Hongming Pantheon. I'm just a nobody under the East Emperor's throne. I'm a bit harsh this time. And it's also because of this guy. The giant spirit glanced at the unconscious Ji with disdain. Ice Emperor. Is this guy worthy of being called Emperor? Humph. It's simply an insult to His Highness Dong Huang. Outside the guest building. 40 minutes have passed since the date. Fong Tang got out of the car with a frown and walked towards the restaurant in the distance. While still thinking about Xia Na, a congratulatory message from the system came to my ears. Congratulations, senior player Fong Tang. You have been promoted from VIP number 100 to Super VIP number 99. Fong Tang's eyes trembled. Chapter 239, The Tree Falls and the Hosen Scattered. Promoted from VIP number 100 to Super VIP number 99. The difference of one ranking is a huge difference. Starting from the 99th, you will enjoy Super VIP treatment, Barrage Color, free private chat, and Super VIP entry special effects. Apart from these fancy and useless functions, the most useful privilege of Super VIPs is that they can freely enter the game live broadcast of designated players to obtain more live broadcast information and better viewing experience. But that's not what Fong Tang is focusing on now. Master, you can advance one place only if the player in front of you is deprived of his authority. So, Ji Bing Wang is dead? No. Depriving him of his authority means that he has lost the player's authority. Title: he may have been seriously injured. His chip may have been taken away. Or he may have quit the game. Fong Tang slowly saw 3 girls walking from the port from a distance. Walking at the front was the girl wearing a dark green cheongsam with red hair like brilliant flames. Exactly the same as in the video. Delicate face. Blue eyes. Appearance of 15 or 16 years old. Following the red-haired girl on the left is a silver-haired woman, who looks like an unparalleled sword woman walking out of the ice and snow. Her white suit outlines her proud figure, and her golden sword shines in the night light. Shine. Fong Tang's eyes quickly passed over the 2 stunning girls and looked at the inconspicuous Shauna. Shauna, who was in disguise, also looked here, but her eyes stayed on his coat. The black windbreaker is a bit too small for a man, and it seems to still have the aura of the former mistress. With complicated emotions in Xia Na's eyes, she suddenly turned her head and avoided the man's sight. Fong Tang quickened his pace. The girls not far away were also walking quickly. The 2 parties met outside the wooden fence of the guest building, and each other frowned secretly. So you were late on purpose, playing this trick. Fong Tang followed Western etiquette, waiting for the other party to stretch out his hand, and then gave him a kiss. But the red-haired Princess Coco did not reach out, but looked at him with a pair of affectionate eyes. Everything flashing in her blue eyes was full of false love. Who is this? Fong Tang smiled and looked at the silver-haired woman. She is my bodyguard and is responsible for my safety. Let me introduce you. Atlantis. The silver-haired Atlantis held the hilt of the sword in his right hand and raised his left hand in a horizontal salute. Chivalry? Fong Tang looked at the woman who was a head taller than him. His Royal Highness's bodyguards are so handsome, and they are not inferior to women. Atlantis smiled. I'm sorry that I'm wearing armor, so I can't show you the full courtesy. Shauna, who was disguised as a tour guide, turned her head and swayed slightly because she didn't know how much effort it took to hold back the smile that burst out. This is the embarrassment of forcibly purchasing knowledge from the mall. This Atlantis should have directly purchased the etiquette in Chinese culture, but did not digest it well. Bai Dian commented. Fong Tang coughed. It's getting late. I've reserved a table upstairs. Let's have dinner first. Coco then stretched out her little hand. Fong Tang was about to take it, but the silver-haired guard remained calm. Taking the first step, he took the red-haired Coco's hand and moved it aside. Mr. Fong Tang, you are the master. Please go first. Fong Tang walked forward, and suddenly there was the sound of footsteps behind him. He turned around and looked, but it was Xia Beiki running over. Her black dress with star patterns engraved on it fluttering in the wind. She was waving her arms as she ran, with a somewhat panicked expression on her face. Fong Tang could only stand still again. Xiaobai rushed over like a gust of wind and hugged Fong Tang's leg. Dad, you can't be with other women. Mom will be so sad that she will jump into the river. As he said that, he stared at the pure with big eyes. He spit at Coco and Atlantis with disdain. You two bad women, vixens, actually came to seduce my father. Fong Tang turned to stone directly on the spot. What kind of play is this? Xiaobai hugged his legs tightly, and his body was crossed up, like a monkey hugging a big tree. But his eyes were warning, don't go in. Fong Tang also had warning in his eyes. Why? Be clear. Bai's consciousness has already communicated with the little sister. There is a terrible killer in the building. Ji Bingwang's chance to take action was ruined. This person was too strong. 32 family players were killed on the spot. Fong Tang froze on the spot. The development of the matter was complete unexpected. Coco and Atlantis both frowned and looked at it. The two girls also encountered an unplanned situation. At this awkward moment, Shauna smiled and said, I'll go in first to see how the food is. She walked directly into the reception building. Fong Tang no longer hesitated, and took Xia Baizi on his lap, raised his feet with difficulty, and followed step by step. Mom really jumped into the river. Xiaobai couldn't let go and shouted. There was a thump in the distance, and the Skylark's figure fell from the port cargo platform, carrying a sad parabola, and fell into the Pujiang River with a thud. Fong Tang said nothing and continued walking into the guest building. Bye, Master. Skylark was attacked by someone, but she managed to escape by jumping into the river. Who attacked her? The killers arranged by the Ice Royal family on the periphery are very weak. The game system also transmitted at this time come on crazy tips. 1,000 Ice Royal family VIPs have cancelled their attention to you. The original Super VIP number 99 has quit the game. The Ice Royal family guild has issued a barrage announcement. The last barrage appeared. Bye. What's going on? Ji Bingwang. You fell, and the family instantly fell apart. Based on the current situation, I suspect that there is a powerful enemy targeting you. So the family members who got the news were frightened. I will directly draw a clear line with you. Huh? The Qing dynasty is about to end. The big tree also fell. Are the monkeys going to leave? Master, everyone knows that when a tree falls, the Hosen scatter. But they don't know that there is another sentence behind it, which is the ultimate expression of human nature. The next sentence? Everyone pushed the wall down. Fong Tang had already walked into the first floor of the hotel. Shauna was squatting in front, looking down at the corpses here. The first floor was full of corpses of cooks, but they strangely maintained their original appearance. Some people are sitting, some are holding kitchen knives, and some are holding shovels. They must have been killed instantly, without even their bodies responding adequately. Shauna did not look back and whispered. Their hearts were instantly shattered and they died. At the moment they died, the other party also took away the chip from the back of their neck. All the cooks had chips left behind after their necks were removed. Scars. Xia Baizi let go of his hand, his big eyes showing awe. This should be some kind of innate ability of course spirit. Shauna finally turned around. Should the date continue? Shauna suddenly asked among the dark second floor and corpses. Fong Tang sighed. Actually, if I hadn't seen you appear, it wouldn't have mattered whether I came to this date or not. Shauna lowered her head. I accepted the game mission, and your date must be completed. Otherwise my mission will fail. Fong Tang sighed. Tang nodded slightly. Okay. Shauna hummed. Not only do I have to continue dating, but I also have to devote myself seriously. This is related to the completion of my game and the rewards. Fong Tang nodded again. Okay. At this time, footsteps and exclamations came together. Come! Coco and Atlantis stood in the pile of corpses on the first floor. Both stunned. Chapter 240 The Cross of Evil. Fong Tang stuck his head out from the second floor. Please come up! Miss Coco! Atlantis guard. Atlantis helped Coco come up step by step. The red-haired girl seemed uneasy. Dear Mr. Fong Tang, what's wrong with these people? Fong Tang smiled. It's okay. They are performing for you. Just like performance artists imitating sculptures on the streets of Paris. Ah. You mean? They were motionless and pretended to be dead. It was a performance art performance? Yes. I specially prepared it for you. Fong Tang moved a corpse away from the stairs in a very gentlemanly manner. You look. They are very professional. I won't move even if I mention it like this. Coco showed a professional giggle. So that's it. Their performance is great. You are so attentive to me. I like it very much. Several corpses upstairs fell down at this moment, with blood flowing from the backs of their necks. Ah. Dear Fong Tang. They are all bleeding. No problem. This is a kind of Qigong they practice. It is similar to our Chinese medicine cupping and acupuncture. It concentrates the congestion and viruses in the body in a certain place, and then passes them through bloodletting is used to achieve the balance of yin and yang. As the saying goes, 3 flowers gather at the top and blood circulates in 5 rounds to achieve physical and mental health. Oh. So that's it. The beautiful and delicate vase girl showed a silly smile again. They climbed to the 3rd floor together. The lantern beside the sandalwood table is still on, and the branches are fragrant. The 2 chairs were arranged just right, and the small box on the table was a gift that Skylark had placed in advance. Fong Tang opened the chair and waited for the lady to sit down first before taking her seat affectionately. Seeing the silver-haired girl standing behind Coco holding a sword, Xiao Baichi jumped over and sat on Fong Tang's lap. Dad, what did you order? Fong Tang smiled and pushed her away. Go over there and move 2 more chairs. And prepare a set of tableware for the tour guide's sister. There was no food or wine on the table. Only 2 sets of Chinese and Western tableware placed side by side. Coco held her chin, her eyes like skin shining in the lanterns. She looked at the box with a smile. You also gave me a gift. Fong Tang hesitantly said. Miss Coco gave me the gift first. The painting is really precious. The red-haired Coco snorted. You can see the deep meaning in the painting. It really surprises me. Fong Tang smiled. Your painting is a copy of the work of Tang Yin, a talented man from the Ming dynasty. And it was cut out from 4 paintings and overlapped together. It looks like a landscape painting, but it actually contains a mystery. Coco started to pinch her hair with her fingers, which made her look playful and cute. How did you read my message from the painting? It's very simple. You used a special ink. In ancient times, it was called fairy ink. It can show different colors according to changes in light. Looking at the image, after the willow in the painting is deflected, you can see that there is a restaurant hidden inside, which is the Chang'an Inca building, and the date time is written on the moon. Of course, I am not showing off. I just feel it. I just saw it accidentally. Coco showed admiration again. Mr. Fong's family background is worthy of being the daughter of a famous family. Fong Tang was slightly stunned. Is this sentence a satire on himself? The Chinese that Coco spoke at this time actually had a hint of Suzhou accent. I bought a lot of knowledge and materials in the mall, but this Suzhou dialect is still difficult to learn. But this is your hometown dialect. Listen, it's still a bit familiar. Right. Huh? I was born in the north. To be honest, I don't understand the Gusa dialect very well. Hearing Fong Tang's words, Coco was stunned. Really? After a long time, he reached out and picked up the gift box, covering up his gaff. What kind of gift is this? After opening it, he saw the mall link. After closing his eyes and entering the system, Coco exclaimed, 5 random lottery tickets. Fong Tang now felt extremely regretful and felt heartache and heartache. However, he couldn't get the gift he sent back, so he had to smile. It's just a mere gift. It's a small gift. I hope Miss Coco will accept it. It's very precious. But this is a lottery ticket that can only be used by players in Asia. I am from the Atlantic Ocean. So thank you. And I will keep it. Fong Tang's eyelids were twitching. And he was thinking it's bleeding. It turns out that the other party can't use this lottery ticket. This time, the loss is big. At this time, the silver-haired captain of the guard took a step forward. For such a precious gift, we have to give you another gift. After she finished speaking, she walked directly to the window and looked at the beautiful sailboat. A white nightingale flew from the boat and soon came to the window. The small box tied to the nightingale's paw fell down. Atlantis opened the box, took out a thin papyrus roll, turned around and put it on the table. The paper roll was unfolded. An ancient Latin text appeared. Lottery ticket for engineering development and testing. Under the lottery ticket, there was a signature, Test Engineer. 10,000 to 1. Fong Tang looked at Atlantis in shock. This is it? This is also a lottery ticket. The early lottery tickets used this kind of physical thing. There were no electronic code tickets at that time. Of course, it can no longer be used. It can only be used as a collection. I hope you don't mind. No. Of course I don't mind. Fong Tang and Bai were filled with joy. The lottery tickets for the engineer development version may be able to enter the development version's mall. And their value is absolutely immeasurable. 5 coupons for this. It's worth it. As they continued chatting, both parties seemed to have forgotten about eating. When the lanterns gradually dimmed, the Atlantis' eyes flashed, and he carefully took out another roll of paper and placed it on the table again. This scroll is different from the one just now. It is always carried with me, so it is more precious. Fong Tang felt a little funny. Why did President Coco keep writing poems, calligraphy and paintings to please himself? Her ultimate goal was naturally the birth certificate. But didn't she do a good job in advance to understand her preferences? The paper roll was opened on the table. The old paper and gray ink were old. This is Our Lady's last gift. And it is also the most precious one. It represents our absolute sincerity. You can take a look. Atlantis was very confident that this gift would definitely shock the man in front of him. Okay. Fong Tang glanced casually. The first thing I saw on the paper were 8 big characters. Study wisely and do filial piety first. Under the 8 characters, there was a stroke of Zhongwang's small regular script. Guanfeng's handwriting was taught in the Chu family ancestral hall. In the spring of April in the 8th year of the Republic of China. Well, it seems that these 8 characters are a family motto from the Chu family ancestral hall. Handwritten by a man named Guan Feng. Fong Tang looked at it for a long time. It's not bad. The works of the Republic of China can be considered antiques. Ah! Atlantis' eyes widened. It's just not bad. This is the handwriting of the great-grandfather of the Chu family. Our guild went through a lot of hard work to find it. Fong Tang rubbed his nose. I am very grateful for your thoughtfulness. But I actually don't have much interest in antique poetry, calligraphy, or anything like that. Coco slowly stood up, also looking in disbelief. The 2 women looked at each other with doubts on their faces. After a long time, Atlantis shook his head and said, I heard that Chinese people attach great importance to family ties, especially the writings and relics of their ancestors. Are you so indifferent? Mr. Fong Tang? Landis's meaning is very clear. This is something from your ancestors. And you are pretending not to be interested. Fong Tang frowned and took another serious look at the words. He was finally sure. I think you must be mistaken. I never know anything about the Chu family. Atlantis kept staring at him and realized that he was not pretending. The silver-haired girl's eyes flashed, and she pulled up Coco and said, Sorry, we have to go back to the ship first. Huh? Fong Tang was surprised. Are you leaving now? I had a great time tonight. Thank you. But now we really have to go back first. Atlantis said firmly. We will meet again. That Coco was about to be taken away by the guard. Fong Tang stood up directly and suddenly held the red-haired girl's hand. Presumptuous. The long sword on Atlantis' waist was unsheathed, and the golden sword actually showed a blue light in her palm. And there was a faint sound of the sea. Fong Tang held the girl's little hand tightly and smiled. Don't leave in a hurry. Fail to swallow. Warning. Fail to swallow. Fail to swallow. You have swallowed the memory deep in the target's heart. 1 portion. With a bang, Fong Tang's eyesight went dark. His hands loosened, and he fell on the chair. Chapter 241 Holding the Hand. The darkness comes from the memory deep inside the red-haired girl. The moment he successfully devoured the data, the memory unfolded before Fong Tang's eyes. He wasn't given any chance to breathe. It's not like the data that was devoured before, and you can decide whether to watch it independently. because this memory is too evil. Now, all Fong Tang saw was darkness. Endless darkness. Heavy rain. Heavy rain is full of evil. Every drop of rain is full of rancidity and blood. Stars. The stars in the dark night actually appeared faintly in the heavy rain. The darkness was finally dispelled. But under the starlight, in front of a strange palace, there were corpses all over the ground. There were cross swords stuck on the corpses. And a man in black robe stood in front. The man in black robe was roaring. "Stand up! Why are you kneeling before Solomon's temple?" Then, there was the girl's cry and pleading. The memory began to be confused. A cross flew up, and the white cross instantly turned into blood red. Evil. These are all evil thoughts. The cross of eternal life has become the cross of evil. This is your sin. The man in black robe pulled out his sword, and the black robe shattered, revealing the scarred armor underneath. The armor is painted with a red cross. The long sword was raised, and the man in black robe screamed, "In the name of the Templars, may the Father of Truth guide us." This memory became chaotic again, and all the darkness. Stars. With a buzz, the devoured memory data ended. Fong Tang gasped for air, opened his eyes, and saw the anxious Shauna. "I'm fine." Fong Tang propped himself up, and Shauna had silently handed over a glass of water. Fong Tang took a swig of water, wiped his mouth again, and then whispered, "That silly red-haired girl is not Coco Atlantis at all. Her name is Mara." Shauna was shocked. "You are here, what are you talking about? The one with the silver hair. That female guard who has been pretending to be cool is the real Coco." Fong Tang calmed down and then began to ponder again. The master pretended to be a guard, and the maid pretended to be a princess. But judging from that birth certificate, if it was to kill heretics, the silver-haired Coco should be the target of the Knights Templar. Why was Mara designated as the Lord of Evil instead? He couldn't understand that fragment of memory. The data swallowed from the heart of the red-haired girl Mara is chaotic and disorderly. At this time, Shauna took off her glasses and was very happy. "You are still awesome. You discovered the secrets of those two women and helped me unlock the hidden rewards of this game. I really earned it." Fong Tang smiled bitterly. "Can you tell me what your game mission is about?" Shauna tilted her head and looked at him, and it took her a long time to say one word at a time. "The game mission was issued directly from the headquarters. The sister personally guided me about my goal this time. Just send you to the bed of those two girls." Fong Tang snorted and turned to look elsewhere. "Where did the little girl next to me go?" Shauna snorted. "Don't change the subject. Are you feeling secretly happy?" Fong Tang could only giggle, and then hold her little hand. Shauna struggled for a moment, but he pulled her to the chair opposite. "Is this our first date?" Fong Tang asked with a smile. Shauna was indifferent. "When did I agree to be your girlfriend?" "At the Undersea Pass. At the Crystal Gate." Fong Tang did not hesitate. "Even if you haven't admitted it, I have confirmed it." Shauna stood up, with no expression on her disguised face. But between her eyebrows, she was shy. "You? Please return the clothes to me first." Fong Tang looked at the windbreaker on his body. "I snatched this from a thief. Why did I give it back to you?" Shauna turned around and stretched out her hand to wipe it on her face. A few times, when she looked back, she had regained her former appearance, and her disguised indifference could be seen through at a glance. She hesitantly said, "Give it back to me first." Fong Tang smiled, took out the piece of paper from the pocket of his windbreaker, and unfolded it. "What is written on it? Let me take a look." "Oh, it's I will do it later. I never want to see you again." Shauna stamped her feet. "Give it back to me. You bastard. Give it back to me quickly." Fong Tang held up the note and laughed. Shauna jumped onto the sandalwood table, looked down at the man from a high position. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and her lips were as tempting as the red moon. She leaned over, kissed Fong Tang on the lips, and then suddenly grabbed the note. The note was torn into pieces by her, and Fong Tang couldn't help himself. He jumped on the table and hugged her tightly. "Wait, there is a terrible killer in this building, as your sister just said." Shauna was reluctant to push the man away, but she was flustered. "It doesn't matter. Xia Baizi will definitely keep an eye on him." Fong Tang's hands were moving around. "No." Just at this moment of confusion, a banging sound came. A small body flew from the corner and crashed onto the table. Half of Xiaobai's body was deflated. The black star skirt wrapped his seriously injured body, and his head was tilted to one side, motionless. Fong Tang picked her up. He didn't have time to check the girl's injuries. He grabbed Xia Na and rushed towards the window. Someone who can seriously injure Xiaobai with one move is definitely not something he can contend with. Before they could rush to the window, a man appeared in front of them. A very ordinary-looking man, with a square face and big ears. The muscles on his body are like bulging metal, and the hard lines are full of explosive power. The man stretched out a finger and smiled at the two of them. "Don't move!" A strange force was released from his fingertips, and the dust in the air seemed to be vibrating. Bai's warning came from Fong Tang's consciousness. Resonance! The rare core spirit has its own ability. Be careful. The resonance frequency curve released by the other party has covered this place. The amplitude and frequency have locked everyone. It is growing exponentially and will soon reach the critical point. The man was still laughing, and Fong Tang's eyes flashed. "Did you kill Ji Bingwang?" The man nodded. "My name is Zhu Ling, a nobody under Dong Huang's throne." Fong Tang continued to delay time. "Your ability is resonance?" The man was surprised. "Hey, I didn't expect you, a low-level player, to be able to see the secret of my ability. That Ji Bingwang is also a master, so he stupidly attacked me." Chapter 242, Adhere to the Guardian. Jin, a master killer from the Hongming Pantheon, whose real ability is resonance. It was not what Zhou Ningji thought. The giant spirit actually did not have superhuman punching power. His resonance ability could produce the same vibration frequency as the target, thus causing almost unlimited damage. Fong Tang swallowed. "I heard that if a group of soldiers stepped on the bridge at the same frequency, the bridge could even be shattered due to the power of resonance?" When talking about this topic, the giant spirit became interested. "That is the most powerful thing. Simple resonance. In fact, when the frequency of external vibration is the same or close to the natural frequency of the object, resonance will occur. The size of the resonance depends on the amplitude of the external vibration. The closer the two frequencies are, the more obvious the resonance will be. I can release a little bit of power will make the amplitude of your body bigger and bigger, until it destroys the internal structure of your body. It will be a very exciting scene. To be honest, it is definitely better than cremation. But there is a bit too much blood." Fong Tang was full of people behind the scenes. It was a cold sweat. "I also know that if the most precise resonance can be applied to the most microscopic level of an object, it can even cause the object to decompose due to energy amplitude at the molecular and atomic levels. According to this, wouldn't you be able to directly resonate with the Earth? Or even the entire universe?" He was still stalling for time, looking for a plan to escape. At least to let Shauna escape. The giant spirit opposite became more and more interested and clapped his hands and said, "Brother, I have never thought about the resonance Earth you mentioned. Maybe it can be achieved by cultivating the resonance ability to the extreme." Then wouldn't I become a hand? The demon king who can destroy the Earth?" Fong Tang said. "Sorry, I was just joking. You can't do it." "Huh?" The giant spirit was stunned. Fong Tang had already found this man's flaw. Among the amplitudes around him that were invisible to the naked eye, there were two gaps 12 centimeters to the right. Each gap is more than 10 centimeters in diameter. You can find an opportunity to throw Shauna and Xiaobai out. Then try your best to block this monster. Bai's consciousness has completed the calculation. It can only block the giant spirit for 3.1 seconds. Fong Tang felt bitter in his heart. For 3 seconds, he didn't know whether Shauna could escape. "Hey, brother, tell me clearly, what do you mean? Why can't I resonate with the Earth?" Fong Tang recovered his mind. "Because there are more than hundreds of millions of materials that make up the Earth, and the resonance frequency of each material is different. Rocks, lakes, water, buildings, humans." He showed appreciation. "Brother, you are very smart. I just admire smart people. Alas, what a pity." He flicked his fingers, and after a buzzing sound, Fong Tang's heart dropped. "Come." The giant spirit was very proud. "As for me, my brain is not as smart as yours, but my combat experience is much better than yours. When you were talking just now, your eyes were staring at a position 12 centimeters to my left. It turns out that you discovered there is a resonance gap between the two places, because the two stood opposite each other. The right side in Fong Tang's eyes was the left side of the giant spirit. He actually noticed the flaw just through the change in the enemy's eyes. He was indeed rich in combat experience. Fong Tang and Bai have calculated countless times in an instant, without any chance. For the first time, he felt hopeless. "Master, give up Shauna and sister number 20001. If you can sacrifice them, you can gain 2 seconds. If you add the parameter of 2 seconds, we will have a 10% chance of escaping. Bye." You know that isn't possible. Bai Zai sighed. Her consciousness gathered quietly. Little did Fong Tang know that Bai had already planned to directly control his body and forcefully escape. At this moment, the giant spirit opposite suddenly bowed to Shauna. Girl, are you okay? Fong Tang was shocked. Shauna was dumbfounded from beginning to end, rubbing her head at this time. Why can't I remember? But I know I must have met you. The giant spirit said hurriedly. Don't worry too much. You can't remember. It doesn't matter. I'm just a nobody. Shauna was still in a daze. At first, she wanted to push Fong Tang directly out of the window, and then sacrifice her own life to stop the enemy. But there was a voice deep in her memory that kept reminding her. Remind her that the giant spirit opposite her is a friend and will never harm her. This inconsistency caused her to lose her best opportunity. The atmosphere on the third floor gradually became weird. The giant spirit coughed. I have the order of His Highness Dong Huang. This time, I come to the Magic City to do 3 things. Fong Tang frowned. Please tell me. The giant spirit nodded. The first thing is to protect Miss Shauna. This second thing is related to you. Brother. Fong Tang snorted. I'm listening. The giant spirit smiled. Then you must listen carefully. This is given to you by His Highness Dong Huang. Warning! His expression gradually became serious. Fong Tang, if you dare to touch Miss Shauna, please note that the meaning of the word touch includes, but is not limited to kissing, hugging, touching, intimate contact, etc. Fong Tang originally planned he waited patiently. But at this moment, blood rushed to his head, and he yelled, What the H? I want to touch. After saying that, he pulled Shauna into his arms and kissed her hard on the lips. The giant spirit flicked his fingers, and the two separated uncontrollably. The powerful killer's face darkened. This is the last warning. Fong Tang, I admire your courage. But unfortunately, you cannot disobey His Highness's order. Fong Tang looked up to the sky and laughed. The giant spirit slowly interrupted his manic laughter. If you touch Miss Shauna again and do not obey the rules, then according to His Highness's order, I will kill the following people. He cleared his throat. They are Skylarks respectively. Bai Man, Yang Tuki, Qin Yashin's mother and daughter Kai Lin Lin, Suichuan Jingjing, Eva Xiao Shongqing, Fong Qingqing, Lin Yanshui, Tong Feifei, and finally sister number 20001, and a dog named Beixing. The giant spirit read one by one. After naming these names, he finally said, I will kill them one by one in the above order. Do you understand now? This list was meticulously arranged in the order in which Fong Tang participated in the game. The people behind the giant spirit knew him well, but Bai Man has been dead a long time ago. Also, who is that Yang Tuchi? The Jin frowned, waiting for his reply. Who is Yang Tuchi? I don't seem to recognize him. Fong Tang asked slowly. Yang Tuchi, a hacker with the codename Mouse, is now in control of one of your secret accounts and helping you invest. Because of this relationship, he is on the list. The giant spirit sighed. Brother Fong Tang, don't struggle. Yes, I admire you very much. So let me go. He said very sincerely. You are smart and capable. And you are not bad looking. There are many girls coming to your door. So why hold on to Miss Shauna? Shauna struggled in Fong Tang's arms. Listen to him. Let me go. Okay? Fong Tang said nothing. After silence, he gently let go of Shauna, but did not let go. Are you willing to be my woman? Shauna shocked. Fong Tang looked into her eyes tenderly. Now I am not strong enough to make any promises. But I will not give up. I have no other abilities. And sometimes I am stupid. But I do what I say. And I like you. What does it have to do with others? Shauna's eyes were already crystal clear, and tears of joy fell. But she still turned around and left through the window regardless of everything, whether it was joy or fear. The girl staggered and almost fell when she landed on the ground. She left after all, because she never wanted Fong Tang to fall into injustice. If those people he valued and protected died, she herself would not be able to forgive the man. Letting go is Fong Tang's best choice. Fong Tang didn't chase after him. What was burning in his heart was endless anger and fighting spirit. If he only lived for survival in the game of war. Now he has a real goal. Hongming Pantheon, the first guild. Dong Wen Tai, the best master in the world. You are like the mountains and the stars. You cannot look up to me. But one day, when I step on the stars and crush the mountains, I will climb to the top of the gods and defeat you with my own hands. Not just for Shauna. Not just for others. Just for yourself and the principles you stick to in your heart. At this moment, the blessing from Shayna Gully was so inspiring. Child, the principles you adhere to are not stupid, but the protection that stupid people cannot understand. There are only two things in this world worth sacrificing everything. Our freedom, and the starry sky above our heads. Fong Tang turned around. Giant Spirit, you can directly tell that Dong Wang what I did just now. Giant Spirit shook his head and closed his eyes, as if he was receiving some kind of information. Soon, he opened his eyes and shrugged. My Highness has seen everything. And he only smiled. To be honest, His Highness won't care what you say to Miss Shauna. But if you want to do something to her, what do you want? His Highness cares about it. So forget about Miss Shauna. She is not something you can protect. The Giant Spirit looked out the window. Over there were the white sailboats docked in the international port. He shook his head. I have to complete the third thing, which is to kill the red-haired girl. Well, after I finish the task, if we have time, we can have a meal together. As he said that, his body actually levitated, and the air around him, it resonated strangely with his whole body. Young man, the words you just said are very nice. But remember, you can't achieve great things by talking alone. Ha ha. Before the words dissipated, the figure of the Giant Spirit passed through the window and disappeared in an instant, in the direction of the port. Chapter 243 Plato. The bright moon was shining brightly, and the international port became increasingly quiet. Countless lights had been hung on the mast of the Plato sailing ship, illuminating the white ship as if in a dream. The sailors, cooks, first mates, and captains were all busy. They don't know when Miss Coco will set sail, nor how long she will stay here. They only felt that Miss Coco had just returned in a hurry, and the head guard looked gloomy as soon as he got on the boat, as if something bad had happened. Even the delicious meal prepared tonight is already cold. In the inner cabin, the red-haired girl Mara was unfolding the torn piece of paper, sitting on the warm and comfortable Persian carpet, frowning and saying nothing. The real Coco. Atlantis had taken off his suit jacket and put on a white trench coat. He still held the golden sword in his hand, but he kept walking barefoot in the inner cabin. More than half of the gorgeous Persian carpet was lifted, and the silver-haired girl had to walk barefoot on the cold ship deck to stay calm. Only when she encounters extremely difficult situations would she become so anxious. Mei La, what do you think? Mara picked up the broken scroll. In Chinese culture, people worship not gods, but ancestors. This is a very famous ancestor worship. As Confucian culture takes over the orthodoxy, Chinese families, especially aristocratic families, are like a small court. She obviously learned a lot about Chinese culture from them all. Miss, in the Confucian culture of the Chinese people, the father is the king and the son is the minister. What we took out was the family motto of the Chu family, which is like the family's imperial edict. When he saw this family motto, it was handwritten by his great-grandfather himself. No, you should be so indifferent. Study wisely and practice filial piety first. The last sentence of this Chu family's family motto directly points out the most important one. Filial piety comes first. Based on this alone, Fong Tang shouldn't act stupid there. Coco stopped and stepped on the ground with her bare feet. All the information about Fong Tang that we prepared in advance seems to have gone wrong. She closed her eyes, and then suddenly asked, Plato, what do you think? Gorgeous and the elegant white sailboat seemed to make a buzzing sound, and then a magnetic man's voice rang out. Dear Your Highness Coco, Plato is calculating. Plato represents the highest technical level of the world snake and is already infinitely close to artificial intelligence. The supercomputer is currently consuming 1/3 of the energy on the sailboat, making crazy calculations. Dear Your Highness Coco, first of all, there is no problem with our data. After analysis and compilation, there is no problem with the character analysis of the target Fong Tang. Huh? Coco said with a frosty face. Your calculation results are really good. Is there no problem? Dear Your Highness Coco, Plato, don't waste resources. Every word you send out consumes energy. Just call me Coco. Your Highness Coco, the data you fed back has been entered. Now I analyze there are 3 possibilities. Tell me. Coco. Atlantis sat down, the gems on the golden sword trembling at her fingertips, making the sound of seawater. The red-haired girl Mara sighed in her heart. Miss Coco's calmness and wisdom are based on the premise that everything is under her control. Once things go out of control, she will turn into the little girl in front of Solomon's temple in the past, full of inferiority and fear. At this time, Plato's superintelligence slowly said. The first possibility is that Fong Tang is pretending to be stupid. He used the unique deception ability of human beings and successfully deceived you. Coco frowned. Nonsense! This is also my first thought. But didn't you say in your character analysis that Fong Tang would never lie after seeing this handwriting of his ancestors? Now you say that he is deceiving me. Isn't that inconsistent? Plato? Simulating a human sigh. So the probability of this possibility is very low. The second possibility is that his memory has been completely erased. About his family, his great-grandfather, and his childhood. Coco said after a while. This is possible. But Plato then said, but the probability of this possibility is even lower. Coco took a deep breath and almost pulled out the sword. You are stupid. You are so angry with me. I can't wait to chop it into pieces with one sword right now. I'll kill you. Plato was silent for a second and said seriously. Theoretically, Your Highness Coco, you can't destroy Plato with one sword. Because Plato is covering the entire ship. And I am in every corner of the ship. A separate brain backup. Unless it is. Shut up. Coco rubbed her head. Her long silver hair almost standing on end. Go on. Talk about the second possibility just now. You are so stupid. She was a little bit I can't laugh or cry. The essence of World Snake's technology turned out to be such a fool. Plato said slowly. The second possibility is very low. Because human memory is related. Infinite Company can erase a certain piece of human memory. Or the memory of a certain period of time. But it cannot erase the relatedness beyond 3 levels. Super memory. The silver-haired Coco finally became interested. Let's talk about the 3 levels of super memory. His Royal Highness Coco. For example, the great ancestor in human memory. Under the great ancestor is the grandfather. And under the grandfather is the father. This is a typical example. 3 layers of memory. If you erase the memory about your great-grandfather, the memory about your grandfather will have deviations and contradictions, causing the memory erasure to fail. Similarly, neither the memory of the grandfather nor the memory of the father can be erased alone. Coco, his eyes flashed. How many layers of memory can Infinite Company erase? According to calculations, there is only 1 layer. If we reluctantly repair and erase memories repeatedly, we can cover up at most 2 layers. It is impossible to achieve 3 layers of memory erasure. At this point, Plato once again made a buzzing sound. Besides, the 3 levels of memory are only the simplest model. Great-grandfather, grandfather, father. Everyone has a partner. Human great-grandmother, grandmother, mother. And even the family love spread by this, the network is more than just 3 layers. Coco frowned. Let's just tell the conclusion. The conclusion is that Fong Tang cannot forget the entire family. And having his memory erased is not valid. The red-haired Mara came over and asked. Coco pressed her shoulder. Coco touched her little hand and smiled. It seems that idiot Plato is still useful. Please tell me about the third possibility. Plato made a sharp chirping sound. This was his performance when he entered the maximum power calculation. When the screen was about to reach the critical level, the artificial intelligence came up with the third possibility. Fong Tang is not Fong Tang. Both Coco and Mara looked stunned. Plato, explain in detail. Fong Tang is not Fong Tang. Buzz. Fong Tang is not Fong Tang. Buzz. Fong Tang is not Buzz. Sting. Sting. Plato is in danger. Plato is being destroyed. The whole ship, the sails swayed in the international harbor, and sizzling electricity emerged from the bottom of the sailboat. And then flames appeared and thick smoke rose. In an instant, streaks of black smoke covered the entire ship. The brain backups distributed in every corner of the ship were completely destroyed in an instant. Chapter 244 Poseidon's Halberd. The Plato sailing ship has been shrouded in thick smoke. There was a strange resonant vibration in the air. The giant spirit stood on the mainmast of the ship, looking down at the bodies swaying on the deck. He doesn't like killing. But the people on this ship are all well-trained warriors. Almost everyone is at the level of an advanced player. The giant spirit sighed. Why does a kind and lovely man like me have to kill people to complete his mission every time? His body brought up an afterimage, like a piece of flying light and shadow, floating up at an alarming speed, and then fall, from top to bottom. The giant spirit stepped on the huge and strong mast. All the way down, the mast shattered into shiny metal particles under his feet, and the metal particles burned because of the destruction of resonance and absorbed too much heat. This scene is very handsome. The giant spirit is like a god coming down to earth, making an amazing appearance with flying stars from high in the sky. This is the power of resonance. The ability to resonate allows him to vibrate the air around him, thereby adjusting the amplitude and propelling him to move at astonishing speeds. The best part is that no matter it is air resistance or other obstacles, they will be shattered by his resonance. The smallest resistance, the strongest thrust, and such wonderful use of resonance ability have created this person's elusiveness. The giant spirit stepped into the inner cabin without any hindrance, looked at Coco, who was standing with her sword drawn, stretched out her finger and shook it. My target is her. He pointed at the red-haired Mara. Coco's body flashed, and the long sword made a tidal sound. But she screamed, Mela! Run away! The golden sword turned into the color of the blue sea again, and countless water mist appeared from the blade. The water mist turned into running water, and the sound of waves suddenly came from all around. Coco's figure stood in front of Mara, but the red-haired girl stood motionless. The silver-haired girl looked at the giant spirit. This is a port, surrounded by sea water. Fighting with me in the sea. Even a master like you must think twice. The giant spirit laughed. If you hold the Poseidon's Poseidon, standing here, I really can only run away. But you? Hey, little girl. You are still far away. He took a step forward, and ripple-like amplitudes appeared around him. The long sword in Coco's hand flew up. The hilt shattered, leaving only a blade. The sword blade fell with a curtain of water, passed through the ship's plank, and sank directly into the seawater of the port. Coco gritted her teeth and threw herself at him. Miss. No. A strand of red hair brushed past Coco's mouth, and Mara's petite body suddenly bounced up, and then was fixed in the air strangely. Everything in the inner cabin was shattered. Among the countless fragments, Mara's long hair was suspended, and a dark red wooden cross hung from her clothes. Mara had a pleading look in her eyes. Boom! The momentarily still space resumed motion. Debris flew. The hull cracked, and Mara's body twisted into a ball, then cracked in the amplitude and fell in pieces. There was a huge hole in the ship's plank, and the pieces of Mara's body fell into the sea along with the dark red cross. Squeak! 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 The Plato ship is about to sink. The giant spirit standing opposite was in a daze. This little girl. I was originally going to directly resonate her heart, causing her to stop her heartbeat instantly and die without pain. But why did she rush up to me and directly enter my amplitude? As he spoke, the giant spirit stretched out his hand to wipe his mouth and quietly swallowed a nanoparticle glue. This is the Type 2 colloid, second only to the Super Type 3, which can quickly replenish the loss of his core spirit. Oh, I shouldn't have been so cool just now. Destroying the mask consumed too much power. Shaking his head, the giant spirit walked towards Coco, looking at Atlantis, who was silent and had lost his maid and weapons. The giant spirit said directly, There is one more thing I have to take away. I hope you won't make it difficult for me. Coco said nothing and just stared. He touched the crack in the ship's plank, his body shaking violently. The giant spirit flicked his fingers, and the torn paper in Coco's arms flew up. Carefully taking it into his hand, the giant spirit unfolded it and took a look, then put it away, turned around and floated up. The debris in front of him was automatically avoided, revealing a safe path to the outside of the cabin. Well, Miss Coco, follow me out. The ship will explode immediately. It's only your supercomputer that's to blame. That thing exploded together with the fuel in the ship. It's quite powerful. Coco still said nothing. The giant spirit ignored her and left directly. Wait. Coco's voice came. Did you come to the boat to kill people? Or to take my things? The giant spirit hovered and scratched its head. I don't know if I should tell you about me. The mission I received was originally to kill the red-haired girl, but it changed temporarily. The new order is that I must take this piece of paper away. His figure followed the voice and left. Coco Atlantis stood up, her eyes flashing, and then jumped down along the gap in the ship's plank. The Plato exploded violently 2 minutes later, and the international port was enveloped in flames. But the flames were extinguished immediately, and the rescuers at the scene saw an indescribable scene of surprise. From the deep water docking place in the port, the water waves unexpectedly swept up. Like the Dragon King in the sea, it brought up a 3-meter-high wave and directly swept away the fragments of the sailboat. The flame naturally disappeared. Opposite the international port, on a beach, Coco Atlantis, wrapped in a white windbreaker and barefoot, lay half-lying, panting hard. There is no one on the beach in late autumn, under the cold stars and bright moon. You can even see Chongming Island on the sea in the distance. Coco sneezed, stood up, and looked at the fire in the distance. When the fire disappeared, Her eyes showed joy. The chip on the back of the girl's neck was flashing crazily. Her chip is different. It is not ring-shaped or square, but trident-shaped, like a strange symbol. This core spirit was communicating with her. Coco gritted her teeth and stretched out a hand. The slender fingers seemed to be grabbing something in the air. Suddenly, from the depths of this seawater, where it enters the sea, a piece of blue light flickered. The light flashed away, but a wave of water came along the sea at an astonishing speed. The water waves danced, and the light blade appeared. The sword's blade, which had lost its hilt and decorative gems, jumped out of the sea and fell lovingly into Coco's hands. Coco coughed violently and knelt weakly on the beach, holding the blade tightly. The chip behind his neck dimmed. What a shame! I only have one blade from the Poseidon halberd. Coco touched the blade, imagining the wonderful scene when the three blades gathered together and then combined with the body of the halberd. That is the final form of the Poseidon trident. She inherited the legendary core spirit, Poseidon's halberd, but it is incomplete. As the ultimate weapon, she currently has only 1/3 of it in hand. The sword blade touched her waist gently, and she touched the chip on her neck again and sighed. Coco didn't leave. She was still waiting for something. Ahead is the gradually calming water. Under the sea, a dark red cross is flashing, as if it is the cry of eternal life. Chapter 245: The Cross of Eternal Life. Under the sea water, a group of fish that feed at night are gathering. They follow the delicious food and rush towards the piece of meat in front of them. Masses of flesh and blood, human tissue, broken organs. These are the remains of the corpse on the plateau. There are more and more greedy fish, and this little food is simply not enough. At this time, they discovered another delicious piece of food. Was it a heart? The beating heart of a red-haired girl once upon a time. There is a cross hanging above the heart. The fish, with their scales shining, cheered and rushed over. Then, under the sea, it turned completely black, and the water like ink rolled underneath. All fish are caught by this evil ink. They are instantly broken down into the most basic DNA. The dark red cross emits a rose-like red light. The crosses began to separate. Take it apart piece by piece, and then reassemble it. The decomposed wood pieces are very thin. Extremely thin. So the small cross seems to be infinitely decomposable and reassembled. Finally, the disintegrated pieces of the cross were assembled into a coffin. Inside the thin coffin, the heart beat a beat. A 3-story coffin is formed. Call. The oldest Dragon King coffin appeared. All treatment devices, cloning devices, and related technologies of Infinite Company are imitated from it. In fact, it is not called the Dragon King's coffin, but the artifact of Solomon's temple, the cross of eternal life. The water rose and fell again. A head of red hair floated from the water. Coco ran over and picked up the resurrected Mara from the sea. The red-haired girl was naked, but her skin was more tender, like a newborn baby. Coco wrapped Mara in a windbreaker. Fortunately, that bastard didn't notice. Mara took a breath and touched the cross on her chest. Miss, we have to hide. What is the identity of the Hongming Pantheon? No, he will chase us. Coco picked up Mara and said, Let's go to Chang'an Hotel. Winston, the manager of Chang'an Hotel, looked at the night outside the window, feeling increasingly uneasy. Too much happened that night, both inside and outside the hotel. Quietness has returned to the hotel. But outside the hotel, the fire in the direction of a certain port had just dissipated, and the international city was filled with turmoil. And the sounds of police cars and ambulances were everywhere. It's almost 12 o'clock in the morning. He couldn't help but take out his phone and look at the calendar on it. After midnight, it will be the 18th, when the last batch of individual tourists will be welcomed. The new Chinese tutoring class has a lot of people coming this time. As the largest training class for expert-level trials, they will serve hundreds of high-level players in the hotel. This is also a huge income for the hotel. Winston has already considered dividing the profit with the guys from New China. The hotel has to take 1/10 of each player's tuition. Well, the ratio is a bit small. So 1/5? The interview recruitment originally scheduled for the 18th has been moved forward. Now the security guard in the lobby has not come to work. Of course, although Mr. Fong Tang says he is a security guard, he is actually his boss. So he does not dare to rush him. What happened to Bai Hu, who was in charge of the service in the hotel's inner building, now had no choice but to let Qinglong take over the area she was responsible for. The recruitment work aimed at saving costs is proceeding smoothly. So what am I worried about? Manager Winston looked at the calendar again. On the evening of the 19th, the rotating staff of the data department would go on vacation. and the entire hotel's top management was vacated in advance. That floor is full of luxurious suites. And Fong Tang lives in the largest suite now. Manager Winston knocked on his head. What am I worried about? Why am I so uneasy? He opened the forum again. The biggest topic on the World Game Forum right now is naturally the destruction of the Ice Royal family. But that has nothing to do with the hotel. It seems that the members of the Ice Royal family are frantically searching for their president. Winston's mouth showed a sneer. I'm afraid Ji Bingwang has to pray now that he will not be found by those guys. Once found, he will become a puppet. There are more than 1,000 members of the Ice Royal family. And Ji Bingwang's most powerful subordinates, the management of the 5 major guilds, is also the 5 major financial pillars of the guild. Now, except for Mr. Zhao of Bingrun Group, the other 4 major managers have all moved into action. Whoever can find the seriously injured Ji Bingwang in the first time will be able to coerce the emperor and order the princes to become the next president of the Ice King. There was a crisp sound in his ears, and Manager Winston frowned. The hotel is full, and there are no vacancies. So please tell the player that I'm sorry. This place is no longer open. Boom. Huh? It's her. Manager Winston frowned, walked out of the manager's office quickly, and quickly came to the hotel lobby. In the renovated lobby, you can still see the traces left by the last battle between Bai Hu and Fong Tang. Qi Long in a Chinese tunic suit is waiting for him. Manager Winston looked at the door. Are you sure it's Skylark? Isn't she with our boss? Qi Long lowered his voice. She was slightly injured. It seems that someone from the Ice Royal family is chasing her. Then hurry up and open the door. Qi Long was embarrassed. You forgot. According to the rules of Chang'an Hotel, the room will be closed when it is full. Once the room is closed, only you have the authority to open it. Manager Winston patted his head. I was confused. The door opened immediately, and Skylark walked in wetly, covering his arms, gritting his teeth and frowning. These damn Ice King players dare to attack my mother. Because of Fong Tang. Winston and Qi Long valued this woman very much. The two of them helped Skylark sit down, and the manager smiled and said, Are those little minions of the Ice Royal family out of their minds? Why did they attack you? The injury on Skylark's arm was just a scratch, and it's almost healed now. She's smiling faintly. This is not easy. There is a saying among the now disintegrated Bingwang family that Ji Bingwang has long been preparing to pass the position of president of the next generation to my family Fong Tang. Manager Winston clapped his hands after being stunned. That's it. So Fong Tang must be killed. And as Fong Tang's game instructor Yunk, he is a rare commodity. Skylark curled his lips. I don't blame them. With their IQ and authority, they don't understand my Fong Tang strength at all. Winston and Qi Long looked at each other with strange expressions. Skylark glanced at them. No need to pretend. This is a good opportunity to make a fortune. Don't talk about you two. I am already ready to make a fortune. Winston and Qi Long were overjoyed and rubbed their hands together. The Ice Royal family left in the safe of Chang'an Hotel. There is a total of 100,000 game coins. This is Ji Bingwang's reserve fund, which was kept by Bai Hu before. Yunk pursed his lips and smiled. You can't open it now. You have to wait. Wait for those little minions. When everything is over. She tapped her forehead with her finger. These 100,000 game coins are just a small amount. The Ice Royal family's guild account is kept in the hands of that Singed. So the key is, fish in troubled waters and find Singed. The manager and Qi Long said in unison. Singed is Ji Bingwang's most valued slave and a hacker from Zon. Codenamed Alchemist. It may not be easy to find her, but it's still a good opportunity. The three of them were still discussing when there was another bang at the hotel door. Manager Winston turned around to look, jumped up in a hurry, and opened the door himself. Fong Tang came in with a gloomy face while holding the huddled Xiao Bai. He first looked at Yunk with concern. Is the injury okay? Yunk rubbed the wound. His face was so pale. Yes, it hurts a lot. Fong Tang he hurriedly picked up Xia Baizi and helped her up. Sister, go to my room. It's important to heal your injuries first. Is there any medical service in the mall here? Yunk hummed, almost leaning on Fong Tang's arms and going upstairs. Winston and Qi Long had strange expressions on their faces, and they cursed secretly in their hearts. These bitches! They act so similar. Chapter 246 Agreement Number 9. This night is destined to be long. The sirens outside the hotel became louder and louder, and then eerily began to disappear. Qi Long looked outside the door. Manager, for PSD's special police vehicles passed by just now. Those were the Shanghai Emergency Response Team in action. The Rapid Response Special Police Team is said to be short of manpower. But looking at the posture just now, something must have happened outside. Winston didn't even raise his head. What happens outside has nothing to do with us. Qinglong hurried back and, together with the manager, checked the status of the Ice Emperor Guild safe in the hotel system in the lobby. The 60,000 game coins are still there, intact, like a piece of fat meat, making people salivate. Winston calmed down, and together with Qinglong, began to sort out the information of hotel guests. Skylark is right. The game coins in the safe are just shrimps. The real delicacy is still in the account of the Ice Royal family. Singed is said to be from the American Game Zone. Like Eva, he was rescued by Ji Bingwang because he failed in the game. So, manager, we only need to find Asian players with experience in the American Game Zone. It is possible to detect clues about Singed. Winston touched his chin. If I were Singed, and the master Ji Bingwang has exited the game at this time, then the chip contract between the master and the servant will automatically disappear, haha. I will definitely hide it. Qinglong frowned. To be valued and cherished by Emperor Ji Bing so much, Xingjin won't betray you at this time. Right. I can't tell. She was born in Zuin. She might turn to Zuin. My little friend asked for help. As for betrayal, Ji Bingwang is already finished. How can we talk about betrayal? Just as they were chatting, there was another thud. Manager Winston frowned and walked to the door. Outside, a silver-haired girl wearing a shirt stood. She looked calm, but she held a red-haired girl wrapped in a windbreaker in her arms. Manager Winston's eyes flashed. He bowed and said apologetically through the door, Dear Atlantic player, Your Highness the World Snake, as the person in charge of the hotel in Asia, I can only regret to say that the hotel is already full. Coco stood outside the door and smiled. Even if it is not full, you give priority to players from Asia. So don't say these useless things. I will use the Atlantis Protocol number 9. Vince Dunn frowned. Can you please say it again? What agreement? Atlantis Agreement number 9. Coco said coldly. Manager Winston stepped back, scratched his head, suddenly thought of something, and rushed to the warehouse behind the lobby with Qinglong. After searching in the warehouse for a long time, I finally found a scroll in a pile of dust. It was a thin parchment scroll lying in a tattered wooden box. Winston blew the dust off and opened it. Weird Latin. But as a manager, mastering language is a basic ability. He read it out. Atlantis Agreement number 9. Every major hotel in all game areas around the world will reserve a permanent room. Well, a permanent room. Winston slapped his thigh. So the suite on the highest floor of the hotel is the number 9 agreement. He smiled. According to the Atlantis number 9 agreement, we can get a tip of 2,000 game coins for every reception. Qinglong, you are still doing it in a daze. What? Open the door to greet us. Qinglong left in a hurry, and Winston was still shouting from behind. Hurry up and have someone clean that room to serve our distinguished guests. After Qinglong left, Winston, he lowered his head and continued to look. The agreement on the parchment was undoubtedly an ancient text, but for some reason, it was thrown into the warehouse trash. Over the years, Protocol number 9 seems to have never been used. Winston let out a sigh when he thought of this. He found that the back of the sheepskin scroll was torn. It seemed that it had been opened by force, and you could clearly see the blood stains at the break. And on the back of the broken scroll, a strange seal appeared. Don't move rashly. This is the sealing word. Winston hesitated for a moment, then reached out and opened the seal. Countless line-like runes suddenly appeared. Lines and line segments formed the familiar yin and yang yao, and then rearranged themselves. Manager Winston's eyes widened, and he waited until these symbols were transformed into Chinese characters. The simple Chinese characters are intermittent. Solomon's Temple, Kane and Hongming Temples, Chuchihai Dragon King, Fong Kunlun, Bai Yujing, Tang Dynasty, the King of Atlantis and later. Please make sure that the number 9 agreement goes smoothly. Manager Winston was shocked. The names that appear above are all gaming guilds that once ranked among the top 10, especially the Dragon King of the Seven Seas and Bai Yujing. These two major guilds are said to be the top existences in the ancient times of the game. And behind these two guilds, there is an even more legendary organization, a guild named Mountain and Sea, Bai Yujing on Kunlun Mountain, Dragon Temple among the Seven Seas. That is, mountains and seas. What exactly is this Atlantis Protocol 9? Definitely not a simple hotel contract. Hidden behind the scenes, while still in shock, a cloud of white smoke suddenly appeared from the parchment. After being soaked in ancient alchemy chemicals, The rewoven scroll began to self-destruct because the seal was broken. The strong corrosive liquid fell on Winston's hand. He shook his hand and screamed in pain. A strange aroma appeared in the smoke. A scent that smelled of the sea. After smelling the fragrance, Winston stopped shouting immediately. This is the smell of mermaid tears. It's not good for me. Winston's eyes were dazed, and his hands had been corroded to the point where only their skeletons were left. When he woke up from the pain again, he had forgotten everything he had just seen. I have to buy medical services in the mall soon. Winston crawled out in a state of collapse, holding up his hands and skeleton. But I seem to have seen something. The medical team stationed at Chang'an Hotel received 3 consecutive transactions tonight. The first transaction was the earliest, but it was an injured person who did not need treatment at all. The doctor wearing a mask frowned and looked at Yunk. This is the simplest scrape. You don't even need to go to the clinic. Just apply some red liquid and it will be fine. You are wasting game coins. Yunk is as weak as a beauty in a disease, leaning in the man's arms. Tang! Listen to what he is saying. It's so rude. Doctor, do you know who attacked me? The doctor sighed. Anyway, you are healthy, and there is nothing wrong with you. Skylark snorted. The people who attacked me were the players of the Ice Royal family. Those people are all biomedical experts. You should know that all of Ji Bingwang's subordinates are playing with biological viruses. What if they use biochemical weapons on me? The doctor was speechless. You are thinking too much. Fong Tang gently put down Skylark, shook his head, and pulled the doctor to Xiao Baichi's side. Can you treat this child? The entire medical team immediately gathered around. Fong Tang had spent 1,000 game coins to invite them, so he must provide good service. But, after only a few glances, the experts on the medical team felt sad and ashamed. Sorry, player Fong Tang. We can't handle this injury. She doesn't belong to the human race. The chief doctor regretfully took off his mask. And she once had a sister. I'm afraid only the headquarters can cure her. The medical team returned. Fong Tang kept all his game coins, apologized constantly, and then hurried away. That Winston was still howling in pain, waiting for the doctor. Fong Tang sat down sadly and picked up Xiao Bai to eat. He felt powerless. Yunk stood up obediently, but also a little sad. This kid is really nice to you. What should I do? Fong Tang's consciousness was calling Xiao Baizi. It took Xiao Baizi a long time for his consciousness to respond, but he brought good news. Super nanoparticle glue. You can try what you got from the lottery. Chapter 247 Yin Yang Markia. Super nanoparticle glue. Fong Tang was so happy that he forgot about that thing. The treasures obtained from the lottery, the Yin and Yang Archaea, are all in Xiao Bai's dimensional stomach. But he carries the nanoparticle glue with him. Fong Tang took it out directly. It looks like 2 beads. Turbid beads, with occasional silver flashes inside. If you look closely, it seems to be silver leaves composed of countless particles. Human eyes have limitations. Even if Fong Tang has the ability to enhance vision, he still cannot see the true mystery of the beads. But Bai can. Bai's consciousness had already released the complete picture of the super nanoparticle glue in front of Fong Tang's eyes. Master, this is a bead magnified 10,000 times. You can see the core in the middle, and the particles moving around the core. The silver particles rotate around the core, which is too similar to the internal structure of an atom. In the internal structure of an atom, electrons rotate around the nucleus. So similar. The microscopic particles and the beads seem to be operating on the same principle. Fong Tang did not hesitate to stuff both beads into Xiao Bai's mouth. Soon, the little boy in his arms made a whining sound. All the parts of her body damaged by the resonance began to repair themselves. The blood, which was originally blue, now appears silver gray. And the complex nanostructures also begin to decompose and recombine. The nanoparticle bugs that make up this little girl are changing, through layer upon layer of changes. She has given birth to new skin, new nerves and bones. It's like evolving. It is indeed a treasure of the internal beta mall. It is useful. Fong Tang gently patted Xiao Baizi. Get well soon. I miss you a little. At this time, Xiao Baizi suddenly sat up, and then vomited all over the floor with a loud sound. Silver gray blood was mixed with the 3 things and spat out on the ground. Sorry, brother. I didn't protect these things well. My stomach was hit, and they all got mixed together. Xiao Baichi slowly closed his eyes, and a layer of exoskeleton wrapped around his new skin. Fong Tang did not dare to move, so he carefully placed her on the sofa and covered her with the blanket. Master, I'm surprised that the new model of sister can completely absorb Super Nano number 20001. I originally thought that the new model of biochemical body would be repulsive. Fong Tang hummed and looked down at the ground. He smiled bitterly. Young kept watching, blinking again and again. What's wrong? Fong Tang shook his head. You go out first, and watch the door for me. Young pouted and went out, sighing quietly. After all, he still couldn't get Fong Tang complete trust. Fong Tang in the room had already started scratching his head. Now! Coco's birth certificate is completely ruined. This is his biggest bargaining chip. It is related to the throne of the World Serpent. And it is also the only bargaining chip that can deal with Coco Atlantis. I originally thought that the dimensional stomach that Xiaobai ate was the safest. But who would have thought that this would happen? In the silver-gray blood, the parchment rolls had been completely corroded. Not only that, but there was also a scent of sea water coming to his face. Fong Tang's consciousness immediately sensed Bai's warning and jumped directly back, holding his breath until the scent completely dissipated. What is that? Master, it's mermaid's tears, an alchemical potion that can quickly erase current memories. You mean it's an alchemical potion? Master, don't look down on alchemy. It's a science with magical properties. Fong Tang, the science of not being able to understand what magical properties are. He could only ask, are these things corroded by the blood eaten by Xiaobai? No. It was the blood of number 20001 that damaged some kind of seal on the parchment roll, causing the chemicals inside to volatilize, thus causing this such a regrettable situation. Fong Tang sighed in his heart. Fortunately, Coco didn't know that this thing was destroyed, and I still had chips in hand. Bai's consciousness issued a warning again. In the blood on the ground, the remaining two things were spinning in the corrosive potion. On the left is the ice crystal, which was obtained by lottery, ancient polar bacteria sample. Now more than half of the ice crystals have been corroded, and they are bubbling in Xiaobai's blood. Among the blue stones on the right, white spots like Kunlun Mountain Yang bacteria are also rotating. Fong Tang frowned and reached out to take it out. Master, don't move! Bai's consciousness screamed. This is a good thing. What good thing? Huh? It was originally difficult to take out the yin and yang bacteria wrapped in ice crystals and sapphire. But now it is unexpectedly combined with biochemical blood and the corrosive agent has taken effect. You're so lucky. You can wait a while and get the yin and yang strains right away. Fong Tang saw that the black spots in the ice crystal and the white spots in the sapphire were already spinning like fish. The small black and white fish rotate in the silver-gray blood, just like the diagram of Tai Chi. Well, it's interesting. Among yin and yang fish, white represents yang and black represents yin. However, the yin bacteria are black and the yang bacteria are white. It's a complete contradiction. Master, it's not a contradiction. You can wait a little longer. Fong Tang carefully said, watching the yin and yang bacteria rotating. After waiting for a while, the yin and yang bacteria completely transformed into the shape of swimming fish. The eyes of the two fish have also changed. Fong Tang suddenly understood. The fish transformed by yin bacteria has a black body and white eyes. The yang bacteria have white bodies and black eyes. This is exactly what yin and yang mean. Bai, as consciousness smiled and said, that's right. Looking at the mysterious Tai Chi diagram, Fong Tang couldn't help but reach out and click on it. A layer of ripples appeared, and yin and yang bacteria docilely crawled to his fingertips. Fong Tang raised it and stared at it obsessively before he could finish. This little thing. The two bacteria suddenly got into his fingertips. They swim slowly along the blood. Fong Tang was shocked and squeezed his fingers desperately. In his consciousness, there was laughter like silver bells. You're still smiling. Master, it's such a benefit. If you don't laugh, how can you cry? Fong Tang didn't feel any benefit. But then, he felt something was wrong with the core spirit around his neck. The 12th apostle of Kunlun. The Taotai ring was originally covered on the original chip, but now it has begun to occupy the magpie's nest and directly penetrated deep into the neck. There was a snap, and the chip jumped out from his neck. Fong Tang held the old chip blankly. The Taotai core spirit on the back of the neck was now completely integrated with the body. And the most surprising thing was the two fish that appeared within the circle. The fish transformed by the yin and yang bacteria rotate within the ring core spirit. Fong Tang looked at the image sent by Bai and felt horrified. 2 strains of bacteria are possessing you. Master, even though I don't know what the use is, it must be a good thing. The yin-yang fish in the Taotai ring came leisurely, moving. 2 strains of bacteria from the ancient polar region and Kunlun merged with the core spirit. A glimmer of light flashed behind the neck, and the core spirit and Tai Chi diagram were hidden under the new skin. Fong Tang touched it hard several times but felt nothing. Wow! Master! I have something to show you! Bai screamed again. Fong Tang closed his eyes, and what he saw almost made him jump. What the hell is this? The yin-yang fish strain is devouring nanoparticle insects. It's the nanoparticle bug that you swallowed last time. Master! The nanoparticle bug that was eaten by 2 strains of bacteria rotated with them, and finally turned into a wisp of strange energy, which was injected into Fong Tang's body. He couldn't help but shudder. It felt weird and wonderful. Master! These 2 yin and yang strains seem to be able to digest the nanoworms you swallowed. As for what they are transformed into, I can't sense it. Fong Tang was a little doubtful. Do you really not know? I don't know. But they are very hungry, and I can only control them not to eat your nanoparticle bugs. That means I still have to feed these 2 strains of bacteria? Fong Tang was speechless. The energy transformed after being swallowed by yin and yang bacteria cannot be said to be qi or power. It seems to be able to blend with everything and cannot be detected anywhere in the body. Fong Tang felt very awkward. The thought of 2 bacteria eating food behind his neck made him feel uncomfortable all over. At this time, the phone vibrated again. He glanced at Sayabaizi, who was still sleeping, and picked up his phone. It turned out to be an online video. The blonde old Zhao and Kai Linlin appeared in the video at the same time, looking anxious. Fong Tang, I've been looking for you for a long time, and we're all so worried. What's the matter? What else is there? Pre-game. We received the task together, as the guides of the expert trial pre-game. If we can't contact you again, everyone will be doomed. Chapter 248 What Regrets in Life. Fong Tang held up his cell phone and opened the window. The signal on the mobile phone was flashing. Several police cars roared past on the street outside, and the surrounding street lights were all out. I kept my phone on. Why can't you contact me? If it doesn't work, can the game system send barrages? The blonde old Zhao shook his head in the video. You don't know what's going on outside. Just now, all the mobile phones in Magic City and network signals were suspended. The game system was also interfered with, and we didn't have many game coins, so we couldn't afford to spend that money. In short, something big happened. The entire city's network is blocked. Fong Tang was shocked. What big thing? Kai Linlin in the video rubbed her head. Several big things. First, a meteorite appeared, which was not a good sign. Then, there was the fire at the international port, and there was a hotel that also collapsed. Before she finished speaking, Lao Zhao interrupted. None of these are important. What is important is that the warehouse of the Bingrun Group in the Demon City caught fire. Fong Tang's heart moved. Bingrun Group? Yes. It can be said to be a leading pharmaceutical company. There are many chemicals in their warehouse. I don't know if the fire has been controlled. Who would have thought that Zhao Bingrun would be so bold as to build such a dangerous warehouse in the city center? Zhao Bingrun Group. Those are Ji Bingwang's subordinates. Fong Tang was extremely impressed by this gentleman. Last time in the hotel, Mr. Zhao behaved like a loyal dog and even received praise from Ji Bingwang. Tell me about the game. Fong Tang looked at the time and saw it was 12 o'clock in the morning. Kai Linlin in the video shouted. We have to meet and talk. Our task is very simple. Just guide you into the game. Where are you? After sending the location of Chang'an Hotel, Fong Tang turned off his phone, still thinking about Bingrun Group. The burning of Zhao Bingrun's warehouse must be related to the incident in the Ice royal family. Could it be that there is a rebellion in the family? Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Come in! The door opened gently, and Winston, the manager of Chang'an Hotel, appeared with a smile and a key in his hand. Fong Tang looked at his hands. The wet fingers were as smooth as a newborn, and there were red sutures on the wrist. Winston shook his wrist. It's okay to spend a lot of game coins. No matter how serious the injury is, you can recover. Fong Tang didn't ask anything and took the key from his hand. What is this? This floor is a special suite. Winston smiled mysteriously. There are 2 special guests staying here now. A silver-haired beauty and a red-haired girl. I think you, Master, will be interested. At this point, he's somewhat embarrassed. Last time I took money from the Snake of the World and acted cruelly on you. I have been feeling uneasy. This time their president came to the hotel, so of course I will. Fong Tang interrupted him and said with a smile. Thank you very much. I don't have many game coins now, so I will reward you later. It depends on what you said. Winston smiled even more happily. As long as you, boss, can remember the work of the security guard in the lobby, it is really aggrieved. Just a moment. Fong Tang smiled. The employees who are on vacation on the 19th have arrived, so I will naturally go to work as normal. Winston retreated with satisfaction. But after a while, he came again. Well, there are 2 novice-level players, or some female police officers, who say they are your friends and are applying to enter the hotel again. Winston frowned. I asked them to come. Fong Tang withdrew from Beijing's perception system and walked out directly. Winston followed. Master, the novice level does not have permission and cannot enter the hotel. Fong Tang glanced at him. I said they can come in. What's the problem? Winston stopped talking. The 2 walked towards the lobby. After a while, Xiao Baiqi, who was lying quietly on the sofa in the suite, suddenly sat up. She shook her arms and looked at the crystal skin and the fading exoskeleton. This is the I-type elementary particle body from the closed beta era of the game in ancient times. She murmured. It was used for Sisters number 1 to 10. It was called the strongest particle because it was found to be too powerful during the public beta stage. Powerful. So it was deleted from them all. Nanoparticle bugs. Nanoparticle glue. These names are inaccurate. The so-called nanomaterials are just a general term. As for the mechanical bugs, they have been completely misunderstood because of their shape. Nanoparticle bugs have a more mysterious and powerful secret. Only the veterans of the company, such as the sisters, understand this mystery. Basic particles are the particles that make up everything in the universe. After modification by the mother, the particles were fused with special materials to form a unique defensive mutation ability. The so-called defensive mutation means that the protective ability can be formed according to changes in the environment. Xia Baizi started from I picked up a lighter from the coffee table. The fire lit with a click, and the little girl placed her right hand gently on the flame. The flames burned into the snow-white skin, and the next moment, the elementary particles mutated in response to the danger of burns. A layer of frost appeared on Xiao Baiqi's right hand, which perfectly offset the scorching fire. Well, it is indeed too powerful. No wonder the sisters and seniors number 1 to 10 were so powerful back then. Xia Baizi came to the bathroom and jumped directly into the bathtub. Under the warm water, she held her breath, creating a state of hypoxia. Soon, gill-like structures appeared on the white and tender face. Opening and closing. The oxygen in the water is absorbed. Once again, perfect mutation defense. Xiao Baizi jumped out. Water drops falling on the black dress engraved with stars. She smiled, smiling extremely happily. My dear boss, brother, dad, you will never regret giving me the elementary particles. He tilted his head, looked at the little girl in the mirror, and then touched his chest with both hands. As flat as white paper. Snort. Xiao Bai straightened up in displeasure. Super nanoparticle glue, or basic particles, instantly moved to the extreme. The little body began to grow horribly. The elementary particles control the elements that make up the biochemical human and begin to divide. Just like the cells of life divide. The star-cut skirt, made of special materials, is also getting wider and longer. In the mirror, a mature beauty soon appeared. Her long hair changes with the refraction of the light, and every hair color gold, silver, gray, and black is dancing. Xia Baizi turned around, still a little dissatisfied. Adjustment. The breastfeeding organ with female characteristics, while maintaining the golden ratio, with the goal of releasing the sexy factor. Make huge adjustments. Adjustment. The proportion of the lower limbs becomes longer. This adjustment can ignore the normal human proportions, based on the super proportioned double body in the comics. Legs are used as templates. Adjust. The nanoparticle glue is not enough? Okay, let's go here first. There was a pop. Like a balloon deflating. The beautiful woman turned into a little girl again. Oops. In the hotel lobby, Fong Tang, who was waiting for Lao Zhao and Kai Lenlin, received Bai's reminder. Sister number 20001 said she needs nanoparticle glue. Fong Tang looked at his remaining 1,740 game coins and shook his head with a wry smile. But no matter how miserable and poor we are, we cannot wrong our children. Buy 0.15 units of nanoparticle glue for Xiaobai to use first. And wait until I complete this damn pre-mission as soon as possible to get more game coins. At this time, a staggering figure was walking outside the hotel. Across a door, on the quiet street, a scarred white tiger dragged a wooden board and limped along. On the wooden board, Ji Bing Wang was lying on his back, wrapped in a dirty quilt. His eyes were dull, Drool was flowing uncontrollably from the corners of his mouth, and his hair was covered with vegetable leaves, just like a homeless man. Winston, Xinglong, and Skylark all came to watch. There was no expression on their faces. Only Yonk sighed softly. The tiger fell in Pingyong. It is so miserable. It is rare that there is a girl willing to accompany him. Baihu dragged the wooden board and came to the door of the hotel numbly. She and Ji Bingwang no longer have chips on their necks. They are no longer gamers. Open the door, Fong Tang suddenly said in a deep voice. Winston was surprised. Boss, please think twice about Ji Bingwang harming you. Xinglong couldn't help but said, they have lost the qualification to enter this place, and there may be thousands of killers behind them. Fong Tang had already walking towards the door. I once called him Big Brother, and he once called me brother. Just for the sake of these 2 words brother, I also want to take care of him, no matter what he has done before or what will happen in the future. At this moment, he is still my Fong Tang's friends. In this world, there are many people who are the icing on the cake, but few who are the icing on the cake. Just because of human nature, it is only for profit. Fong Tang turned around and looked at the 3 people in a daze. Once a confidant, always a confidant. Open the door. The door opened, and the wooden boards clanked across the lobby. At this time, the demented Ji Bingwang laughed loudly and stood up. Okay. I, Ji Bingwang, have such a friend. What regrets will I have in my life? Chapter 249 The Mystical Fungi. Ji Bingwang stationed very straight. Although his face was still sickly flushed and his fingers were shaking uncontrollably, he still stood up straight. Baihu was stunned and tears fell down. The grievances, joy, surprise, confusion, and even annoyance in her heart were all entangled together at this moment, making her burst into tears. The Ice King patted her back gently, coughed, and showed pain again. Fong Tang and Yun Ke hurriedly came up to help him. Ji Bingwang waved his hand. I'm fine. This is just a sequelae after the chip was destroyed. Baihu wiped his tears and hurriedly supported the man. Bingwang, why are you in the building? I clearly saw that your spine was hit. It's broken. Ji Bingwang smiled. This is true. Not only were 3 sections of the spine broken, but all the internal organs were displaced by the resonance force. I underestimated the Hongming Pantheon too much. The giant spirit in the Pantheon might not even be the same as the previous one. Hundreds of people can't get in. And the strength is so shocking. He shook his head sadly, took 2 steps forward, and held Fong Tang's hand tightly. Once a confidant, always a confidant. I remember this sentence. Brother, there is no need to say anything else at this time. The 2 looked at each other and smiled. And Fong Tang said, Go to my suite. No one can hurt Big Brother here. In the suite, Xiaobai had just received 0.15 units of nanoparticles. He heard the footsteps in the distance and hurriedly laid down on the sofa, simulating an injured unrecovered state. The simulation subject is Skylark. Immediately, before his eyes, the appearance of Skylark pretending to be injured just now appeared in front of him. After analyzing the various data, he frowned. No matter how weak your body is, and how pale your face is, you must maintain a delicate and weak appearance. Every inch must be just right. It cannot appear too artificial. Nor can anyone tell at a glance that it is fake. The art of human deception is truly the most powerful among all living things. Xiao Baichi hummed. Don't tell me. He imitated exactly the same. When Fong Tang and others came in, Manager Winston stood at the door and asked, Do we need to ask the medical team to come? Ji Bingwang glanced at him and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Manager. But I have lost my chip now. No. Player again. In fact, Winston knew very well that at this time, Ji Bingwang had difficulty finding a place to stay, let alone healing his injuries. Letting him enter the hotel was a last resort for the sake of boss Fong Tang. His words were just polite. But Ji Bingwang said again, The 100,000 yuan in reserve in my hotel safe seems to be about 60,000 yuan left. If Mr. Winston doesn't mind it, it will be used as tonight's accommodation fee. I will always be grudges next time. Obviously, I never default on my debt. Even at this time, Ji Bingwang still maintained his former dignity. But Winston had no expression on his face, and only looked at Fong Tang secretly. Fong Tang snorted and nodded slightly. Winston showed a look of ecstasy, and bowed to Ji Bingwang. You deserve it. You deserve it. Ji Bingwang and Baihu were shocked. This Winston manager loves money as much as his life. When faced with a huge sum of 60,000 game coins, he even dared to look at Fong Tang's face before accepting it. How did Fong Tang do it? Fong Tang waved Winston away, looked at Xiaobai's eating situation, and then smiled and said, "Brother, isn't it just that the chip is missing? That thing is worthless now. I have an old chip here." Still in his hand, Ji Bingwan coughed, leaned on the sofa and said sadly, "Brother, it's useless. Even if I get the chip again, I have to start over as a novice player. Brother, I have made many enemies, and now I have offended the pantheon of gods. I must never enter again." "It's the playground." Fong Tang looked at his flushed face worriedly. "Brother, how are you injured?" Ji Bingwang smiled faintly. "You also wonder why my spine is broken and my internal organs are displaced. But I can still stand here alive. Right." Fong Tang is indeed curious. Ji Bingwang has no traces of biological modification on his body. Now that the chip has been destroyed, he is no different from ordinary people. Even with his nerves and spine severely injured, he can still move as usual. "It is really unscientific," Ji Bingwang exclaimed. "Brother, do you still remember the jar of wine you drank?" Of course Fong Tang remembered. All players who participate in the expert trial must drink a wine of weakness in a mysterious tomb. At that time, Ji Bingwang drank this wine for himself and advanced to generate antibodies in his body. "Brother, what's the secret of that wine?" Ji Bingwang's expression perked up. "I didn't tell you much at the time, but actually that wine contains a unique strain of bacteria." He frowned and coughed again, and spit out a mouthful after a long time. Phlegm. "That bacteria is very mysterious. It is said to be a product of the ancient era of the game. We all call it magic bacteria. Magic bacteria." Fong Tang couldn't help but think of the yin and yang bacteria on the back of his neck. Ji Bingwang panted and coughed more and more. "Don't laugh. Super players have all heard of a theory about magical bacteria. A very absurd theory," he mused. "That theory says, since humans and animals carry bacteria at all times, what about the legendary gods?" Fong Tang was stunned when he heard this. "Very. Yes. Gods are also a kind of living beings. According to ancient books, they also have to eat. Since to eat and drink, one must have a digestive system. So it can be deduced that there must be bacteria in the bodies of gods. But if they can invade the bodies of gods and humans, they are naturally very awesome bacteria of gods." Fong Tang had already laughed out loud. Ji Bingwang chuckled. "The first time I heard about this theory, I couldn't help but laugh. However, when I actually got this magical bacteria, I couldn't laugh anymore." He patted himself hard. "Just like me. If I hadn't relied on the little magic bacteria I got, how could I still be sitting here chatting with you?" Fong Tang suppressed his laughter. "You have to absorb how many magical bacteria are needed to achieve this effect?" Ji Bingwang looked serious. "There is only 1 milligram. And it is not the purest magical bacteria. And there are impurities in it," he recalled. "In order to get this 1 milligram mystical bacteria, my Ice Emperor Guild lost nearly half of its manpower. It took another half a year to open the SHL of the magical bacteria." The sharp siren of the police car was heard outside the hotel again. There was nothing to do at this time. In order to relax the elder brother's mind, Fong Tang deliberately chatted with him. "Well, if it were a real magical bacteria and the size of a small fish, how powerful would it be?" Ji Bingwang coughed violently. He stood up and waved his hands. "That's unimaginable. It is said that magical bacteria can evolve. Legend has it that there is a negative bacteria in the far north and a positive bacteria in Kunlun Mountain. There may be only 2 strains of bacteria on the entire planet. Who can get it? Hey, it's incredible. It's incredible." He was a little excited. "In recent years, my laboratory has also been studying magical bacteria and found that it can swallow certain substances and transform them into strange energy. This devouring transformation involves the existing scientific theories on the basic particles of the universe, and the mysterious dark energy are completely blank. We are also blind, and the only thing we gain is that the energy transformed by the magic bacteria seems to be able to act on the most basic structure of the human body, DNA, and genes." Fong Tang, his heart was shocked. "The energy transformed by my yin and yang bacteria has never been found. Could it be that it entered the DNA gene chain?" Bai's consciousness wandered in his mind, and he let out a bright laugh. "Master, chat with Ji Bingwang. The harvest is of unparalleled value. Based on his words, I have found the energy for transformation of yin and yang bacteria." Fong Tang hurriedly sent his consciousness. "We will talk about this later." Because he found that Ji Bingwang in front of him was getting more and more painful, to the point of shaking all over. "Brother, are you okay?" Ji Bingwang gritted his teeth and braced himself. "Damn it. After the chip was destroyed, The nanoparticle bugs were still tossing around in the body. This is a typical sequelae of core removal, and it is the most annoying. Bai Hu was there. She held his hand next to him, still with lingering fear. I found out about this sequelae after I took out the chip. It was so painful. I heard that it will take at least 10 years to subside. Ji Bingwang laughed. What 10 years? This is a lifelong condition. Yes. Alas. So removing the chip or self-destructing the chip is the biggest punishment for the player. Fong Tang smiled, held Ji Bingwang's hand, and with a flash of the Tao Tai core spirit, his ability, swallowed data, directly launch. The nanoparticle bugs that made Ji Bingwang miserable were the ultimate delicacies to Fong Tang's core spirits and strains. Chapter 250 Detailed Explanation of Data Attributes. You have successfully swallowed it. You swallowed 1 unit of nanoparticle glue. You have devoured a copy of Ji Bingwang's genetic memory from another generation. You swallowed 2 units of nanoparticle glue. You swallowed 0.01 milligrams of heterogeneous bacteria. You have devoured a useless memory. You swallowed 0.5 units of nanoparticle glue. Ji Bingwang is no longer a master player, and has almost no resistance against Fong Tang's Tao Tai core spirit. After such smooth swallowing, all the 3.5 units of nanoparticle glue remaining in his body were collected by Fong Tang. These nanoparticle glue instantly flow into Tao Tai Xinling, along with the particle colloid. There is also 0.01 milligrams of heterogeneous bacteria. The Tao Tai core spirit once again appeared in the shape of a 2-horned dragon scale, with red greedy light and floating apostle patterns. But it actively sent nanoparticle glue and bacteria into the rotating yin and yang bacteria. The black and white yin and yang bacteria swim like fish, seemingly endlessly happy, hungry to eat nanocolloids and heterogeneous bacteria. 5 rays of energy appeared in succession, and went straight into Fong Tang's body. Bai's consciousness turned into a human form, and she was still the girl as white as ice and snow. With a smile in her eyes, she looked at Fong Tang's consciousness. Now, we can see where the energy has entered. Ji Bingwang accidentally gave me a hint. After being transformed by yin and yang bacteria, those energies are impacting your genetic chain. Suddenly, Fong Tang saw a complete double helix DNA chain in front of his eyes. That was Bai's upgraded DNA gene chain that he had seen last time. Normal people have 23 pairs of chromosomes, but he has 24 pairs. The last pair of black and white chromosomes are like yin and yang bacteria, swimming like a fish and turning into a Tai Chi diagram. Now, 5 energy streams rush into the genetic chain. They hit the 24th pair of mutated chromosomes hard. Fong Tang only felt that his entire consciousness was roaring, as if his soul was being hit by 5 energies. The 24th pair of black and white chromosomes were hit 5 times in succession, and a crack appeared. The earliest energy also appeared, and the last 6 energy penetrated along the crack. Boom! The 24th pair of chromosomes rotates crazily. The entangled double helix turns into the shape of yin and yang, and the 6 strands of energy are being fused. Master! Did you see it? I saw it! This double helix pattern is exactly the same as the logo of Infinity Company. I'm not letting you see this, but the energy of the 24th pair of chromosomes. Yeah, Fong Tang's consciousness still in the shock of being hit. I could only see that the 24th pair of chromosomes had accumulated about 1/10 of the energy. What will happen if it is completely filled? Bye! Then this pair of chromosomes will be unsealed, and you will get great benefits. What may happen next is very mysterious. After the 24th pair of chromosomes is unsealed, infect the 23rd pair upward, and so on, until the first pair of chromosomes. That is, the entire gene is unblocked. No need for Bai to continue explaining. Fong Tang has already felt the harvest of this energy injection. Due to the mutation of the DNA gene chain, the physical structure is strengthened by 240%, corresponding to parameter 2.4. The nerve reflex is strengthened by 300%, corresponding to parameter 3.0. The strength work is strengthened by 400%, corresponding to parameter 4.0. Brain intelligence calculation power. The strengthening data is unknown, and the corresponding parameters cannot be obtained. By these reminders have shocked Fong Tang's consciousness. He cannot understand this digital nature. But Bai immediately showed him a simplified template. Player name, Fong Tang. Game attributes, advanced player. Super VIP number 99. Detailed attributes such as mall permissions, assistance, and game currency are hidden. Strength parameter, 4.0. Agility parameter, 3.0. Physique parameter, 2.4. Intelligence parameter, unknown. The parameters are explained in detail below. The physical structure determines the efficiency of the owner in absorbing and storing energy. That is, the human body's endurance, ability to resist blows, antiviral infection ability, etc. Popular expression is the physique set by similar games. Nerve reflexes determine the owner's reaction speed, hitting speed, bioelectrical transmission speed of bones and nerves, etc. In popular terms, it is expressed as the agility set by similar games. Power works, which is the physical definition of power. Potential explosion and hitting force are all a kind of energy that does work. Its essence is the process of energy conversion, which is manifested as a force acting on an object and causing the object to pass a certain distance in the direction of the force. In mechanics, it is said that this force as the object did work. Bai's explanation was very complicated, but the core points were clear. For example, if you hit an enemy with a punch, the degree of damage caused is determined by the energy you release. This is work in mechanics. Fong Tang's consciousness immediately said, "No need to explain. The concise data panel is very clearly. I have played online games and know the meaning of these attributes." Bai finally smiled and said, "As a comparison parameter, an Olympic gold medal level decathlete's 3 major data of force sensitivity are infinitely close to 1. Fong Tang was a little shocked. For a person with a decathlon Olympic gold medal level, the 3 attributes are 1? It's infinitely close to 1. What about normal people? Everyone is different. Because of race, gender, exercise calculated based on comprehensive data such as degree, birth status, family genetics, etc. The average of the 3 major attributes of a normal person is around 0.5, and the deviation value is between 0.1 and 0.3. In other words, the 3 major attributes of an ordinary person. The lowest is about 0.2. The highest is only 0.8. Fong Tang couldn't help but start imagining. By constantly devouring the players, nanoparticles and other gadgets, and then converting them into energy through yin and yang bacteria, impacting their own genetic chain, their attribute data will continue to increase. The yin and yang strains are so powerful. Brother! Brother! Are you okay? You have done too much for your brother. If something happens now, what will I do? The anxious voice gradually became clearer. Fong Tang opened his eyes and found that he was lying on the sofa. Ji Bingwang in front of him was already full of life, scratching his head and shouting, "Brother! I'm fine." Fong Tang sat up and looked directly at Bai Hu. "Here, I'll help you treat the sequelae." Bai Hu was very uneasy. "You won't faint again, will you?" "No." Fong Tang smiled and held her hand greedily. "Successfully swallowed. Swallowed 0.1 unit of nanoparticle glue. Successfully swallowed. Swallowed a copy of White Tiger's memory. Cannot be swallowed. There is no value to swallow." Fong Tang let go of his hand and frowned. "The nanoparticles in your body, there are very few insects." Now Ji Bingwang and Bai Hu were extremely shocked, looking at Fong Tang with awe in their eyes. "I can't understand how this young man did it. Can he actually crack the nanoparticle bug?" Neither of them could even imagine what was going on. Bai Hu waited for a long time before whispering, "Because I received treatment for the sequelae somewhere, but I can't say where." Fong Tang's heart moved. Some special place? Could it be that someone is secretly collecting nanoparticle glue? He pondered for a moment and opened Bai Hu's memory. With a bang, this memory was shattered as soon as it unfolded. Just like a screen playing a movie was smashed on the spot. "Master, this memory is protected and cannot be read." "Well, let's open the intergenerational memory of Ji Bingwang." "It can't be opened either. The so-called intergenerational memory is the memory of the previous generation that is inherent in the genes. Memory, such as Ji Bingwang's. Analysis may be his grandfather's memory, which has been retained a little bit through inheritance. It's a bit interesting that the genes across generations actually contain the memory of the ancestors." Fong Tang directly saved the Ice Emperor's memory. "Brother, what are your next plans?" Ji Bingwang, who is in high spirits now that the pain was over, smiled. "I only have one place to go, and that's a temple. But I really can't say what the situation is like." He held Fong Tang's hand. "If I tell you about that place, I'm afraid they won't take me in. Brother, I really have some difficulties." Fong Tang smiled. "Where is that place? I'll send you there right away." "It's not far. It's in Putua district." Fong Tang was surprised. "It's so close. It's only 4 blocks from here to Putua district." Just as he was talking, a hoarse and sexy voice came. "Who is going to Putua district?" "District? Sorry. The road to Putua district has been closed. Don't even think about going there. Following this sexy voice, the foreign girl with blonde hair, who walked in carelessly, took out a packet of double happiness and pulled her fingernails apart. With a skillful tap of the cigarette box, the cigarette in the center popped out. She sat down calmly, crossed her legs, and took out a cigarette. Can I smoke here? Damn it. You're going to hurt me along the way.